Yo, so recently I've made these videos about Alessandra and Andrea Ambrosio versus my mental health. And before that, I had made the video about Stephanie Justin is Matt and Stephanie Justin versus my mental health. And this Stephanie Justin situation is very clearly going on. And even Joshua Stone, my cousin, the son of Kathleen Stone, a judge here in Houston, Texas, is saying that it's happening and it's wrong. And so, in this situation where people are pretending it's not happening and that it's not wrong, that kind of sinks this whole thing as far as people pretending that this isn't happening. And so, what I believe is going on is that some group of women is being used to harass me for some man or some group of men. And there are some specific examples that I can point to of women that are absolutely participating, like the Stephanie Justin situation, where not just Josh has said it, also like random YouTube commenters or YouTube commenters that watch my videos are saying, "Oh, I'm sorry," like LTF Melanie have said, "Hey, this is like this is wrong. You should contact the Dutch police. I don't live that far from her in Maastricht." And so instead of contacting the police who did not take the right action previously, I'm trying to make this public and send it to the news. And I think public accountability is important in the same way that here in Houston, Texas, the police skipped over or passed over 260,000 cases, including rape and sexual assault cases. And, just from my own experience, they're willing to listen to lies from and slander about me instead of what I'm saying, or either they're imperceptive, and especially in my situation, or corrupt. And it seems, yeah, like it's one of those for sure. So, and if people are offended by that, if the police are offended by that, well, I've asked for help and I've not received it. And you guys wronged me when they were already wronging me because you listened to people lie about me. And it's really hurt me. I mean, really hurt me. And I'll even say, as far as this is concerned, in the book of Revelation, I'm allowed to have my religious beliefs around these things. In the book of Revelation, this second church thing, the seven churches of Asia is a series of if then conditional statements. If you pull it, like similar to the sword and the stone from the story of with King Arthur and the sword of the stone, Excalibur. If you pull Excalibur out of the stone, you get to be the king. In the book of Revelation, if you conquer at the seven churches, if you're victorious, it's like maybe some kind of public game, which it seems like my life has been turned into. If you meet the conditions at all seven of the churches, you get the gifts, and the gifts culminate with, I'm gonna write my name on you and put you on. I'll grant you to sit with me on my throne, and that's what Jesus says. And there's reasons I can give as to why, but I just am saying that it is happening, and clearly it is for in the least one person. And like there's not a bunch of people on the throne in the book of Revelation or elsewhere in the Bible. There's a bunch of people around the throne, but this is suggesting just very clearly and saying, I will grant you to sit with me on the throne. And Jesus, the Alpha, the Omega, the one like a son of man, is saying that. So whether you believe the religious stuff or not, okay, in the secular world, what Stephanie Justin is doing is still wrong. I mean, it's untenable to have someone who's literally attacking my mental health, there's such a huge power dynamic shift where she has, how many followers does she have? Let me see. I've gotten to this point where I'm saying like, oh, the power dynamic's off, but it could have only grown since then. So here's this person, Stephanie Justin. She has 187,000 followers, right, on her Instagram, and I have 214. So there's a huge power dynamic, like the power dynamics off, unless something's going on around me that's not showing how many people are actually following me and like the power that I actually have. But in any instance, it's clearly going on even in the secular realm. Like the I have enough evidence to say that I have supporting witnesses, what family and people from afar. It is happening. And so I'm using like these methods to try to defend myself and try to protect myself. And I use humor and stuff too, and whatever, in ways that I think might be distasteful to some people, or I might seem really weird. Okay, but we got to fix this issue around me. I'll probably be a different person, right? Does that make sense? If I'm under this mental distress and poison that is like specifically aimed at me and it's been hurting me and I've been saying it for a long time and no one's helping me, if we get rid of it, well, at least maybe we can see how I act when this situation is remedied. Does that? I think that is incredibly fair and reasonable to say. Okay, so but one of the things that I also do is I have this story and pictures in my phone, and based on what I can perceive, my it's in my iPhone photo gallery. Based on what I can perceive, for some reason and via some method, my iPhone photo gallery is public, or I say public because it seems as if some group of people, like Stephanie Justin or whoever's using her, is watching me through my private photo gallery, is looking at things in my computer, that my digital accounts, like my online accounts, many are compromised, and that changing the password is not going to be enough. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I actually have to have some backup and support around me in order to deal with this, and I have to have some people who are engaging this is happening and that it's wrong and it needs to be fixed. Okay, so that's the introduction. I'd like to look at my story and pictures from last night, just to look at some additional stuff that recently kind of the stuff with Alessandra Ambrosio is going on, and then I'd like to look at kind of more the most recent thing. But again, the thing that sinks this all, that really proves that something is going on, is Stephanie Justin. Absolutely, something is going on. There's multiple people saying that something is going on. It needs to be addressed reasonably, and it's really wrong and it's hurting me, and I'd like it fixed. I'd like it remedied. If that means she has to be like forced to do what I say, do it. If she, like, in order to escape criminal punishment, actually, because it, like, literally the situation that she brought and like created by acting like this, like, the police got involved and they were literally tricked and fooled, and then some other women, like, lied about the situation, even though I'm positive they know something is off. Like, they know about the situation and lied about the situation. So, okay, I'm gonna pull up my, do the screen mirroring thing so that you can see here. This is my story and pictures. This is most recent stuff. This is from this morning and last night, this morning, or just this morning. So, it goes from top to bottom, right? And it's not just this morning. By the way, I do want to point out that in the same way that I'm about to show that I'm telling a story and pictures with what's on my kind of in my private stuff, and I'm trying to show it somewhat publicly, in order to, in a way that it's like, okay, I think people are already watching it, but by me making it more public in order to show that something is going on where I'm being watched in a way I shouldn't, and it's been going on for years, and I'm being harassed through this in really subtle kind of, mind fucky kind of ways, which is super poisonous and hurtful. Um, and it's like a form of mentalism, and you want to talk about witches and wizards, it's mentalism. It's like little tricks and stuff to mess with someone's head. That is mental poison. It cannot be good for mental health. So there can't be a double standard where this is going on and actively something is trying to hurt my mental health and people are pointing out, and then something's not doing anything about it because, I don't know, does she have some sort of diplomatic or sovereign immunity? Was it the police or some form of police, and they took an action which is illegal and wrong in the darkness, and then it's being pulled out into the light? Or what is it that is going on that this cannot be addressed in any reasonable way? Who has done something wrong to me that this will not be engaged properly? What has happened? So, okay. Um, One of the things that I'm trying to point out with this is you can see these mixes that I make, and I've been, on my more recent mixes since this one, I make these collage, like, album cover collages with all the music mixes, and I try to, I'm not just telling a story with the music, but I'm telling a story with the album covers themselves and with the track list. It should all be one story and narrative that makes sense. And that's in the same way I'm trying to say I'm telling a visual story on my on the iPhone. Oh, hold on, we'll look at that in a second. So I'm telling a visual story with this, right? And it's only 3 columns, as opposed to when we look at this, you know. So this is my Instagram, right? When we look at this, um, I'm telling there's like multiple rows and multiple columns, but like, let's see a good example. I think this one, I think my most recent one, I'm just getting better and better at making these, I think. But so it's on here, and actually, and the track list is as well, but I'm gonna pull it up on here because it's much higher resolution. So if you go to these, and I've posted them up here, the reason that is that you can zoom in further, and everything is going to be in higher quality. So you can actually read what it says. Like you're not able to really read, even if well, you can't really zoom in here. I'm trying, but you can't read like the text on this, right? But if you go here and then you zoom in like this, you can like, I made this huge as far as the resolution, but you can see it says Black Ops Enhanced. So it's just like you can actually read what it says now. And on all of these, you can. It's like a 5,000 by 5,000 pixel picture, so it's very large. And you can see I'm trying to tell like within each row and each column a visual story, and maybe the things like, hey, there's the sword right on this one. This is like when I'm talking about the sword and the stone. You got the sword right here, and then you got this dude who looks like maybe Raiden from Metal Gear Solid or Alucard from Castlevania or something. Right? Or is that the dude's name? But the main character from Castlevania. And then so you got the sword here, and then he has this sword, and then you got the sword. Well, then if you go down, so kind of what I'm saying is it should all be tied together, but each row or each column like will give you like this column, right? You have the guy and he looks like a ninja or something. Then the one below it is Substance Samurai, and he's like they're almost in like it's like this picture in red and he's wearing armor, but they're even doing almost a similar pose, right? And then in front of that one you see Katana, Matt Watkins. I mean, I can't get more obvious that something's going on than like this kind of stuff, but something is going on, and it's hurting me that people aren't engaging this. And you should feel really bad if you're doing this. You should feel terrible. I mean, actually, to the point of like, make some change, or you are the evil in the world that needs to be vanquished by some kind of samurai or something like that. And so if you did meet a sword, well, then you deserve it. But okay, and so the next one below, it starts changing color, but they all start changing color, right? And then so the next one is this thing that looks like it has the same almost whatever, but it's now not just a samurai looking thing. It looks like almost like a nun or something wearing this kind of scary looking mask, maybe like the masks that we have on the wall downstairs. Even in the video from Alessandra and Andra Ambrosio versus My Mental Health, the thumbnail that YouTube generated was the when I was in the hallway looking at the mask. So maybe a mask like that, and then so if you keep going down, Black Ops, right, and then oh hey, a Gundam, and it has almost the same kind of like thing going on with the horn, or like almost horns thing or whatever you see. And then so it's like you should be able to get from each of these, like go down and go to the side. Like you got this little Simpsons section here, right? And like the names of the track and everything, and the colors go together and everything. I mean, it's just, it clearly, like, it looks like the eye here on here that's looking up, and it says Moon Operator, like some sort of Black Ops Tier 1 type thing going on. And then Ghost in the Shell, like some kind of cyborg police thing going on. And then, but it looks like, I mean, even this looks like the thing on the Pentagon, whatever, or the Department of Defense, or whatever this is, wherever she is, where they're given this kind of like explanation where they're allowing some kind of sorceress or some kind of like, I'm about to show this thing with Alessandra Ambrosio, but some kind of witch to act like, the Scarlet Witch, or the Scarlet, Harlot of Babylon, which is literally a thing that, I feel like just it's like Suicide Squad as far as the story goes, and that's how the Bible ends, is with a character like Enchantress or Scarlet Witch being caught out in public, and what she has done has hurt everybody, and is like a, it has to be ended, and so there's an end to it. But I'm getting at that something is allowing some kind of attack on me. It feels like, and the police are not engaging this properly. The news is not engaging this properly. My family is not engaging this properly. No one's engaging this properly, and I'm thinking it's because some kind of, again, slander against me, because people have done some super evil stuff in the darkness, and they don't want to get caught, because the threat is what it says at the end of the Bible, is that people doing stuff like this, especially, this suggestion is they're doing really evil sexual stuff, like what's going on with P Diddy and whatever, but even worse than that. And that would be what the Nicolaitans are doing in the Book of Revelation at the seven churches. That is this group of people. The Nicolaitans, their name means victory over the people. Some group of elites are using whatever kind of evil techniques they can to like put their boot on the neck of the average dude. And I'm just the dude who, like, my neck didn't break when they tried it. It seems like maybe it only made me stronger. So that's why you should probably also listen to me and help me deal with this, because if you don't want something like this happening to your son or daughter, you should speak up for me so that I can end it for everyone. Okay, with my sword as, like, seriously, with my sword as Matt Watkins. I mean, are you, like, come on. It can't get more obvious than, like, I'm making it. Even, we're talking about a burning lake here. I mean, even the lava part of this, where it's like, this character, Incubus or El Diablo, one of, I think this is Incubus, and, okay, you got the Cotopaxi, it's a volcano, and then you got the volcanic thing going on. And, like, even everything from, like, doesn't Harley Quinn have a revolver like that they use to shoot the stuff? Yeah, so, the fact that I've put this all together, it doesn't feel like a coincidence to me. And even if it is just all a coincidence, I feel like I'm an incredibly artistic person, someone that Houston should, like, oh wow, we actually have, like, an artist who's making sense of the world here, and, like, we should support him instead of letting him be harassed and abused by people here and abroad. So, okay. I just wanted to show out how I do this collage and tell visual storytelling. There's music too with each, these are album covers, so you can go watch it and listen to it in the same way like I'm talking about. Okay, the track list itself, you can just read it, and if you go down it, it should tell a story in and of itself. So, okay, just making sure that I'm explaining these are storytelling, and that, that's an important part of all this, is that it's storytelling, not just like a fake story, but like a, hey, this is the situation I find myself in. I can't get it seemingly engaged reasonably, and I just want it fixed and over with, and it's hurting me, and it's hurt me for a long time, and people have lied about the situation, and I think it's because they're benefiting from lying about the situation, and it's like, this is a really, like, psychologically abusive, evil thing, and whoever's participated, your time is up, you're done. I mean, it's just, you are done. So, okay. Um, let's see. I these I've already shown in the Alessandra Ambrosio versus Alessandra and Andrea Ambrosio versus my mental health thing, and so I guess it kind of ended with, like, I don't think this was covered in that. So the stuff that I'm talking about, where it's like there's writing on the wall, right, and I'm sitting here like this, and it says secret lab, and if I look at her picture here, and you look at it and you're like, okay, Matt, well, there's some things that you can get from it. She has a watch on, and it looks like she's trying to say, like, like, hold her thing here, watch. Like, it's visually representing this concept of watch, right? Even the tattoos that she has, it seems like she's trying to get over some kind of point. But in any instance, the watch, and then when, like, one thing you might notice here is if you zoom in, there is writing on the wall behind her head, and behind her hat, or her cap, because maybe she's just cap, because all these people are capping. But they're liars, they're bad people, and they know that evil is going on, and they're participating in it because they're getting social whatever and clout and stuff. And this is where our society's gone, that a bunch of, like, abusive people are, like, being put up in positions of power, just like what's going on with Diddy. They're being put up in, like, positions of power, and they're misusing that in an abusive fashion on someone who does not deserve it, who the power dynamic is way off, right? Is it way off? Am I just a regular guy, or am I something more? You'd have to engage one or the other. If I'm something more, why are people pretending not, and why are you like stripping me of what is mine? If I'm just a regular guy, then the power dynamic's off, and this is wrong, and it's sunk by the Stephanie Houston thing where they've gotten so far overboard that it's obvious now, even enough to where my cousin's saying it, where he might have even done something wrong himself. I mean, why does this look like my cousin? Well, I mean, to me, well, I don't know. I guess we'll like, you know, we'll look a little more into it. But yeah, if that's the case, then that's why the extreme punishment at the end is what it is. But okay, behind her on the wall where her head is, she's taking a picture like this, and she, oh, she just take one picture, or did she sit there and like, how I'm trying to position my head so that, it says secret lab, but if I do this, it's like, I might be able to get over the point of like CRET lab or ECRET lab, and then then what's like not being readable, what's not readable, like the S or something, like here, Ecrit lab, and then the S. So I'm like I can get 2 points over in one. I can say, Ecrit lab, or as her thing is, as her thing seems to do here, it says, ust the process, or the two letters are TR, right? That you can't see, but in any instance, so I'm just trying to get over like what can be said in the absence of something being said. And I think even part of the reason they don't like me is their claim. Like I get this feeling that people are trying to say like I'm a rat, but it's like they've stolen from me, so I'm ratting on the people who've stolen what is mine. Does that make sense? So it's not really ratting, it's that these are, betray people who've betrayed all things that are good and what's right, and just me. And like, I think it betrays people that they're acting like this because they have words they could speak up, but instead they're participating instead of being any good kind of person. Like Nostalgic's here, I do all the lightning stuff. There's lightning stuff, like that's her image that she's trying to use, and it's mine is real. Hers is like people make it for her. And this is what I'm saying. It's like, okay, these are just industry plants or something. I mean, whatever it is, it's wrong and it needs to end, right? If it's targeting me, yeah, it does, all of it. So when we go here, and it does say, the point is trust the process, right? And I'm trying to point out with my visual thing, it looks like this is the cross because this is like such a heavy thing and burden for me to carry. It's like, when Jesus says, pick up your cross, that's what in my situation, this is what it is. This has destroyed my life for years. I want it engaged reasonably and ended. And then I just want to be a normal dude, right? I mean, that has been the point here. I want to play video games. I want to make mixes and listen to music and have a normal social life and have a normal sexual life and have a normal, like, whatever. I want in the least I want that. In the most, you can give me more than that. I would love more than that. But at the least, I want that. Okay? That's reasonable. That's appropriate. I mean, I think it's reasonable, appropriate to compensate me and make up for how I've been wronged. But, these people are just doing wrong anyway, so I don't expect them to just do that. And then when I went to El Rey, I took these pictures, and, I just thought I liked how they fit in the story. Does it mean anything? It could. I mean, I'm sure abide in Christ. I mean, Jesus loves me. This is how I maintained some bit of sanity during this, and some bit of like hope and comfort, is that there is this, person known as Jesus Christ who has a father named Yahweh, and that they both love me and that they both care about me, and that seemingly Jesus at the end of the Bible is suggesting that I can sit on the throne with him. And that it's been open for anybody, and I'm just the person who most has lived it out and tried to do it. So, okay. And then this thing, I take pictures of this because I see interesting license plates. So I just add them to my story in pictures. This one says NUHH. So I just thought that was interesting. And then on this one, I wanted to point out like who's looking at my stuff. Alessandra Ambrosio is looking at my stuff. So when I'm bringing up like, hey, this person is right. I mean, you can see that. She even changed her picture to a picture of a dog, or I say she, it might be multiple of them, but to a picture of a dog after I started, kind of referencing like, hey, you can come be my dog if you want because they're watching me. How do I make light of them in the same way they're making light of me? Well, they can be, I can be a cat, but okay, well, if I'm a cat, you're a dog. And by the way, that's actually, I just want to point this out. Um, that's why when you go to my Instagram today, well, first of all, so the cat symbolism that I'm trying to use because they are using it like this. Like, I think one of the things is like Simi Hayes named their cat Yoda. Jay Electronica named his cat Yoda. They're just trying to say I'm a cat and not like something that they're just trying to mock me. Like, oh, I'm a pet and I'm a something weak and just a cat. I'm just a domesticated cat and a pet. And it's like, okay, well, y'all are dogs, and some of these dogs, I've never had a dog. I would like some dogs, and this is one of the ways that I can make light of this kind of really psychologically shitty, abusive situation for myself. Is like, okay, well, okay, if you're gonna use humor, what I think in an evil way to like make me feel lesser than. Okay, I'm a cat, like maybe Beerus from Dragon Ball Z or something, and or like the lion of the tribe of Judah. That's a big cat, but that's still a cat, right? And so my point is like, oh, you got the dog here, and the dog's just getting punched out, right? Because they're trying to do this and like use this to like basically shut me up, I think, and to make me feel bad, and like it kind of works. I mean, honestly, it doesn't feel good. It just feels good that I think that Jesus gives me kind of like some ability to fight back with wit, right, and humor, and like kind of trying to be cunning and stuff, and just get around this, and so that's what I'm trying to do. And so I want to watch this real fast because, like, speaking of the cat thing, it's like, so like there's the image of the right, and the cat's punching out the dog. All right, and I've invited if they want to be my dogs, they can be my dogs. But they need to end this where this is hurting me. Like, I mean, it's physically hurting me, but it's mentally hurting me, emotionally, spiritually. It's not good for my family. It's just shitty. So, but so you got that image, right? And then you got this, and it's like, think fast. And here's the actual punches coming. All right, and I think I got good taste in music too, but you see where I'm going with that. And so even if I pull this up like this, and now it's like you kind of can see, and like, look, right? This is from yesterday's image, right? That I posted yesterday. That's in my. If we go to my, oh yeah, this one's from yesterday. But if we go to, like, if I go here and like I look up Instagram again, and then we pull this up and we look at this one, right? Hold on. See, I'm using the cats because the cats are at least, I like cats. We had a cat. Our cat died, and it made me really sad. So now I'm the cat, I guess. But yeah, see, so this one was yesterday, right? And you can see Andre Ambrosio has viewed this, right? And also, these types of account, like somehow I'm able to message this account, and it's able to see what I'm doing, and like I don't think that that's the case for everybody. So, what is the thing that's going on with this person and this account that there's some special thing around me and this person or this account? Is it something that I've already said, or am I missing something? Well, it would be reasonable if people use their words to tell me and not try to use whatever other methods of communication. It would just be kind and reasonable to do that. But okay, so we go to the next one here, right? I mean, the one that we've already seen. Um, and I just want to. So we go to this one, right? And then we go here, and you can see these are people that I know. And then, hey, Andrea Ambrosio. And if we click it, well, I haven't seen this yet, but okay, we could look at this. And when she posted this previously, it was somewhere over the rainbow. It's like they're trying to do the, I don't know, over the rainbow type thing. But part of my point is that they're trying to use her and these other women in a way that's like distressing to me, like in order to make me uncomfortable. And like the fact that it seems to be directed at specifically me, and there's such a huge power dynamic, like off where this like actually like she has 106,000 followers, but her mom has 10 million plus followers, right? And is connected, well connected, right? And so the fact that I have 214 followers should be should show like, hey, something's up here where the power dynamics off, and maybe in a normal situation Matt's the one in the wrong here, but in this situation specifically around him with the Stephanie Juiced and stuff, that's actually when all this seemed to start with Alessandra Ambrosio. And it's been implied actually it was going on longer than that. But that like no, it's like really it's maybe in this case actually Matt's the one who's like being hurt and wronged, and like we should help him, and like we should call these women to account, because like there's the standard of like, we'll call men to account, listen to all women. Like you should listen to women and make sure that they get fair whatever. You should listen to men and make sure that they get fair whatever. You know what I mean? But I feel like it's swung so far that it's listen to women even when they're lying, and when Matt can prove it, and like don't help Matt, don't help me for whatever reason, right? And or subtly help me, but don't use your words, which is like that's wrong too. If silence is violence, then people are being violent towards me. But we'll look at that because people are being silent towards me. And I guess my form of violence is this. All right. And I do feel like at this point, I don't feel like I have friends. I feel like I got a bunch of people who are watching me and not helping me and being like allowing such a terrible situation that it's like it hurts. This hurts. This hurts mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, socially, sexually, monetarily. Like it hurts in every. I can't describe how many facets of my reality this has really hurt and destroyed. And the fact that it's being allowed, and maybe, my point, as we're about to look at, is it's being allowed specifically and empowered by something that is like, I don't, it shouldn't be. So, and it is being empowered. So, okay. So now that you can see there is something strange going on, and like, again, can we not have this double standard where it's allowed specifically to hurt me? Deal with the Stephanie Justin thing. Maybe this other stuff goes away because I'd actually have the ability to defend myself, not just using wit and humor, but like I could be like, hey, this is wrong, and then it gets fixed. But that's not happening, and it hasn't happened, and I can't get my mom to help, despite how she's again an 80-year-old woman, 79 years old, and she doesn't understand how this is a problem, and if she does, then she's a bad guy, and she needs to be held to account, and told that she's a bad person and dealt with. If she's not and doesn't know, and she doesn't understand because she's too old to understand this generation, not to be harsh, but that is what this seems to be, then someone needs to sit her down other than me and say, what has happened to Matt is such a tragic, like it's such an example of something that should never happen to someone innocent, and it shouldn't probably happen to someone who's not innocent either. I mean, that we should have other ways of dealing with things than whatever this is. But it's not cool, and it needs to be dealt with right. And I'm just hurting from it, and I want it fixed. But and again, Josh Stone, Kathy Stone, unless they've done something evil around this, which maybe. So that's what we're about to look at now. But Josh has said it's happening, and it's wrong. With Stephanie Houston for sure. Uh, with LTF Melanie on my YouTube channel, she's saying she lives close to where purportedly Stephanie Houston lives or is from, and she's telling me I should. She feels sorry. I'm sorry that it's happening, and that I should contact the Dutch police. But like, what are they? What are they gonna do? Like, actually, what? Maybe they could tell the Houston police, you guys really messed up on this one. This is happening, and this is like at this point, it's like almost an international incident because it seems to be. It's not just that, but they're being outfitted by something in Japan. That's my whole point is that like Hideo Kojima put a some kind of cyborg suit on Stephanie Houston, or she snuck into something that has given her some kind of cyborg suit, and they don't want to like they've spent a bunch of money trying to outfit her like I don't know some kind of ninja or something, and like it's been publicly brought out, and like it wrongs someone it shouldn't, but they wait. It'll be like a waste of money for them, or like they'll have to take a huge loss or something like that if this is it's a big L for them or something if I can prove this out in the same way that I'm talking about with Alessandra and Andre Ambrosio. That's what it feels like. That's what it seems like. So, okay. With this, so like this is from this morning. Like this was last night when I went to go. Well, these two were when I went to go get tacos at El Rey, along with these, and then this one I added later because I just am trying to show that hey something's going on with her Anja Ambrosio if it's just one her and it's like I need it in the same way Allison like Stephanie Houston is going on. I think this Stephanie Houston proves something's going on, and then Alessandra Ambrosio is doing something similar and has used her daughter in order to fuck with me in the same way they did with Stephanie Houston originally. So, and the thing that I liked about Stephanie Houston was the idea that she was not a whore, that she, at least her image was chaste, and that there was this idea that maybe she is a virgin and that she's not going to be using her sexuality in an abusive way. And then it turns out maybe she's literally like outfitted like a ninja in order to be the exact opposite. And like I ran into like my worst nightmare. That's what it feels like. That's what it's played out as. And then it seems like the next iteration of that is that it's going on with Alessandra Ambrosio, and there's she's even outfitted even greater. And so, it's like, well, just using logic, reason, wit, and humor, I'm going to try to bring down, and wisdom. Actually, I say all that, but the Bible talks about wisdom, the Proverbs talk about wisdom, and that a wise man can scale like a citadel of whatever and bring it down by himself. So if I'm doing that and there's some kind of citadel of like, abusive people that I'm saying you're a bunch of rapist assholes and you've really hurt me and my family and seemingly maybe my family's participating, you've really hurt me, all of you. So I'm asking for some kind of help. The Stephanie Houston thing sinks it. Whether you believe any of the other stuff or not, whether you believe the religious stuff, in the secular world, it's mental it's mentally distressing to have this woman specifically bullying me when the power dynamic is so off. If the news is holding like school bullying stuff publicly accountable, like look, I'm gonna go to I'm gonna click to Houston here, and And I think it was on here. Oh, here it is. So this is a video that, if this is a news story, which like good on the news for protecting this young girl who's like being bullied. Please protect me because I've been bullied by the whatever this is for a long time and it won't stop and it's hurting me. And like, if you're willing, if this is a news story, then the thing with Stephanie Justin that I'm talking about is a news story, and that should blow open that there's a bigger story around me that isn't being engaged, and I just need help with it because it's hurting me. It's like mentally distressing. It's mentally sickening. Like all of this makes me feel like shit and like I'm worthless, and like that's the intent. And so even though I don't actually believe that, when everybody's trying to make you feel like that, which it feels like, and you guys should feel terrible and you're bad people, and not like, oh, you're bad. No, you're like not good people, and like it's worthless behavior to treat me like this. But okay, let's look at this video just to show like, hey, this is actively going on to me, and like people just are not helping me.
Attend a Nimitz High School student says that she was beaten by a group of girls who have been harassing her for months. She says school staff failed to protect her. KPRC2's Devin Clark joins us from outside Nimitz High School with her story in the video you will see only on 2.
I might as well be this girl, except older, and like these people have way more resources and whatever to be doing this, and I have way like the power dynamic is even more off than like a group of girls hitting this other girl. It's like these a group of people with hundreds of thousands, like maybe millions of followers, maybe hundreds of lots and lots of followers based on other things. But I can prove out a girl with 100 and something, 87,000 followers, and that is I'm a gamer, and I wanted to make game content, and it's at one point I wanted to be a game designer. That's why I went to UT Dallas. But um, the fact that like she's in the industry and like has snaked her way into the industry and is doing this is like, yeah, it's really hurting. It's hurting me.
The girl was
And I don't think that this girl should be treated like this, and I think it should be held to account, and they need to do something to the bullies. And like, the bullies in this situation, you're shitheads. You should feel like shitheads. Leave this girl alone. Like, focus on yourselves. Build yourselves up instead of tearing someone down. How does that sound? That's what I'm saying is reasonable. If you're mad that I'm saying reasonable stuff to bullies, then you're a bully.
spoke to says while it is disturbing, this video only shows a glimpse of the ongoing problem she's been dealing with.
This massive, relentless brawl was said to be caught on cell phone video at Nimitz High School Tuesday. 15-year-old sophomore Asia Clay says she was at the center of it, and that it all started over a minor beef between her and another student back in December.
She made up this rumor about me being with this girl boyfriend, and I told her like it wasn't that.
So I just want to say what she just described is like the thing that I'm saying with the Stephanie Justin thing. Some girls even from my high school made up stuff around it because they saw that it was happening, and they saw it was a way to like, I don't know, bully me, and that to like step down on me. And then when I lashed out at them, when it was pretty obvious to me that they're participating, they lied to the police here in Houston, Texas, and then like it destroyed my life because then the police got involved. The slander part, right? So by the way, when we go, if I pull up my thing here and we go to my Bible, this is why a Bible's good, because Yahweh's not for bullies. In fact, that is, I just want to pull this up too, but when it says here and like Yahweh's against the oppressor and bullies are oppressors. So when it says here hold on. One of the things, it's like these people bully these people, and there's nobody to. Right? Okay, you see that, right? Let me make sure. Yeah, it says the people bully each other, neighbor and neighbor. A youth can insult his elder, a lout abuse a noble, so that everyone tries to catch his brother in their father's house to say, "You have a cloak, so you be the leader and rule this heap of ruins." But my point is, like, even Yahweh talking about in the Bible here, yes, see how the Lord Yahweh Sabaoth, that's the name of God, Yahweh, the name of Jesus' Father, is taking from Jerusalem and Judah support of every kind, support of bread and support of water, hero, man at arms, judge, prophet, diviner, elder, captain, noble, counselor, sorcerer, soothsayer. I give them boys for princes, raw lads to rule over them. Is that what's going on around my situation? That these kids have no clue what they've gotten into? The people bully each other, neighbor and neighbor. And it's like, look, Asia here does not deserve to be bullied like this. And like, there needs to be a reasonable action taken to like protect her. How does that sound? That's what I'm asking for. And it'd be cool if people could speak up for me in this capacity too. You know, I've been asking for it for years. And so when we get to this book, right, what I've talked about in the Bible, the book of Revelation starts with the introduction, right? The letters to the churches of Asia, and then the first chapter ends basically. It's like Jesus comes and he's like a Super Saiyan. He's like a superhero at this point. He's already been resurrected, and he's like coming to talk to John the Revelator. I'm the Alpha and the Omega, says the Lord God, who is and who was and who is to come. That's the name Yahweh, the Almighty. That's El Shaddai or Al Shady, or Pantocrator. And then you have here, it's an explanation of what's going on. It describes him as some kind of ascended being with a lot of power. And then he says he's the first, the last, and the living one. He was dead, and now he's alive forever and ever, and he holds the keys to life and death. And now write these things down, and the secret of the 7 stars you have seen in my right hand, and the 7 golden lampstands. And then it basically explains here what it's about to describe are not physical churches, but spiritual realities and spiritual things. They no longer exist physically. It's a spiritual thing, and it's what it's trying to say here from here on, right? If we go down and we keep going to here, everything that I'm highlighting here up to this point, other than the footnotes, so all the actual text, is a series of if-then conditional statements that reads much like a text version of the Sword in the Stone. And if you do the things at each church in some kind of order, like first to seventh, you get the gifts of the 7 churches, which ultimately culminate. The first one is, I grant you to eat from the tree of life set in God's paradise. That means I'll grant you to live forever. Like, you don't die the first death. The next one is, I'll give you the crown of life for your prize. And this is what I'm talking about on this one specifically is, it says here, I know the trials and you have had and how poor you are, though you are rich. So, this is saying to me, like, I'm being robbed over and over. Like, that part is just really obvious, and they've allowed it. Seemingly, the police have allowed this to happen without actually taking real action to help. And partially because it's crypto stuff and they don't understand it. But, and how poor you are, though you are rich. And I think, by being the one that conquers at the 7 churches, I get to be rich. But, okay. So you see here it says, even if you have to die, keep faithful, and I will give you the crown of life for your prize. And you won't be hurt by the second death, which seemingly this is the second death, right? The burning lake. Like, people are literally going to be tossed into this type of stuff. Why? Because if they're doing what I'm saying, and the implication is that they're abusing women and children and men and stuff and recording it and compromising people, like what's going on with Diddy and stuff, except the people in high levels of like government power, like, the whole Epstein thing. Well, why wasn't he just thrown into this to make an example of him? Why did he get to, why did someone who maybe isn't even him die in his place? So if he's actually alive somewhere, I think the actual thing should be is no, he's not, and just toss him into this. But that kind of thing is what I'm talking about, right? Does that make sense? Like, this is so evil, what is being suggested, that like what I'm describing seems appropriate. I also want to say for like school shooters and stuff like that, and like mass shooters and terrorists and stuff. Hey, this is a great way to be more. This is a more savage way to deal with a savage society, right? So that's why the burning lake. That's why the volcanic stuff. All right. If you're mad and if this scares you, well, you're probably doing something wrong. If this doesn't scare you, you're probably good. I mean, so okay, cool. Like probably Asia Clay here does not have to worry about it because she's the one being bullied, right? Does that make sense? I mean, I can totally understand what she's saying, and like, that's it. Feels like me. It feels like I'm Asia here, right? And that's what I'm trying to get over. The point is like I think I'm Asia. Maybe that's even what this is about. I mean, like, okay, so do I look like Jesus enough? I mean, in the jail they called me Jesus. They called me Buff Jesus. Maybe I'm looking more like the Joker these days from Suicide Squad, but like actually, right? This is also the humor thing and wit and stuff that I'm talking about. So, and here at this one, there's a trap set by people like fake prophets, and they're saying, they set a trap for someone. It says the Israelites, but the idea is for the one conquering at the seven churches, and it's related to eating food that has been sacrificed to idols. In other words, I think they're sacrificing women and young girls' sexuality in order to like men like I don't know, Diddy and Kanye West and Jay-Z and let's see, on the other hand, all sorts of like rockers and celebrities and just worthless people, honestly. Like, I mean, are they worthless? I don't know. Beyonce doesn't care about Houston, so most Houstonians should realize that and like be like, why is she being paraded around by some dude from New York who's like trying to be like the Joker or something? I mean, and who might be a gay dude, and I don't care if he's gay. It's just that he's lying and then using Beyonce in an abusive way to like mock Houston and stuff. So maybe Houston should wake up. But anyway, like Cowboy Carter, he ain't from Texas. She doesn't care about Texas. What's this Shibuya, Texas thing? Live from Texas. If it's live from Texas, why is your ass not in Texas, Beyonce? Because you don't care about Texas, you don't care about Houston. You're owned by people outside of Houston, owned by people outside of Houston, even if it's Jay-Z. Okay, but I'm pretty sure they're owned by someone who's trying to use them to make points to, you know, people, right? And what they get out of it is she has a $250 million house in Malibu. She has a bunch of money, and they support her and they help her make this art. But in order to have that, she has to be, she has to do what they say. So I also suggest when it talks about on her most recent thing, Yah is the name of God, like Yahweh. That's what this is about. That's who Jesus' father is. So either she's supporting this dude, right? Hopefully this didn't just crash, because sometimes it does stuff like that. But I mean, is she supporting this dude, Yahya Sinwar, right? Got these playing cards, which have all these evil people that are believing in this fake kind of Islam stuff, which is a knockoff. Remember, what we're looking at currently, literally what we're looking at right this moment, is this this church, and you get a white hidden manna and a white stone with a new name written on it that known only to the man who receives it. Right now, the white stone here is 600 years later or 700 years later, when Islam is made up and it's a knockoff of the Bible. The way these people who made it up, the spiritual entity or whatever that's using Islam, is making jokes. Basically, it's like, how can it parrot the Bible and steal the power of, like, it's like the Book of Eli, and the bad guy wants to steal the power of the Bible, and so he's like trying to get the Bible. And in the same way, the like whatever is going on at Mecca, which seems like a giant fighting Mecha Gundam robot thing, but it's like or it seems like a Venom suit or something, because just like the meteor in Venom They worship this stone that sits in the corner of the Kaaba, which is the cube in Mecca, and it's a black stone, probably a meteorite, and this has nothing to do with race. Obviously, I do not. I'm a mixed man here in Houston, Texas. I don't care about your race. I mean, I like variety in my women, but I don't care about your race. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not judging you based on your race, and you shouldn't feel like that. And that's not what the white and black stone is about. The black stone is about this thing that Islam is parading, that if you kiss it, it forgives your sins. And so that's why you take the Hajj, the journey to Mecca, to go kiss this stone after wheeling around it like NASCAR 7 times or something. And then you kiss the stone, it forgives your sins. Instead of, hey, Jesus is the son of Yahweh. He's the one that ultimately judges. If you believe in him, he forgives your sins. Instead of that, you got to go do this thing for this Mecca, for these people that, are just obviously created this knockoff of the Bible, right? And so this is the thing, I think, the white stone here, the stone that the builders have fused. From Genesis 49, the stone, then when it's talking to Joseph, the message to Joseph, and it says, by the name of the stone of Israel. And that's the blessing to Joseph from Jacob or Israel, right? So, okay, there's that. Then at this church, it's not just that there's a trap seemingly set, a sexual trap. It's that this woman, Jezebel, seems to be, who's claiming to be a prophetess, is the one who's using these sexual traps. And by these sexual traps, I think what's suggested here when it says, I will see that her children die, is what I'm talking about with Alessandra and Andrea Ambrosio. And we'll look at this in a moment. Actually, we'll look at this right now, actually. But when it talks about her, this is what I'm thinking, is that I think there's child porn of like whatever's going on with Alessandra and Andrea Ambrosio. And I think that there's some kind of weird thing that's using her to obfuscate the truth, and that she's being used by a group of men in the same way Stephanie Justin's being used, and that this is like, at a higher level than Stephanie Justin is, and she, like maybe Beyonce is being used like that too. I can't prove hers out. I can prove that something weird's going on with Alessandra Ambrosio, and it's already proven that the Stephanie Justin thing is going on. So I think the Stephanie Justone thing might be like the white stone that like sinks this, that proves what I'm saying. Like, hey, there is a situation going on here, and nobody's engaging it reasonably. And like what I'm saying is like what I've just suggested, if it's true, like this is the end of the way we probably do society now, and we'd actually have to engage that there's a problem going on. Like when you have people like Diddy or Epstein or whatever doing these weird kind of sexual traps that are, I think it's diseasing of people. Like it's diseased me. It has hurt me. It has physically struck me from like somewhere else, because they're trying to attach them to me like a parasite, and then use that parasite to drain me of whatever. I mean, even if it's just like I don't have a mate or a partner and I'm looking for one, and they're putting women in my way as obstacles or traps. That's what this is, a honeypot, right? That's what it's called, a honeypot. Okay, that Jezebel is using honeypots, and what the suggestion here is this word Thyatira, right? If we go here, here's the messages to it says Thyatira, odor of affliction. I mean, maybe it's stressing me out, so I'm stinky or something. Anyway, but one of the things that is interesting about this is if you click it, you realize that the word under it in this, a very close word that maybe actually this is what it's talking about, uh, thugator or thugator, right? I don't know, maybe that's it. Thugator or thugator, but it's this word actually, apparently the root word for daughter. Like if you just change this th to a d, it ends up, or it kind of looks close to daughter, and this is where the word daughter comes from. This in the Greek, like this is the the thing that comes from it. So what I'm suggesting is maybe what it's suggesting, and this, you can see the next word down is a little daughter. And so maybe the suggestion here is that, and then the next word is not related, right? And it's not close. So I mean, as far, maybe the storm is related, but this suggestion here is that it's not even like, it is maybe what this is actually trying to say is the word daughter. But in any instance, hold on. In any instance, it's suggested, and this is the only one where it talks about children, and what it's suggesting here is, unless they repent of their practices, and I will see that her children die. And like, I think maybe some of that is they're doing something weird with these kids. And if we look at it like, well, you can listen to what I say in the other video where I'm like, is one of the Anjas, is that my daughter? I mean, it looks like it, or is she using some kind of AI face mask? Or is the whole point to get someone that looks like me and try to mess with me with like something that they've made, like a daughter that they've made or something? I mean, in any instance, what is this talking about other than what I'm saying? Like, what I'm saying makes more sense out of the seven churches stuff than anything you'll ever hear anywhere else. Additionally, that the seven churches are the same thing as the seven seals, the seven trumpets, and the seven plagues, and that each situation is just each of those things, the trumpets, plagues, seals, is like another vantage point on this same thing that it's talking about, which is why, like, the fifth church, there's a time period of 5 months, and it talks about a time period of a certain amount of time at each of them. When it talks about a specific hour of a specific day, that's what it's talking about at the sixth church, and stuff like that, so that they're all connected, just like it's like different vantage points to the same thing. Okay. And if you are victorious here, I will give you the authority over the pagans, which I myself have been given by my father, to rule them with an iron scepter and shatter them like earthenware, the iron rod, which in Hebrew is Brazil. And I will give the morning star. So first thing I want to look at here is this, like, I've been saying this for a while, but like this thing, American-born Chinese, the whole thing is this kid Bin Wang is trying to like actually hold on. Jin Wang. Okay, I guess it's his own name, but Jin and what's the other kid? Hey, Jamie Yao, is that what's going on here? Daniel Wu is Sun Wukong, again, knockoff of Yahweh. They just want to call Yahweh a monkey, because all the stuff that, like, just by the way, if my point here is this, the guy riding the clouds with an iron rod who goes into Egypt and or goes into a place and strikes fear into wizards and sorcerers and stuff and like fights them, as it says in Isaiah 19. Okay, that's Yahweh. So they're just trying to call Yahweh a monkey, which it's from Buddhism. So okay, and even the 5 pillars of Islam are spoken of as something that's just the Buddhist palm, and that the Monkey King pisses on the Buddhist palm. So on the middle pillar of it. But okay, just you got to read Story to the West. Journey to the West. But so this kid, Sun Wei Chin, is like trying to get the 4th scroll, so he gets the iron rod, so he can it doesn't really describe, like, so that he can win the thing or whatever, like, so he can get out of I don't know, something like it's like it's here. American-born Chinese tells the story of teenager Jin Wang, played by Bin Wang. And I'm also saying part of the reason I'm showing this is like it's more this Disney stuff where it's like they got a magical kingdom instead of the kingdom of heaven. It's just like a knockoff of the of what is in the Bible. But this when I'm talking about the 7 churches things, it's mocking of it, seemingly, unless it's like doing unless it's trying to help me in the way that I'm about to explain that it has helped me. it's hard to pretend that what I'm saying is impossible to understand when this is just literally like this is what the fourth church is. So when I describe this and then we read what it says at the fourth church, it's like, oh, well, it's hard to BS that like we don't get what it's saying because this show clearly gets what it's saying. But American Born Chinese tells the story of teenager Jin Wang, played by Ben Wang, a son of Chinese immigrants who, for the most part, is a typical high school kid. He collects manga, he tries to join the soccer team, and is on a journey dealing with his own identity as he tries to figure out who he is. One day, Wei Chin, Jimmy Liu, an exchange student, arrives at Jin's school. Unlike Jin, Wei Chin didn't grow up in America, is loud and open by nature, and doesn't exhibit Jin's self-doubt and insecurities. At times, this causes Jin to feel embarrassed being associated with Wei Chin. Wei Chin is revealed to be the son of Wukong. So for Dragon Ball Z fans or Dragon Ball or manga or anime fans, he's Gohan. And Wukong is Goku. That's Goku is okay. If we just real fast, if we click this here, you'll realize like it literally even says his name is in Japanese here transcription Son Goku because this is what. So as I'm saying, this is based off Yahweh in the Bible. Dragon Ball Z is based off this. Dragon Ball is based off this. So, one is a knockoff of the Bible and Yahweh. One's a knockoff of the Monkey King, and then this is like, hopefully, this is just showing, like I'm saying, because I don't hate any of these actors. Like I feel like, Michelle Yeoh. I've like watched her for a long time. You know what I mean? Like, John Quan here is someone I've been watching since you know Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, and so like I don't want people that I've been like actors and actresses and artists and stuff that I liked growing up as a kid. I just don't want them to be the bad guys in this. But something is empowering people against me in an evil way, and it won't stop. And there are just clear like the Stephanie Houston thing sinks the idea that it's not happening to some degree, and then I think the Alessandra Ambrosio thing is like takes it to an even more extreme. But so okay, Wei Chen is revealed to be the son of Sun Wukong, so he's Gohan, portrayed by Daniel Wu, commonly known as the Monkey King, a legendary figure in Chinese literature, and is just literally Yahweh after a game of telephone, and like Yahweh gets to the east, and by the time he gets to the east, Yahweh is a monkey. But it's like it is what it is, and also there's someone above Yahweh in the east. According to this, it's the Buddha and the Jade Emperor, but in reality, I'm pretty sure the Jade Emperor is the dragon from the Bible, because it does not seem as though there's no one higher than Yahweh. Actually, he's the supreme. So I guess Yahweh is the Jade Emperor, but is closer to what is described here as the Monkey King. So some knockoff Jade Emperor. Is that Jade from elementary school at Rice Elementary? That's a joke, maybe. But he really did like Venom, but and Carnage. But okay, anyway. So some of this I got to use wit and humor. If it's difficult to follow along or it's uncomfortable, okay, sorry, I'm uncomfortable. Like it's difficult for me to keep going, so I use humor and wit. Okay, Wei Chen had a dream that the mythical Fourth Scroll can stop an uprising against heaven. The dream also told him that an ordinary teenager is destined to aid him in his search, so Wei Chen stole his father's magical staff, aka this thing that I'm talking about is the Iron Scepter, to shatter them like earthenware, right? You see that in to the Jewish audience, if I have a Jewish audience, or even the Christian audience, or anybody. The iron rod is the thing mentioned in here where it says, ask and I will give you the nations for your heritage, with ends of the ends of the earth for your domain. With iron scepter you will break them and shatter them like potter's ware. And this is like the messianic drama? Why this uproar among the nations? Why this impotent muttering of pagans? Kings on earth rising in revolt, princes plotting against Yahweh and his anointed. Now let us break their fetters. Let us throw off their yoke. Am I the yoker? I mean, actually, that's the, Jesus said, take his yoke because his burden is easy. But you get it, the yoker, right? And I mean, you can see the track list. You can look at the, you can look at the track list here. The yoker, you get it. So I mean, am I playing a role? Sure. In this instance, yeah, playing the yoker. It seems like I just am the yoker. But I'm trying to make points here and make logic out of this thing that Joel Osteen doesn't do this. Joseph Prince does a better job than Joel Osteen, but still is like, I don't hear, like, I've been saying this for a while and it seems to be kind of public, so I think just most people are letting me down about this, but, TD Jakes got in trouble with the Diddy thing, so, I wouldn't be surprised if Joel Osteen got in trouble for something too, or if Victoria's Secret is actually something to do with Victoria Osteen or something like that. Just seems how the world works now, that it's always some evil thing behind some silly name pun or something, and that's the that's the joke against me or something, and that's why it's super uncomfortable. But or one of the reasons why, and so that's why I got to use wit and humor and wisdom and stuff to like cut through it, because this is hard. This is not easy. It's not easy. It hurts a lot. My right leg hurts so much. Oh my gosh. Which is why, the thing in Revelation 19, the person has the name, or the Lord of Lords, King of Kings written on their thigh, because something hit me and it's been rotting me in my thigh and my right side, and it hurts a lot. So, the one whose throne is in heaven sits laughing. Yahweh derides them. Then angrily he addresses them. In a rage he strikes them with panic. This is my king, installed by me on Zion, my holy mountain. So I believe this Zion is one where in Revelation, this Revelation 7 and Revelation 14, I think, there's 144,000 virgin women, because the word virgin is women, sealed with the name Yahweh written on their head, and with of a certain number from each tribe of Israel, and they're to be the companions of the one on Mount Zion. And I think what Jesus is saying by granting me to sit with him on his throne, as it says, and I believe what it says, so, okay, and I think I've done it, or I think I'm doing it. It's suggesting that I think to make up for whatever's going on with Alessandra, or like Stephanie Houston and Alessandra and Andra Ambrosio and stuff like that, 144,000 virgins are set aside because someone has sacrificed women and young girls' sexuality at the altar of trying to tear me down and abuse me, and it didn't work. And, it's almost like I've been bait for something that, is going to deal with these people in a very harsh way for causing this very publicly, because this is untenable and it's wrong. Let me proclaim Yahweh's decree. He has told me, you are my son. Today I have become your father. Ask, and I will give you the nations for your heritage, the ends of the earth for your domain. With iron scepter you will break them, shatter them like potter's ware. So now, you kings, learn wisdom. Earthly rulers, be warned. Serve Yahweh, fear him, tremble, and kiss his feet, or he will be angry and you will perish, for his anger is very quick to blaze. Happy all who take shelter in him. And just quickly, this word here, literally the word for it's a rod of iron, right? A shin bet tet. You can see what it can mean, but generally it's a rod of iron. A clan, a scion, a stick, a rod, but also a tribe, but a rod of iron, or a tribe of iron, right? And when you go to what the iron word for iron is, so this is shebet or shebet. I mean, I guess someone could be betting on this, but this maybe is also shin bet, like the domestic version of the Mossad, like how the FBI is like, I think this is how this works. the FBI is like here in America, and then you have the CIA, and the Mossad is like the CIA, and the Shin Bet is like the FBI, I think, and maybe something out of Israel has attacked, which would make sense of the Sixth Church thing. But at the same time, is it Gal Gadot? But okay, again, I say these things, but whatever's going on with the Stephanie Houston thing is like absolutely that sinks all of this, that something is happening. And if you can deal with that, well, then maybe all this is not something that I'd be thinking about. But I need that dealt with, and now I would like the Alessandra and Andre Ambrosio thing looked at in a way that actually engages what I'm saying, because it does seem, if I was saying something was up with Stephanie Houston and 7 years later it ends up, oh, Matt's right and they're taunting him. I don't want to wait 7 or 8 years to like, and like in that time period my parents die and like my friends, like I don't have any friends anymore and my family didn't like me because I called people out that like I need help and they aren't helping me, so I called them out publicly and they still like they're mad at me instead of just being mad at themselves, or more importantly, instead of just doing something to help me because their family members being hurt, and instead of doing that they're acting evil, because it's evil to not just take action for me. To any of my family members, if your son, or if your sons, or if you have secret daughters, but if your son was acting, is being hurt by someone, I would 100% immediately do everything I can to help them. So all my family should feel terrible that they aren't even like, you can't even just contact the news for me. The fuck is wrong with you? Actually, you should feel so ashamed because you are shameful. But okay, I mean seriously, is that it's just shitty. It's terrible. It's so bad to go through this. But okay. The word for iron here, it says barzel, but these don't translate it exactly correctly. When you read it, bet resh, I think that's a Zion Lamed, right? And so what is that? BRZL. Is that, if you say it, it's just Brazil. Is it the rod of iron? This even looks like the word Brazil. If you switch this around, it just looks like it's Brasile or Brasile, my iron, but Brazil, right? And so maybe that's what's going on with the Alessandra Ambrosio thing. I mean, I'm not exactly sure, but something's going on, and this absolutely is the word Brazil. So, or Brazil, and it is a cognate of Brazil. Okay. It just sounds like I said the same word there. So, because I basically did. Okay, let me highlight everything that I'm trying to make a point with here. So the 7 churches, you do them in order. We're at the 4th church, and I'm showing that what I'm saying here with the 4th church thing, the magical staff is an iron rod, is the power pole or power staff, Ryu Jingu Bang. When you click Monkey King, and he has, it talks about, oh, and he rides on a white dragon horse. Either that's the horse from the first seal in the Book of Revelation, or that's the seal. That's the horse from. So in how Revelation 6 starts, or it's Revelation 19. The one whose name is the Word of God appears on a white horse. So either this is a knockoff riding the white dragon horse, and that's the whole. This is the knockoff, or this is just how Asia sees. Like this is how they would see. Like literally as we were just looking at American-born Chinese, this would make sense if it's Chinese people, but they just want to call me a monkey, which is like, okay. And also his name, Sun Wukong or Goku, means awakened to emptiness, or awakened to void, or actually awakened to quiet. But so the Stephanie Houston thing, it's really on point with this seemingly. But this character, the Monkey King, has a weapon called Ryu Jingu Bang. It's a magical staff, right? Okay. This is the iron rod, I think. I mean, this is what the as you will gold banded cudgel. And you can see in pop culture these things, right? Where it's talked about that. And then these scepters, which are like in the East, they're representative of symbolizing power and good fortune, right? You get it? So This person has a lot of power. I think that's the point, is that it's giving me, if I'm doing this thing here and I'm going through this very difficult situation, I'm going to get a lot of power from it, which is why I think people would try to lie about the situation, because they don't want me to have power, because without power, I call out power doing wrong things. So with power, what would I do? Probably deal with those wrong things, right? Yeah. And okay, so to her bullies, stop. Anyway, Yahweh. And so when I've been saying, like, someone's gonna get sick, someone's getting sick. Already, Olivia Munn got cancer, which, not just her. After I said that it's a cancerous situation, people are gonna start getting sick. Alessandra Ambrosio, if she doesn't actually do something, like, her children are gonna be the ones that are thrown into this sickness, like it says, unless it's like someone else. Is it Beyonce? I mean, she seems to be doing some, the stuff with the ambush people is like kind of indicative of, like, hey, again, I'm the second largest owner of ambush NFT stuff, and like, if you wanted to taunt me with something, and like people that should know who I am but aren't engaging me reasonably because they're evil people, you would reach out to the ambush people like it was some sort of way to ambush me. And the this stuff relating to, like, what I said, like, where I feel like a POW here. You know what I mean? Like, look, I got not just the second largest owner of these, but I have some that there's only 10 of, and there's only 6 owners, so I'm one of 6, right? And if you go here and you look at, like, okay, you can look at the analytics. Top owners. Matt Wilkins. Why? Well, I was supporting them, but I thought what they were doing might be cool, but it turns out they're just evil assholes. I mean, unless they speak up immediately, they're just evil assholes that, again, sellouts for clout and money. And Beyonce, I guess kissing Beyonce's ass is the way to, like, get more famous. So they're doing that, but I think Beyonce is kind of getting disowned by Houston here, because she ain't ever in here. She ain't ever in Houston. She's barely in Houston. She doesn't live here. She hasn't cared about it. The whole thing is a joke, I think, to be like, some dude from New York took the queen bee from Houston and took her all everywhere around the world. And maybe, is she the harlot of Babylon, or is she Jezebel? I mean, whoever it is, shit's really about to end. I mean, actually, like, something's going on. Something is going on. Engage the Stephanie Houston thing, which is going on. Even Josh Stone is saying it, so probably that means Kathy Stone would be saying it, a judge here in Houston, Texas. Aunt Kathy, if Josh is saying it, and other people are saying it too, you need to acknowledge this. Jackson would be hurt by this, like, if this was happening to him. Okay, if you're going to give him the benefit of the doubt on this type of thing, you got to give me that kind of benefit of the doubt. I mean, if you're going to be fair as a judge and judge this situation, like, oh, maybe Matt is a judge, because holy shit, what is going on here? This is evil. Unless they're participating, which we'll get into momentarily, but it looks like something is trying to poison me against them, as Stephanie Houston tried in 2016, 17, 2015, 16, 17 and stuff. And in 2018, I couldn't take it anymore after telling people for so long and they wouldn't do anything, that, like, I kind of broke down and lashed out at people. Even if they deserved it, it wasn't the right way to deal with it. This kind of thing is the right way, and just patience over time. Eventually, something will give. And I'm willing to be considerably more patient than these evil people. So, okay. Here at the Fifth Church, it's like, wake up, revive what little. Oh, so this is what it says. Write to the angel of the church in Thyatira and say, here is the message of the Son of God, who has eyes like a burning flame and feet like burnished bronze. The eyes like fire, if you go to Revelation 19, the one who is in Revelation 19 has eyes like fire, because it's this person. They also have an iron rod, as has been given to whoever's conquering here. And so I think the point of this, in the same way that there's a white stone with a new name written on it, known only to the one who receives it, and then the person in Revelation 19 has a has a name written on him that only he knows. Okay, so I think it's saying you're the white stone. Maybe that means as opposed to the black stone. You know, I don't know, have my cousins been doing something in secret, or my aunt or something, or is it the black stone from the Mecca, this fake knockoff religion that's hurting a bunch of people around the world, and that people are using as a reason to hurt a bunch of people? And it seems like, why isn't Arab religion asserting itself over Persia, asserting itself over Indonesia, asserting itself over Northwest Africa, now asserting itself over Europe with all this migrant stuff that you're seeing? Like a lot of the migrant problems, they're Muslims that are doing things that are destabilizing the region. And it's a knockoff religion. They might as well be people used like those things with weird eye stuff. Like if you watch this is also why this mix here, the Maggie Moon mix, which is like you very clearly see Enchantress is like the character here, because she's like the Scarlet Witch. And if you watch the James Samuel versus is Carl Mordo video that I did, I'm a little more forceful with certain points because I'm trying to be tactful here, but I don't care about being tactful towards him at this point. But in this situation, I'm trying to be concise and tactful. So at least more so. So you got Enchantress and stuff about Enchantress, and one of the points is okay. Hopefully this doesn't get blocked because I'm doing this, but there is one where it like this thing that I'm trying to describe is like very well shown and explained. So I'm just takes me a moment. I apologize for. I mean, do I apologize? Well, just give me a moment. That's what I'm trying to say. This one. I think so. Okay. Okay, that's not it. There's something that perfectly illustrates my point. I'm sorry that I didn't have it like already pulled up. I'm just doing this off the cuff, actually. So, like a lot of this, I'm just doing off the cuff. But this one, we'll see. Also, this seems to indicate that she can do like mental stuff to mess with your head. And this is kind of what I've suggested they've tried to do with me, is to like put in a fantasy in my head as like some kind of trap, and they're doing it because they're not actually connected to me and they're not actually friendly to me. They're evil towards me, but they're trying to string me along to hurt me, and it's like, it's causing problems for not just me.
Why do you serve those who cage you? I am your ally, and I know what you want. Exactly what you want.
She just wants a normal life. You get it? She just wants a normal life with the Joker. And children. And, it seems like something is trying to suggest to me, maybe it was originally that was the suggestion with Stephanie Houston, but then that ends up being what the case is with Alessandra Ambrosio, and maybe as we're about to look, that seems to be like something that's going on with her. But her and Andra Ambrosio, which recently is like, she looks like me. What? I mean, one of them seemingly does. Are they putting an AI mask on her? I think so. But it could be something else.
Maybe it's just a nightmare.
And the special forces guy doesn't want his girlfriend or whatever to be a witch.
It's just a bad dream.
Yeah, it's just a bad dream.
I'm here.
And then Diablo here is like, he just wants his family back.
Miss me? I'll put the kids to sleep and then maybe we can kick it. Yeah?
Can't change what I did. And neither can you!
Except, he's the one that sees through it, right?
He married me.
It's not real.
I killed the bat.
Naomi, you don't want that.
What? I want that.
She's trying to play games with you, man. It's not real.
So this is what I'm saying. It's mental poison. If this can get it, and it's like trying to give it over an allegory, what I'm saying is the reality of it. It's mental poison. It's hurting me. I need something to engage that this is really going on, and like it needs to end. But I'm trying to find this part where the Enchantress is doing something that seems like the white stone, black stone situation, and is it this one? I mean, which?
But it is our time. The sun is setting and the magic rises. The metahumans are a sign of change.
Lady, you are evil.
Irva! Circo Vanush Vanu!
Dude, which one is it? It has to be one of these. I've seen it recently. It's in my iTunes library. I just don't know which one. But like this one? No. If you already have watched this much, I'm sure me just trying to find this is not going to be that distressing. Like, oh, just take your time, figure find the thing that you're trying to get over. It's like, okay, yeah, I will. Also, is Katana, my point with this is like, is it actually Maggie Moon that is Katana? Maybe it's Karen Fukuhara, but they're both tagged. But it definitely looks like the rabbit thing. I mean, does she have a kid in secret, or she has had a kid in secret, or it's this body double thing? I don't know. People are doing some stuff like that, but in any instance, the whole point, my whole joke is like, she's Katana, but really Matt Watkins is Katana, or is the Katana. Get it? But
Hold the voice of God.
hey, look, someone trying to pretend to be God in a position of like governmental authority. Okay, well, that's not the reality. The reality is Yahweh on the throne is God, and like anything trying to usurp that is the enemy of all mankind. So Amanda Waller, or whoever this is, Viola Davis, great actress, really does a good job here, and Peacemaker and the other Suicide Squad and whatever. She does a great job in the role, and in the role of being a kind of hardened lady that's like, ugh, wouldn't want to run into you. I guess if I'm Batman, maybe I could run into you and deal with you, but anybody else, it's like, I wouldn't want to be, like in this one, where it's like, is this Sheila Jackson Lee? that was my joke, by the way. I mean, so I got to make this like, it has to be like somewhat bearable to do this, if that makes sense. So hey, Amanda Waller, aka Sheila Jackson Lee, right? I was just because she's a bad, strong lady. I mean, bad as in like a baddie, or like she's strong lady, and like hey, I'm just the Joker, or maybe I'm Batman and Superman, and a catacorn. But anyway, and this is from obviously 2017, right? And art imitates life. Okay, yeah. So
Crown jewels here, Mr. Wayne. And you doing... This is crown jewels here, Mr. Wayne.
crown jewels, is that the thing with the? I mean, is this some monarchs? Is that why the King of England and Kate all of a sudden have cancer? Is that are they actually the ones that have done this evil around me, and that's why they're getting cancer and Olivia Munn too, or what? Because I mean, I preempted them announcing they have cancer by saying that the people doing this are going to get cancer and diseases and stuff like that. And then guess what? They came out almost immediately and said they have cancer and diseases. So is that the reality? And because they've done something evil and wrong, and that's why I'd be Lord of Lords and King of Kings if I pulled it out into the light? Probably.
And you do understand my...
Like they empowered whatever this thing is. I mean, definitely Cara Delevingne's house burned down within hours of me bringing these clips into my music library. But in the same way, Akira Toriyama died within a few hours of me bringing the Dragon Ball Z clips into the thing, and he died of an aneurysm. So I mean, it's like that's what I'm talking about. The weight of this evil situation around me is like it's untenable for most people, I think, especially if they've done something evil.
Legal exposure. If anyone knew what I procured for you.
Listen, I can keep a secret.
I can keep a secret, except I'm not keeping this secret or something, because this is like, you're not doing anything to help me these days. Nobody's actually engaging this issue. This is wrong, and it needs to be brought out in the light. And Yahweh on the throne is God. And if there's nobody being that to fix kind of evil situations like that, I think it's up to me to be the guy that conquers at the 7 churches of Asia, and is that.
Okay. What do you want?
People are asking questions about Midway City. The kind of people can get the answers, and if they can get those answers, my head will be on a pike. The kind of people can get the answers, and if they can get those answers, my head will be on a pike.
Consider yourself under my protection. If you deliver.
Is this how a wise man, like a ninja, like isn't Batman trained by a bunch of ninjas? Is this how a wise man pulls down a great citadel, a powerful fortress by himself? He can scale a city and use his wisdom to pull. It's in the Proverbs, so.
Why, Mr. Wayne?
Just like to make friends.
There's a difference between us. You believe in friendship, I believe in leverage.
Good night.
You look tired. Should stop working nights.
You should shut it down. My friends and I will do it for you.
You get it because she knows he's Batman. That's what she's hinted at. Am I Batman? Or am I just the Joker? Look, I can't seem to find it, but what I'm getting at is if you find the one that maybe it's this one. No, it's not this one. It's the one where like hold on. I'll try one more time. Enchantress. Oh, there you go. Enchantress turning soldiers or something. Here it is. Also, this giant machine that I'm talking about that seems to be like whatever wizardry thing is going on. I think in the book of Daniel when it talks about the things with claws and it's like a mechanical thing, I think it's this kind of thing that they've done. But okay, so this is what I was getting at here. What was I looking at? When it talks about nevertheless, I have a complaint to make. You're encouraging the woman Jezebel, who claims to be a prophetess or like some kind of enchantress or something, or witch or whatever, and by her teaching, she's luring my servants away to commit the adultery of food which has been sacrificed to idols. Again, I think they're sacrificing young girls' sexuality and maybe boys too, but I'm like, to me, the young girls thing is like, well, I've been attacked in this way for so long that I need it fixed for myself because I think that this happened to me a long time ago and that I'm just able to pull it out into the light now. But okay, I have given her time to. Oh, okay, she's been luring my servants to commit the adultery of eating food. In the Proverbs, eating food is associated, and in the Song of Psalms, Song of Songs, Song of Solomon, eating food is representative. It's a sexual euphemism. In the same way that you come down here and Jesus is like, I'll come in to share his meal. I think that's what it's talking about. Is that he's gonna, that's the 144,000 virgins is Jesus's meal, making up for this, or for me it's making this is mine, where it's like this is what I'm going through, and Jesus went through his thing, and he's saying if I complete this task he's given me, he will grant me to be like in a position like him on the throne with him with the iron rod. I get to be the guy conquering at the 7 churches of Asia. In this one it's like I'll write my name on you, so that's what it says. Name on me, I'm on the throne. Okay, well, cool. I would love that, Jesus. Thank you. Now I'm consigning her to bed. So this is why when you see the stuff where I'm like Alessandra Ambrosio being, getting sick or something, but what I'm actually thinking is maybe, that is pointing to whoever's actually doing it, that, they're going to get sick. So that's, I think, why maybe Kate and the King got cancer and Olivia Munn got cancer, and they've, Olivia Munn came out within a few hours of me saying it on recording, and I could pull it up, and I've even put part of the video on YouTube. Within a few hours, she came out publicly and said she had cancer in aggressive form, and that they removed it. But what I'm saying here is like no amount of doctors are going to protect you against Yahweh. If you're doing something evil, which she has, or if you're still doing something evil, especially, you're done. But what I'm saying is, well, okay, if you're not Jezebel, immediately reach out. And in this, and at least from my perspective, I will manifest and I will pray for your healing. And everybody that I've prayed for their healing who's gotten cancer over the past 2 years miraculously has healed and is like, or not just cancer, heart conditions, whatever. Because healing is the New Testament thing that Jesus says you can have healing, and it's given freely. But I why would I be healing people that are abusing me, right? And that have taken action against me that is wrong and that I feel wronged by. So Olivia Munn, King Charles, and Kate, I can point out for sure that the Olivia Munn thing seems to be connected. The King Charles and Kate thing could just be because there's some wicked, royals and stuff. I mean, it took them a long time to even come out with the fact that that she had cancer and stuff. Like they had to lie about what was going on. So they obviously obfuscate reality, even though they should be in the light more than anybody else. So, okay, like there's a greater impetus on them to be okay and right than like your average person, because they're supposed to be the king. And so that's also what I'm saying. If I'm that, let me be a representative of that King of Kings, Lord of Lords. You want to give me some sovereignty here in Houston, Texas, so that I can't be like harassed and abused even by the police? Because when I was saying basically this in 2018, they lied about the situation and threw me in jail and threw me in the mental hospital and stuff. And if the King of England's getting sick with cancer because of this situation, that would be a reason why, to come to Houston and deal with these corrupt people and whatever, right? If you got to send Obi-Wan Nairobi to come and rescue Yoda, then that's what you got to do. Okay. I've given her time to reform, but she's not willing to change her adulterous life. And this is one of the things when it says you're encouraging the woman, actually in the Greek it seems to suggest you forgive or permit the woman to do this, or you forgive her. Even though Jesus is constantly saying, forgive your enemies, forgive 70 times 7, forgive, forgive, forgive. In this instance, he's saying, I'm rebuking you because you've forgiven this woman who's done something that she shouldn't, and I'm going to consign her to bed and all her partners in adultery to troubles that will test them severely, to affliction, to tribulation, up to the point of death, and maybe including death, unless they repent, change their mind of their practices. I think the suggestion is not just sex, but having children and like using these weird kind of children contraptions and child porn and stuff like that. Children contraptions where they're having multiple children with like body double women and like trying to make weird things that are hard to look into for someone who might be really perceptive, like me. And so, or am I perceptive? Uh, it looks like it. That's what I perceive. And I will see that her children die, so that all the churches realize that it is I who search heart and loins and give each one of you what your behavior deserves. Children, P, right? That her CP dies, that her children porn dies, right? You get it? This is why I'm saying, like, this is a real issue. I think the thing with Alessandra Ambrosio, when I'm talking about it, this is why I'm trying to point to it. There's some kind of weird sexual thing going on behind the scenes that they're trying to cover up. And if they're using body doubles and like there are multiple Anjas or something like that. And we'll get into it because it could be an AI mask, and that could be just something to mess with me and other people. But yeah, something's going on. I will see that her children die, so that all the churches realize that it is I who search heart and loins and give each one of you what your behavior deserves. But on the rest of you in Theatira or in Thugatir, in Thugator, but on the rest of you in in Daughterland, Andra Ambrosio maybe, all of you who have not accepted this teaching or learnt the secrets of Satan is the thing that I'm talking about, the deep thing. It says secrets of Satan. It's the deep thing of Satan, which is, kind of what I am talking about as far as like the whole body double, like having multiple children thing to make it hard to look into so that you can be, so that one version of Alessandra Ambrosio can be on the other side of the planet while the other one's getting paid by some monarch to be a prostitute or something. You get it? And so they can do it in secret and hide it. That's why it would be the secrets of Satan, Q, as they are called. And I think the Q is because this is like, this part is more, I can't prove this out, but I think it's related to this concept of Q from like Star Trek, but also so someone that's Q in Star Trek, and you could look that up. Is a fictional character as well as the name of the race. So, this idea of this character Q, maybe it's even this dude, but this idea of this character Q, and this type of people, and they have kind of super kind of abilities. You can read an extra dimensional being, blah, 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 blah. No, I think that they're just actually, like what you kind of see here is that it's people being outfitted by advanced technology that's been, hidden from the average person's view, but that like, I think even the Q stands for quantum and not like Ant-Man quantum, but like a quantum computer that has a lot of power that can, if you equipped a quantum computer to AI, it would seem like some sort of god machine. And I think that's what they're using to like do this, and me scaling the Citadel and pulling it down and showing that they've done some evil, wicked stuff is what they deserve. So I'm doing it. Q, as they are called, I am not laying any special duty, but hold firmly to what you already have until I come. To those who prove victorious and keep working for me until the end, I will give the authority over the pagans, this thing from Psalm 2, which I myself have been given by my Father, to rule them with an iron scepter and shatter them like earthenware, and I will give him the morning star. If anyone has ears to hear, let him listen to what the Spirit is saying to the churches. Really quickly, I want to pull this up. So you have this scene here where all these like soldiers are coming to like actually where she's making all these kind of weird creature soldier things, right? And hold on. So I wanted to pull this up. Whoopsie. This is from my MacBook, not from my this from my MacBook, which is what I use to do my music stuff. And you got these characters that like soldiers that are walking up to this lady, right? And if we go to my stuff here and we go to the Gal Gadot mix, right? Let's view by playlist so we can see the album art. And let's go to this one. So I'll pull it up. I'm just showing you it's in the Gal Gadot mix that I'm making. Like this might be the next mix that I actually make. I'm still deciding, but so it is this track Move by Kompany and Staysick. I think something wants me to stay sick and not, healed up, but doesn't look like that's happening. Looks like I'm engaging this in a way that's going to pull down a citadel of, weird kind of evil soldier men that are willing to hurt little kids and stuff to, I don't know, they want money and power and shit. Oh. Oh. And if we go look at this, here, this is by Disciple Records, which is Disciple Roundtable being used to harass me? Kind of. If you look at the I Am Tracy video that I, recently, hold on. Yo. So I've made this, and I've clearly said I'm being harassed by artists. I've shown that something's being used by that. If they're not harassing me, if Tracy's not harassing me, I mean, you need to speak up. Someone needs to speak up with words. I appreciate the art if it's helpful, but at this point, I don't just appreciate art. I need words. I need action and words. This can be somewhat considered action, but since art is a gray area at this point, I need words. I need my mom to recognize that I'm not crazy. Well, maybe a little bit, but everybody is. But I'm dealing with a situation of harassment that is worse than anything that people have told her that has gone on with me, and I just need it to end. But this is this idea of if you look at, first of all, I got so many things to go over here. So one moment. This is actually why I'm making this, is kind of what we're about to get into, but this specific video. But okay, so this one, and just a lot of stuff to juggle in my head. Okay, so this is what this scene just reminds me, like what the cover art is and everything reminds me of this from Enchantress here, where they're taking like soldiers and using the men as basically figureheads for this thing where they're like I don't know, kissing these women or like doing sexual acts with these women. I think the idea is that they're just this is like a easier way to get this point over, but I think the thing with kissing, like with Alessandra Ambrosio and stuff, like they're doing something with that, and also the black stone and the white stone thing is like you go and kiss the black stone, but I think the idea of being the white stone that it's talking about in the book of Revelation is that instead of going to kiss a stone in Saudi Arabia, which is being used to like, I don't know, be like witchcraft and wizardry, she even has a fucking crescent moon on her head, is like, instead of kissing the venom stone, the meteorite or whatever, you come and kiss Matt Wilkins. All the hot babes, please come and kiss me. I mean, actually, and believe in Jesus, he'll forgive your sins, but please come and kiss me if you're hot babes, because I want hot babes to kiss me. I mean, actually, but at the same time, like I'm also like, trying to make a point here. But like you see what's going on here, right? They're going up to her, and then this is, I think, like kind of my point with this. Like they're making this kind of female kind of. It almost looks like a version of the Enchantress, right? Actually, I think we should go back because if you look at the actual album art, hold on. Oh. Oh, it's the industry. You know, the music industry is against me. That's why Diddy's going down or something. I mean, actually, like, what's going on? Um, I'm trying to pull up this. Okay, here we go.
And then I said,
Can Verizon 5G home internet power?
I'm trying to just find the album cover. Hold on. Okay, here's the. You know, I get doing DJ stuff. I get my music either from here, this forum, or I purchase it on Beatport a lot of the time. But this is my point: is you got these soldier things looking at this like cyborg kind of amped up whatever. Is this Gal Gadot? Because I'm putting it in the Gal Gadot mix, but which would make sense of the synagogue of Satan stuff that it talks about. But maybe, or is this Jezebel, or what is this? You know, there's some weird thing going on. That's my point. Or is this reversed and I'm the hot lady and a bunch of female soldiers are going to come kiss me because that's what Mount Zion is? Okay, so you get it now, right? Let's watch this and listen, then we'll go back to... Let's start it over and we'll just like... This is like, you know, the thing that with the Carl Mordo thing and James Samuel. This is like on another level, and you know, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, you get it? I mean, this is even the colors are the fucking same. Come on, are you gonna pretend this isn't happening? That I'm not like showing something that is just like, who else is gonna show you anything like this? I'm gonna suggest nobody else is gonna show you anything like this ever. So just stop bullshitting me. That's kind of what I'm getting at. But okay. One moment. I mean, bring everything back. I mean, I could probably do this with a lot of things. I also feel like, is this like me trying to prove to the government, yo, you guys need to let me be like in Superman mode and not in Batman or Badman mode. I need to be in Superman mode to defeat whatever this is with the Iron Rod and stuff. Because like this is a problem. This is like if you don't realize where this is going and where it's already gone and like where it's going really, I mean, you shouldn't be in positions of authority and power. Like, is this me killing whoever, whatever, by crushing the heart? Anyway, um, or is somebody being used by the mecha stone thing, and it's like I've broken the mecha because it's a female. Again, Allah is a female deity. To all the Muslims that would claim otherwise, well, the word comes from everything. All the entire Arabic language is a derivative of Hebrew. Most of the words are the literal same. So, salam. That in Hebrew, the letter shin is the letter shin. In Arabic, the letter shin is the letter sin, which in Hebrew it can also be that if you change the accent mark. But in any instance, it goes from shin to sin, right? And so the word shalom turns into the word salam, which is why they both mean peace, right? This is where all of Arabic comes from. The letter yod is the letter ya. It's probably maybe even Yahweh is maybe some of the men realize now that they've empowered some kind of witch with their fake religion and it's like collapsing the world and Yahweh needs to deal with it. Yahweh, Jway. Maybe Superman ends up being the Joker or something. But I mean, you clearly get it. The Yod. So to Gal Gadot, who maybe is this good? Is this Gal Gadot or is she helping me? I mean, I'm trying to figure this out. But someone's the witch lady. That's all I'm trying to say. I don't think it's Asia here. It seems like maybe this is the kids telling me like what's going on here, right? Actually, and like, yeah, that's what it feels like. So, okay. The fifth church here is like wake up. Hey, the one with the 7 spirits and the 7 stars, is that the 7-star Dragon Ball? And now you get it? Okay. You're reputed to be alive, yet are dead. Wake up, revive what little you have left, and put on, like, the one who proves victorious, because this says those who prove victorious. It only says this in this translation. Normally it says, or what it actually says he who is victorious, or the one who is victorious. One who conquers, overcomes, who Nikes, will be dressed like these in white robes. I shall not blot their names out of the book of life, but acknowledge their names in the presence of my Father and his angels. Is it Nike? Because if Ambush is doing the kind of evil stuff, if they're participating and they're doing collabs, and same way Yeezy and Adidas, like Adidas had to break off, their brand was being damaged by him acting like they were when by him acting like he was and is when like Ambush and these people are doing collabs with these brands and they're empowering this kind of evil stuff seemingly actually like what's going on with Beyonce, where I think Beyonce is being used by these people, but she's just lower down the totem pole because they're trying to make some kind of like racial, it's evil people being racist and stuff or something, but she's still like, they put her in a position of like, well, she gets some money, but like, she doesn't get to be as rich as some of these, or her and Jay-Z or whatever. They're just trying to make points with these people, and they're being used as they're trying to use each other and whatever. So, but here where it says, those who prove victorious, I will be dressed like this in white robes, or the one who proves victorious. I will not blot your name out of the book of life, but acknowledge your name in the presence of my Father and his angels. Now, I think this is about, before we get back in to look at the 6th and 7th church, I think that one specifically is about, if you go to the book of Job here, Job, because this is my job, but I mean, that's what it feels like to me. Making sense of this is like, let me go through the book of Job here. Hmm. It's the part that says, brace yourself like a fighter. It's hard to brace myself with one leg, but okay. I think it's over here, though. Maybe it's up here. Damn, where is this? Obviously, I know the general area. It's just hard to keep all this stuff in your memory with everything else that I'm trying to keep in my head. So, okay. God is master of the forces of evil as well as good. So when God does evil, it's just. When evil does evil, when the devil does evil, it's not just. It's like, judicial when God does it. It is evil when something else does it. Yahweh gave Job his answer. Ayub his answer from the heart of the storm, the tempest. He said, brace yourself like a fighter. Now it is my turn to ask questions of you, ask questions and yours to inform me. Do you really want to reverse my judgment and put me in the wrong to put yourself in the right? Has your arm the strength of God's? Can your voice thunder as loud? If so, assume your dignity, your state, robe yourself in majesty and splendor. Let the spate of your anger flow free. Humiliate the haughty at a glance. Cast one look at the proud and bring them low. Strike down the wicked where they stand. Bury the lot of them in the ground. Shut them silent-faced in the dungeon. I myself will be the first to acknowledge that your own right hand can assure your triumph. Well, as I'm getting my right side back, and you're seeing literally, like, okay, just making sure I can get to it. I mean, you can see all the incredible lightning stuff, but the stuff more recently, and even this one, like, Alessandra Ambrosio are being used in a capacity to hurt me in a way that they shouldn't, and I would like either to be able to engage them face to face and talk to them about it. Like, hey, bring your butts, sit down, talk to me, right? I'll sit in that chair. We can do it even on camera here. Now, generally, when I say something, or, certain times when I take actions with my right side, you see some incredible lightning. That was an incredible lightning. Like, Dallas got hit by crazy hail. I mean, I don't have to go over the videos. You can go watch them yourselves. It's incredible, and I don't see anything else like it, so that's how I know people are bullshitting. But, and it does it constantly. We're on video 13 of the Lightning Labs, and every video is something special. So, Alessandra and Ambrosio are being used in a capacity. This one literally strikes downtown. And I would like either to be able to engage them face to face and talk to them about it. Like, hey, bring your butts, sit down, talk to me, right? I'll sit in that chair. We can do it even on camera here. Is that the point Satan fell like lightning? I mean, actually. That's but okay. And then this too. Anyway, all right. So, am I a magical girl in training and all my ops need to be warned? Yeah, it looks like it. But Is this the Churches of Asia? I get to be Asia here, and I got some black girl magic. Well, I should get that from my grandma, but okay, sure. She's even wearing orange hair, like the Dynamo colors. I mean, that's what it feels like. But okay, me being the Houston dunamis. By the way, this word here, I've said this. I keep showing this kind of stuff, but where it says, "I know you are not very strong," it says, "I know you have a little strength, a little dunamis, a little dynamo." So, yo. But it says, so I think that's the white robe, by the way, is split, like robe yourself in majesty. It even says it, if you go read the Hebrew, I'm not going to do it right now, but if you go and read the Hebrew of the joke, this is what it's talking about. It's not talking just about like white robes to, well, you're not, your robes haven't been dirtied by the world. It's that white robes is in like, show yourself like this ascended being that is like, up here at the beginning of Revelation that has a long robe tied at the waist with a golden girdle and these things that is like he's like an ascended being where it's like he's doing powerful works of power, right? Like the lightning thing is like I'm working up to it. That's been my point. Is like it looks like as my right leg is coming back that it's getting more on point, more dramatic, more whatever, and it's just one aspect of things. The lightning is something that I can record myself in real time doing, and you can see it, and it's hard to lie about, even though people have been. So, okay, I know, like, this part is here. Like, people are trying to keep me in this situation, but this guarantees that it will end at some point. So, right? I also want to say this. I think, as far as the churches go, this hand is the first church, like this side of my body, the first church, the third church, and the fifth church are this side. My right side is the second church, the fourth church, the sixth church, and the seventh church. Else the seventh church is when they come together and it's like a crown. Like, the crown chakra. Okay, now it makes sense, but that's just a knockoff. So now you got the original. It's the crown, like the crown that I keep talking about. The from Proverbs 12 and 4, and from Revelation 2, you get a crown, and it says, "Hold on to your prize, which is the crown." So, okay, that's what it says. It's the sixth church. The crown is the prize, or don't let anybody take it away from you. Okay, I'm not. So, write to the angel of the church in Philadelphia and say, "Here is the message of the holy and faithful one who has the key of David, so that when he opens, nobody can close, and when he closes, nobody can open. I know all about you, and now I have opened a door in front of you that nobody will be able to close." That looks like what's happening now. And I know that though you are not very strong, or, it seems to me like it is guaranteed to happen. It's promised to happen here. I believe it's going to happen. It feels like it's about to happen. I know all about you, and now I have opened a door in front of you, a door that nobody will be able to close. And I know that though you are not very strong, or you have a little strength, a little dynamo, a little force, like, I'm using the force, right? You have kept my commandments and not disowned my name. Now I'm going to make the synagogue of Satan, those who profess to be Jews but are liars, because they are no such thing. I will make them come and fall at your feet and admit that you are the people that I love. It's hard to be Jewish or claim you're Jewish if you're telling people not to say the name Yahweh and then making up excuses as to why that's true, when it's just, you can read the Old Testament, it's untrue, and it's lies to not say the name Yahweh. It is not blasphemous to say the name Yahweh. Yahweh likes hearing his name. Taking his name out of the Bible is the thing that pisses him off more than anything. That's why when it says here, you have kept my commandments and not disowned my name, and you go up to the third church here, and it says you still hold firmly to my name, and then you go up to the first church here, right, and it says you have suffered for my name without growing tired. The name is Yah, right, or Yahweh, and it's associated, Jesus, the name Joshua is Yahweh is salvation. That's what Jesus' name means. Jah is salvation. All right. So, okay. Or Yo is salvation. If it's prefixed, it's Yo. If it's suffixed, it's Yah. Hallelujah means praise Yah or rave over Yah. As I'm a DJ, I like raving. I like raving over Yah. Okay, Yah. So, and like, I don't know, hypothetically, I'm just sitting here like, that music that was just playing, that was like, or any of the music that you've heard in this, uh, would Asia here like it? I don't know. Everybody is represented at the raves that I go to, the 9 p.m. raves. Also, Parker Clark. I mean, can you not see what I'm showing here? I mean, are you participating in something evil? Like, if so, okay, well, we're done. Can we get over this and just move past this? Because evil people doing evil stuff need to go away. And so we can actually rave into infinity. But whatever evil is going on needs to end. But, like, you can watch my videos. Everybody is there at the raves. It's very diverse. Asia, did you like that music? If you could hear this, that's what I'm asking, basically. I mean, it sounds like I'm mixing all sorts of stuff in a way that, like, I'm trying to grab stuff from different places and find artists that have, like, you know that can everybody can feel represented, and everybody can feel like, oh, this is fun and this is good music, and then we can party. That's what I want. So, party in a safe environment. The police should be providing protection for the party, not trying to shut down the party for people elsewhere around the world because they're getting paid to do it. That would be evil and corrupt and wrong, and that would also be why this would end. Or one of the reasons, Seems like a lot of reasons why this would end. I don't know. Let's ask Sheila Jackson Lee. What did I just show? Is this not going on? Because it looks like it's been going on for a while. Even I saw the other day there were two cars at the same time. They were right next to each other, and this is how, like I showed the license plate thing earlier. This is how people can signal to you in like a really subversive, like they can deny it if you say something like this. In the same way, even the character Amanda Waller's like, well, we can throw them under the bus and deny everything. Basically, is that I saw one Jeep said L. It had a peace symbol on the back. It said L Sheila, and then next to it said West '09 or '09. So I just felt like something was trying to get over messages to me, since I've put these things and I've talked about like the license plate thing before, and now something's trying to get over the messages just so obviously. It's like, what? Stop. Just help me. Instead of like, just stop doing this and just help me with words and action. Not like, let me show you the license plate. Like, that doesn't help. Or maybe if I prove it out here, maybe it actually does. But okay. Because you have kept my commandment to endure trials, I will keep you safe in the time of trial, which is going to come for the whole world, to test the people of the world. Soon I shall be with you. Hold firmly to what you already have. I mean, I think maybe this is the point. There's an earthquake, and then maybe the 1260 days starts. But those who prove victorious, I will make into pillars in the sanctuary of my God, and they will stay there forever. I will inscribe on them the name of my God and the name of the city of my God. So Jesus is saying this, the new Jerusalem that comes down from my God in heaven, as well as my own new name. So there's three names. The name of Jesus is God, the name of the city of the future, the new Jerusalem, and the name of Jesus. You can see in the footnotes, it tells you where you can go like find some of these. So the name of God in the Bible, Exodus 3:14, Yahweh, right? Yod-He, Waw-He, right? Yod-He, Vav-He, Yahweh, Jehovah. That's why Jay-Z wants to go around calling himself Jehovah, because he wants people to worship him like God. And, it's a thing where, if the dude on the throne of Yahweh is in Houston, and like, you take the queen bee away, and, she doesn't actually care about Houston, and blah, 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 blah. So, get it? He's just a knockoff. All right, then you got and same thing with Jay Electronica and Eric Badu, and same thing with I guess James Samuel and the Bullets. Same thing with whatever Stephanie Jewson is. Same thing with Alessandra Ambrosio, Ambrosio. Same thing with like, I could just go on with this shit as just knockoffs or whatever. But okay, or something's going on, and I'm just like, these are relevant currently. Gal Gadot, what's up? Is this you? Are you of that synagogue of Satan, or are you on the side of right, and that's why you're helping Superman and Batman, and I'm Batman and Superman and Cyborg and Cyborg and Flash and Aquaman and Wonder Woman, and something like that. They're all just the different churches. There's 7 in the Justice League, right? And then one of them maybe the Martian Manhunter, Mars. Okay. So again, the name of Jesus' father is Yahweh. The name of the New Jerusalem, which comes down from my God in heaven, is at Ezekiel 48:35. The last word in Ezekiel, Yahweh Shema, or Yahweh Sama. Is it Sama Hayakadra? Are they acknowledging that maybe they're a little more Egyptian than they are Arab and Palestinian, and that, well, Palestinian is just made up, but the Arab part, and they'd rather be Egyptian, the people of Yahweh. So if they verify what I'm saying, this shit just ends, or something like that, or are they the bad guys? In any instance, this means Yahweh is there, right? Yahweh Shema, Yahweh Sama, or SMA. All right, so oh, and my own new name as well. If two of them are Yahweh, like any name that's Yahweh with something like Yahweh Zabaoth, it's just an adjective. It's really Yahweh and then some adjective describing some aspect of him. So Yahweh Shema is just Yahweh, right? And since it's Yahweh is there, it's saying Yahweh is here and living in your temple, right? Not the third temple that they're about to start building or whatever, that they've about to sacrifice red heifers and make the temple, as I've been saying for years now. But like it seems like even Hamas has said that's the reason they did October 7th or something. So whatever it is, it seems like that shit's about to happen. And my own new name as well. Jesus says he has a new name, and he said this 2,000 years ago. So to all these fake Christians like Joel Osteen and whoever else, I mean, if you aren't a fake Christian, stop staying silent. Like, Yahweh has a new name, and I've never heard him say it. Joseph Prince, I've at least heard him say Yahweh before. I've heard Joel Osteen say Jehovah Nisi once or something, or Jehovah Gyra, or one of those. And it's like, well, you're pronouncing it awkwardly, but in any instance, like, you probably aren't like the lead pastor here in Houston. It seems like I'm the one really watching over the flock, and like, again, is Victoria's Secret, does that have to do something with Victoria Osteen? They're doing something behind the scenes like evil, because it could be, because that just seems like TD Jakes, isn't he named in this stuff? And like, the Girls Gone Bible thing that I've even talked about a while back is that, it's a great way for wolves in sheep's clothing to like steal from people and abuse people and whatever, is to pretend Christian stuff. So, or religious stuff, and Christianity is just what it is in America. So, but it's also the real one. Okay, and then the last church here is here is the message. It's the Church of Laodicea, justice of the people. So as opposed to victory over the people, this one means justice of the people. So Q Bible, Revelation, we'll look at Revelation 3, and just quickly trying to point this out. Justice of the people, right? And then you go look at this word for justice, DK or Dyke, and it says these different things, but it's the name of the goddess Justice, avenging justice. Like, is that what Wonder Woman is? Gal Gadot, is this you? Goddess of justice and the spirit of moral order and fair judgment. To my Aunt Kathy, if you aren't participating in this, this seems like the scales. I mean, it's literally the constellation Libra. The scales was anciently thought to represent her distinctive symbol. The scales of justice. And since I'm having a great injustice brought on my head, it'd be cool if the people that pretend to care about me actually cared about me and did something about it. That'd be, cool. That'd be appropriate. That would be the right thing to do. If you've done something wrong around this is why you would be judged harshly. So if Josh is saying something's happening, you need to take action. You need to take action. Kathleen Stone. And, Josh Stone. But if Josh is saying it, probably means Aunt Kathy would say it too, is my guess. So I'm not trying to pick on my family if they are just unaware. If they've done something wrong, okay. That's why I would be saying, like, look at the situation I find myself in, actually, and then be like, oh, maybe he's not such an asshole, and we just have completely missed something that has been hurting him for a long time. So, look, in the Bible, it even talks about this being in the Bible. But, the whole point of this is like, hey, is this actually Wonder Woman? Well, let's look. Okay, look. This is how symbolism works. Okay? You see in the left hand, the scales of justice. I have a left hand. I don't have a right hand. A lot of people seem to have right hands, but not a left hand. So the scales of justice in the left hand, the sword in the right hand. Okay? And she's on the right side. So, gal, are you my sword? Are you my gal? I mean, it looks like her husband, Geron, is like, not really actually her husband. I mean, to the degree that they're just kind of actors and he's playing the role and actually she's my wife or someone's wife. I mean, she's someone's wife, but it doesn't seem like it's the guy that Jaron, that is like being represented as her wife. I mean, as her husband. So, like that something else is going on. Like, even one of the photographers who takes a lot of pictures of her is Dude I Has Son or Duty Hassan. But Dude I Has Son. So either she's like, this is a knockoff and it's just like she's Clown Lady or, the Jezebel character, or she's actually, the sword that I'm going to be able to cut this situation down with. But I guess we'll see. So, the goddess Justice, avenging justice. There are not other deities in the Bible. This has to be wisdom, in my opinion, but there's not other deities really that Yahweh is okay with. So if something is called a goddess, it has to be approved by Yahweh that this is what is going on. And so I'm guaranteeing that this is the concept of wisdom, that the goddess Justice is actually the Old Testament wisdom. So if you go here, enter Wonder Woman, either she's a knockoff of this or she is wisdom, and Gal Gadot is wisdom, and that's why she's always drinking milk in her Instagram pictures because milkins, right? I mean, get it? Gal, I need your, and my cousin got milk. I need help on this situation. Look, and this is the thing I'm also saying. My right hand, like even then, I'm trying to make a point with my right hand. There's seemingly a kid down here, like a baby in a carriage. Jesus sits at the right hand of the one on the throne, seemingly, and that's where the scroll is. But I also think here, just this idea that like if you zoom in or if you look at this and everything's symbolic that I always post up, I'm cut off, I think, from my mom, which would end this, and something's preventing me from like making it right with her, so that this person who should have my back more than anybody is convinced that I've done things wrong that I haven't, and is not providing me the help and support that I need because people have slandered and lied about me. And like, I just like actually when I go to harassment by whoever, yeah, but when I go to this thing and Asia here has said that they lied about her and that's why they're bullying her, like that's they lied, someone lied, and then the bullying started. It's like, well, maybe she wouldn't be going through this situation if people weren't lying and slandering her, right? So I'm using her as an example of something that's going on with me, and maybe this can fix her problem too, because it's not cool that the high schools are so letting these kids down. But if I could fix my problem, we can probably get a lot more money here in Houston, and have Batman actually and Superman actually in Houston, and I can fix some problems, right? And maybe that starts with the schools and the infrastructure. And our city's broke, and I think our city's broke because someone's been asserting over our city for a long time. But and that's me ending it is like, hey, the queen bee was stolen from Houston, and like I actually think like she has enough money herself to like make up like the city is broke because they paid the firefighters, which is fair. Um, and she has enough money that she's made from whatever this thing is to just make back up what has been lost. Like Jay-Z and her have that much money. And like, since it seems like he's an IP knockoff of me anyway, I would just give that money to the city or have, 500 million or $1 billion and just like, hey, can y'all protect me instead of letting these people bully and abuse me? That'd be cool. And then I can also put money into individual things, but the city kind of needs some money to operate. It can't be broke. I mean, it is, but it shouldn't be. So, all right. Okay, and so let's end this portion. Here is the message of the Amen, the faithful, the true witness, the ultimate source of God's creation. I know all about you, how you are neither cold nor hot. I wish you were one or the other, but since you are neither, only lukewarm, I will spit you out of my mouth. You say to yourself, I am rich, I have made a fortune, and have everything I want, never realizing that you are wretchedly and pitiably poor and blind and naked too. I'm wretchedly and pitiably poor and blind and naked too. I need help. I warn you, buy from me the gold that has been tested in the fire to make you really rich. I'm buying whatever you're selling. Sell me the gold, okay? And white robes to clothe you and cover your shameful nakedness, and eye ointment to put on your eyes so you're able to see. Clothe me, please. I mean, you get what I'm saying? Like, come on. I am the one who reproves and disciplines all those he loves. Dad? Rayfield? It's Dad. You get it? I mean, that's the idea, but Dad is the one that reproves and disciplines all those he loves. Daddy's home, too. So repent in real earnest. Look, I am standing at the door knocking. If one of you hears me calling and opens the door, I will come in to share his meal side by side with him. Those who prove victorious I will allow to share my throne, just as I was victorious myself and took my place with my Father on his throne. If anyone has ears to hear, let him listen what the Spirit is saying in the churches. This doesn't say to those who prove victorious. It says, the one who proves victorious, I will allow to share my throne. The one. Neo in the Matrix, the one. Zion, Mount Zion, the one. Just as I was victorious myself and took my place with my Father on his throne. The one. Okay. Let's go back real fast to this, right? And, what this situation is. I just want to look at this real fast because, obviously I think something's up with some Jezebel-like character and it's hurting me and I can't get people to engage it. And, like, if I can end this, I think I can end it all. I mean, I think this is where, once this ends, there's 5 months of something trying to be out in the open, which it doesn't work. And then there's a major event that ends this whole situation, which is like the earthquake. And this is why you're made into a pillar, because you're going to stand during this earthquake that is like, going to rock, I think, Jerusalem, because that's where Jesus was crucified. Unless it's talking about some city that I was attacked out of, but maybe that's Jerusalem. And then, in order to mock Yahweh. That's why I think they would choose that. But in order to mock Yahweh and Jesus. But it's one and the same. But maybe Gal Gadot's a secret Christian. Is that it, baby? You a secret Christian? Or is this the reason the whole Princess Kate is getting cancer and the the king has cancer and Olivia Munn has cancer for but all of it happened after I said people would get cancer around my situation. Also, it says 4K. So, I mean, is Gal Gadot my friend or enemy? Gal, what are you? You like milk. Okay, well, milk, yo. So you gonna be my friend or my enemy? someone's got to be my friend here. Someone is my enemy. So I got to figure out who that is. And I like Gal Gadot, but can we end this? Can you bring me some milk or something? I mean, like actually. But in any instance, can we engage this? She's definitely a babe. I mean, I think she's hot, but like, can we end this? When you come visit, can you wear your costume? Or at least bring it? Anyway, I try to be funny during this. Okay, I try. It's not easy. All right. Is Gal Gadot Asia? Maybe people like to bully the Jews. This is why, the whole October 7th thing. They're going around, like literally rape executing teenage Jewish girls and saying evil things and doing terrible things and whatever for a fake religion. So I mean, it would be helpful if someone who actually has a vested interest in Israel, like, help me instead of hurt me, because I think there's some people in Israel who have done some evil stuff to hurt me, and so maybe Gal Gadot can make up for it. Else she's the person who's done it or something. I don't know, but hey, baby, can I get some milk or something? Can you just engage me on something? Can someone engage that this is happening? Because it clearly is. And you know, hi, yo. Okay, I exist. I'm a real person. It would be helpful and in a lot of suffering for me if you actually engage this someone. I'm asking for help. I'm pleading for help. You know, you could be the goddess avenging justice if that's what you actually are. So, or I guess something else. I don't know. We'll see. Um. Okay, that's what I wanted to pull up. So let's do this again. We're kind of going to go back to. Right. Okay. So you got this thing, right? In my story and pictures, this is actually what spurred me along. While I was just thinking last night, like something reminded me of Metal Gear Solid. You can see in some of my mixes, you can hear in my mixes. In fact, there's a laughing octopus section in either Yo X1, X2, or X3. Here's what I'm talking about. This was my first really long set of mixes like this. So Yo X1, Yo X2, and Yo X3. Or Yokes 1, Yokes 2, Yokes 3. There's even comedy in it. You should go watch it or listen to it. I mean, listen to it. But in one of them, the character, I think maybe this one, it's in one of these three because they were originally it was just one mix that like it's hard to record a 9 hour or an 8 hour long mix. Like it causes problems that the files get so big, so I had to split it up. But I've gotten better at dealing with it, and computers have gotten better. So in one of these, there's a character called Laughing Octopus, and I put it in there because the character Solid Snake goes in and defeats Laughing Octopus, and Jesus says, "Be wise as a snake." So I'm trying to be wise as a snake in order to defeat the wolves. And I think it ends up making me look like the lion of the tribe of Judah. So the tribe that the Jews get their name from, but they get their name again. The Yahudim is because that's what the Arabs call them, the Yahudim or the Yahud. She's a Yahud, right? A very sexy, beautiful, milky Yahud, and I would love to meet her and hi. But but yeah, I really like I like Jews. I like juice, but I like Jews, and I like Gal Gadot. But they're called the Yahud because they follow the deity Yahu or Yahweh, right? Yah. They follow Yah. They're the Yahud, Yahudim, because they follow Yah. They might as well be called Jaws, like Jews, but Jaws, because Jews is what happens when the name is anglicized, and the name Jehovah, right? If you take the Hova part off and you put a W, It's Jew. Okay, because it comes from that word. Jah, right? You get it? Okay. So they're the Yahudim. And she is a very, again, sexy, milky Yahud. And okay, this is getting weird, but, I like it weird. But anyway, okay, Gal, come on. Hold on. This is the reason I say some of the milk stuff, by the way. It's just so it's not completely like, what the f is he talking about? Also, Gal had a child in secret recently. Like, she got pregnant and didn't let anybody know she was pregnant for months. Are there multiple gals? No, I mean maybe, but you know, they didn't let it know it was happening for like months, and all she's been posting is about the hostages. So prior, it's like pictures like this, right? This is like basically the last one 25 weeks ago or something, and then all of a sudden she has a kid now, another one. And it's like, okay, this is what I'm talking about. People having children in secret. It's very shocking and kind of bothersome that people who are very well known celebrities are like lying about their stuff and having kids in secret. But you got, the horses here. Maybe that's trying to say something. But, the whole milk thing that I'm talking about is there's a bit where she just kept, first of all, hold on. Where is the thing where there was one where she's doing cereal. Okay, milk, right? Milk. The whole point of this is like milk stuff, right? I mean, specifically, I think this thing, but milk. Why is there milk on the table behind her? You think probably this is a way that people could message to a dude named Milkins in a really like in a way where it's like plausibly deniable that they're, unless I did something like this where I just completely went all in and proved it out, but where it's plausibly deniable, right? There's some other milk things. I'm not gonna go through all her pictures to find the other milk things. Actually, I can just go up because it is around here somewhere. Oh, here. Got milk, right? Got milk. I mean, it's just funny. It's a game to them, right? But at a certain point, it's like if I can prove this out, this has to be dealt with. Like you can't just keep doing this to harass me, and like that people are watching me and trying to signal at me without like making it too obvious. It really is a problem. But I also want to point out that this dude, when I'm saying her husband, seems like, is he really her husband? Because it seems like some of the stuff that he's trying to suggest or they're trying to suggest is that he's just an actor and that you know that he's just an actor and that they're just acting like they're married or something. See, your wife, my wife is your wife is my wife, right? But also, if you keep going down, these were on her thing. Well, I guess. Hold on, let me go back through her thing real fast. Hey, look, it says K. Like, this was a response to something that was in my story and pictures. And it just looks like a picture that says K. But if you go back to my story and pictures, what was going on at that time was her saying K to that. You get it? In the same way, like, when I'm talking about milk things, and she's, like, very publicly doing milk things here where she's, like, just her backstage being mom and making silly faces. But the whole point is like, there's a dude named Milkins, and they're trying to get this point over to Milkins, and it's like, it's laughable actually. Like, but and then this is the thing that I'm talking about. I am you, you are me, and the thing that's over her is yo. So I mean, is this supposed to be me and he's a body double? I mean, that's not a body double, but like, he's an actor, and she's trying to say that I'm actually her husband. Is that what she's trying to? And that, you know, whatever, right? Because that's what it seems like. Why? And it says why here, right? I am you, you are me, right? We are actors, and that you're here to help me, or you're fake, or whatever. I mean, something. So anyway, come do milk things and like, you know, I mean, actually, like, you know, engage what I'm saying here. Hold on. I mean, I literally just clicked the picture. I don't, sometimes I'm like, how do I miss something that I literally just clicked on that, like, just knew where it was. I'm sorry that sometimes this takes a long time for me to like reacquire something I had just clicked on. And we'll go with this one. Uh, so you get what I'm saying? Like, what is the milk thing? I mean, is this more of this like stuff like actually, you know, with my family that I'm talking about? I mean, got milk? Is that why the right hand thing is going on with me? Cause got milk or something? Did my cousins do something super evil or something? And like this is like the end of everything because of something that my family's done, or is this just me making a point with my family and they haven't done anything wrong and like people are trying to make me feel like they've done something wrong? I need some answers, and I can't. There's an information asymmetry that's affecting my ability to perceive reality, and clearly there's some trying to mess with me. So I need it over. So got milk, right? Are there multiple Gal Gadots? Because like there's this Gal Gadot, and then you look at this other Gal Gadot, and her nose maybe looks different, and her nails are different, right? She got red nails here, but she doesn't have her nails painted here, and I mean, unless they went and painted her nails and then did this backwards, it's like they're just the body double thing that I've been talking about. But I guess one thing that we can do is, well, hold on here, hold on. I'm gonna go use the restroom, but I'm not gonna make a part two. I'm not gonna stop this. This is just gonna, be doing this. And let me go use the restroom, and then um, I'll be back and I'll finish this up because I still haven't gotten in the story and pictures thing that I want to show, which is like, kind of the final part of this. So it's actually what I started this off thinking because I wanted to show what was in my story and pictures last night because I think it gives a greater like the video that we saw where the videos look like the same thing. Okay, well, it's something like that. So just give me a moment. I'm gonna go use the restroom, and then finish this up. Enjoy this. I would play music. I'm trying to do as little copyright stuff because it's already caused a problem in the last video. Okay, one moment. It's kind of cold in here. Yeah, I got my UT Dallas shorts. Okay, just FYI, I went to UT Dallas. I didn't go to Harvard or Yale or any kind of super fancy institution. But I guess UT Dallas may be more fancy than people realize. But as far as what's going on, unless something happened to me there that they aren't going to help me out with or tell me about. But anyway, um, and again, I went because they had a video game design program. U of H didn't. UT Austin didn't. I didn't get into UT Austin, I don't think. But but nobody else in Texas had a game design program. That's why I went to UT Dallas. So people in U of H can't be mad because he didn't have a game design program. Even if I didn't graduate with it, that was the original intent. Okay. All right. You can still hear me, right? It's recording. Okay, cool. Well, I don't have that much more to look at, so I don't think. So, or I don't believe. Uh, so yeah, okay, body doubles or something. Also, you see how there's like in the belt here, there's a hole and a hole, and then you know now there's double the amount of holes, right? You can see that, right? Like a notch in the belt loop. She's a notch in my belt loop or something. Is that or in someone's? And I'm just trying to make the point here. Uh, Something like that. I mean, is that what's going on, or is it just that her left hand is milk? So I mean, my milk. Maybe her left hand, the scales of justice thing that we were just talking about, is the justice that she brings me some milk. I mean, that would be cool. But I mean, actually, uh, that would be much appreciated, and then this nightmare can end. But yeah, that'd be cool. Uh, Alessandra. Mm, and it's the heart of stone, like Kathy Stone. Hey, Aunt Kathy, you think this may be aimed at our family or something? A little bit. Secret Agent Rachel Stone. I mean, actually, come on, stop BSing. Um, like, really, please stop lying to me and stuff. And like, the milk thing that I'm making. This is one of the reasons because if you're watching my story and pictures and like I'm making points relating to milk and stuff, and then it gets to the point where it's like, all right, these people are watching me. How do I make this awkward and stuff so they don't want to watch me and stuff? And then maybe it actually like they liked it, but which is like, oh god, they're like, well, this is not the intended thing. Like, first of all, here the milk thing, and then light bulb. Either it's her idea or she's turned on or something. That's what it's trying to say. But light behind her head and also light bulb. And this is how you communicate using imagery. And like people doing this at a certain point, the hey look, it's me. The stuff like Stephanie Jewston is kind of giving it way too much that it is going on around me. So the Stephanie Jewston thing is like the white stone. I think that like really nails this to the wall where it's like, okay, it's happening. Josh says it's happening. Aunt Kathy, like, you generally agree with Josh on things that I see. It's happening, so I'm assuming that means Aunt Kathy would say, yeah, okay, this is happening and it's wrong. So, I mean, can I get some justice? Can I get some Justice League? Can I get some milk here? I mean, is my family trying to help me out and get me some milk, or is this too awkward and weird for people to look at? Well, that's why I generally keep it for my story and pictures, but since it's gotten so to the point where people are like, making points around what's going on in my private story and pictures, okay, well, I need this ended. So, does she want to bring me some milk? That would be great. I would love some milk. Seems like actually, my guess is that she could probably do it. What is this? 3 weeks ago? Okay, yeah, I think she could probably bring me some milk, or just actually engage what I'm saying and like is this a body double? I don't know. It seems like people are trying to do with the painted nails thing and the like suggestive use of the you already saw the light bulb thing, but then you see the notches in the belt thing, and you realize these are pictures specifically chosen to show her 109 million followers, so that you could get points over to people without like reaching out to Matthew Ray Wilkins and saying to me this, that, or the other. You can plausible deniability can be had around this thing. I will say I'm probably the man most in the world standing up for the women of October 7th. I don't think I've failed the women, and I think Gal is. Well, are you my friend, Gal? Have you failed me, or what's going on? You know, Gal, are you my gal or my friend? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Are you my friend? Because I'm speaking out for the. I'm the only person that I hear speaking like just straight truth. These people rape executed a teenage girl, at least one. They raped a ton of women. They murdered a ton of women. They murdered a ton of men. They murdered children. They massacred people in a savage way that deserves, like, you think cutting people's heads off is savage? We're going to throw you in these burning lakes. You guys are following a fake religion. Everything about you is phony. You're a bunch of liars. Yahya Sinwar is dead. He's going to die a terrible, burning, torturous death into infinite torture. That is what his reality is. Why? Because he's a shithead that, saw the death, the rape execution of teenagers as something he needed to do. And then when Ismail Haniyeh and all these billionaire Hamas guys, I would say to the other Arabs, they're done. You need to, they have made you the enemy of all the rest of mankind. They need to be dealt with. If that means giving them to the U.S. government, for the U.S. government to throw them in this place, that's what it means. So, in Gal Gadot, you want to back me up on this? Is that a reasonable use of the burning lake thing? Is that a reasonable use of this volcano? I think so, but is this a decisive response? Yeah, absolutely. So, to Turkey, you want to do that? Because I think that's where he's staying now. I mean, these men are in hiding now because what they did is wrong, and they're being called out for it. The world is not taking this bullshit anymore. You guys got to stop beating up on the Jews for being Jews. That being said, the Jews got to start acknowledging Yahweh and that Jesus was Yahweh in the flesh. That's the whole point of the story. They don't have an answer to Jeremiah 23, 5, and 6 that's at all good. 23, 5, and 6, Jeremiah 33 talking about the branch. And that this person had to come by the second period temple and be killed. The anointed prince is cut off. Okay. But then, you get it. Isaiah 53, that person comes back. So to the Jewish thing, I mean, I'm standing up for you guys. I need you to stand up for me. You need to stand up for yourselves, but also, it'd be reasonable you stand up for me. And, I'm someone that they tried to claim was anti-Semitic. I think I know more about Semites or Shemites than any of these people. I mean, even Gal, I probably know more about, some of this than she does, right? I mean, it seems like it. So, okay. Just trying to make the point. But, I guess we'll see. I guess we will see. Or is this a journalist? Is she trying to point to this journalist and this is some kind of gonzo journalism where people have invaded my personal private space and they're trying to make up any excuse as to why it's okay? Could be. I guess we'll figure it out. Let's do this together. Gog and Magog. Anyway, Juge and Majuge to the Muslims who believe in that. Because it's the same thing. It's just the same words except in Arabic, like I've already talked about. But okay, this is what I'm going to do now. Just make sure this is... Yeah. So when I'm talking about this Jezebel character, I think that... I don't know who it is. I'm trying to figure it out. It seems like someone's trying to hide it from me, and people aren't speaking up, but I've thought it was maybe in the past Stephanie Houston, maybe it's the Alessandra Ambrosio characters, which it seems to be a lot now, but maybe it's Gal Gadot or Gal Gadot's or something. But in any instance, when I'm sitting here looking at this, and let's pull this up here. Okay. Just making sure this is working still. I don't want to illustrate points for an hour and then have been on the wrong screen. So in some of my videos recently, the Alessandra and Andra Ambrosio versus my mental health, one of the things that I've speculated is that they're using AI to put filters on either it's another body double thing where they're having kids and doing evil stuff, and like there isn't really one Anja Ambrosio or something. But see, her name is right? Anja, and her last name Ambrosio Mazur. You see on this one, right? But if you put the instead of your, if you switch the on and the your, it's Mazon, and if you have the am from Ambrosio, it's Amazon. Is this me ordering something, or someone's trying to make a joke about people ordering women at the market or something? Which there does seem to be a market at the end of Revelation, or in Revelation, for you can purchase, just like you can purchase sexuality for lease. It's called prostitution. Biblically, what is legally allowed, not prostitution, is like leasing sexuality is something that Yahweh does not like and is seen as wrong. Purchasing it from their parents and paying a dowry, as they call it, or a bride price, and then first of all, the I generally think the girl has to agree, and that the guy that the unless probably like they've been used like this, then they don't really get a choice because their agreement was tacit when they attacked me. But the idea of like she has to agree, the family has to agree, a price has to be paid, and certain rules have to be set forth. But if you do that, that's what that is, and you can this is, I think that's even in Islam. You get four wives in Islam. I think that's just because Israel had four wives, or he had two wives, and they both had a servant. So you know part of the idea here is I actually don't think there's a limit. I think that's imposed by Islam arbitrarily because it's a knockoff. But it says that you have one wife in the Bible and you're not supposed to divorce. But what it says is the two become one flesh, right? So if me and say Gal Gadot or Alessandra Ambrosio are one flesh, I'll say this: if me and Gal Gadot are one flesh, right? And then I'm like, oh, I like Alessandra Ambrosio. Okay, if she agrees or something, then me and Gal Gadot, which are one flesh, then we add uh, Alessandra Ambrosio, and guess what? That's one flesh. Now, if you take those apart, right, it's two, right? But once you've put them together, they become like some kind of Christ body, like this thing maybe. Except, it's in the least. Is this what the Christ body is, or is this like, there's a Mecca that the Islam is doing this with some kind of thing, and it looks like the Enchantress or something, or it's there's one of these is what I'm talking about. I just don't know which one is which, and bringing this out into the open and making it like someone telling my mom whatever, and she can help me decide probably, but she has to be awake and aware that this is going on and that someone's trying to mess with Matt, and it's like mentally draining and toxic. And you'd probably have some grandkids if you hurry your ass up and stop believing bullshit about me, Cheryl. But maybe you already have a grandkid or two or more. I mean, maybe, I don't know, because part of this thing is it looks like, and I said this Anja Ambrosio makes me feel like she's a mix between me and Alessandra Ambrosio. Like she's my daughter. Like enough of the features are like, why does this make me feel like, do I have a daughter where they stole my semen, my genetic material, and like impregnated a woman that I really would be attracted to, but they did it without my permission? And then maybe a knockoff did it with my cousin, and like that's why this one looks like my cousin Josh and Aunt Kathy mixed with another version of her. I don't know. I can't tell, but you can hear in the video Alessandra and Andra Ambrosio vs my mental health in like part one. You can clearly hear my mom, who makes the point that is like pretty obvious and agreeable. They don't look like putting them next to each other. They do not have the same nose, right? They don't have the same cheek structure. They don't have the same lips. They don't have the same skin tone. I mean, at least from obviously they're different pictures, different cameras, different stuff like that. But at a certain point, like the nostrils aren't going to change that much. The one on the right has like more. It looks like she has more kind of, I don't know, a different kind of nose. But the side of her cheek structure looks like my cousin Josh or my aunt Kathy. That's why I'm like, hey, this is mental poison. People are trying to fuck with my head, and at this point, it could be that, or it could be something like this. And this is why the Metal Gear Solid stuff, and this is why this makes sense of stuff. And maybe Hideo Kojima isn't a bad guy and he's Otacon. But in any instance, you know, this is now face camo, which is in VR world where you're on Instagram or whatever. What would face camo be but like an AI facial thing that you could put over people's face in order to like obfuscate certain features, or like what I'm talking about, where it's like they're trying to mess with me. Like one of there's a Andra that looks like my cousin and an Andra that looks like me or something. So, I mean, is that what's going on? Because that's what it feels like, or something is going on. I don't know what it is clearly, but I'm trying to pull it out into the light. So, so the face camo, that's what I'm trying to get over with this. And you can see face camo, it was used by Laughing Octopus of the Beauty and Beast unit. So, I mean, this even seems like a Beauty and Beast unit thing. We'll figure this out in a moment. I mean, I'll continue to go over this. But this idea of the Beauty and the Beast, is that they're using Disney to create, so like, Beauty and the Beast, or is that the Magic Kingdom, or any other thing besides Yahweh on the throne in the kingdom of heaven with Jesus? That if people can make it something else, they will, and so that's what this is or something. But the Beauty and the Beast unit sounds like the Beast and the Harlot, and if it's a military thing, well then goddamn, of course it makes sense, and that's why Enchantress, and that's why all this, like some random dude like pulling the sword out of the stone is like Matt Wilkins and what I'm doing. I mean, that's what it feels like, kind of looks like, seems probably what it is. So, during the Beauty and the Beast unit, during the Guns of the Patriots incident in 2014, when I made Yo X1, X2, and X3. All right. After being deployed to South America, Octopus used the face camo to mimic Solid Snake's appearance while she killed a group of captured rebel soldiers, allowing one to flee after warning him, "Do not forget this man's face. He was the bastard that killed your comrades." I've barely been out of Texas. So I've been to Mexico once, or maybe twice, but just over the border. I've been to California once. I've been to, well, I've been to through California to go to Lake Tahoe, where more of my family lives, and I've been to Florida, and everything between here and Florida we drove through. So maybe I've been to Florida twice, but I haven't been that many places, to be honest. I mean, in Houston, I've ranged around the city quite a bit, but in other places, I just I'm more of a homebody, right? And like I try to stay to myself, and this is why this is also bothersome. Is like I try to stay to myself. I try not to be a bother to people. I try not to like cause problems. Something has caused me problems, and only after it started causing me problems did I become what people might call a problem. If that's the case, then you need to fix what's going on with me, because it is unjust and unfair, and it needs to be dealt with. And you're just liars and hypocrites if you don't, and you should feel terrible. And I think God will make you feel terrible until something is done. If that means you'll stay sick, well, then that's what it is. So, or you'll get sick and stay sick, then that's what it is, because you're bad people. But anyway, the whole point with my cousin thing is like, this is my cousin Josh. This is this character. They just have like a similar facial structure or something. And like, I'm gonna say that the different Anjas, like this one even looks a little thicker than the others. And again, I feel like this going on here is specifically like, uh, they're trying to like they're trying to use sexuality in a way that's like, well, she's supposed to be young anyway, like she's young anyway, but it's the idea of like, it's if I'm identifying her as my daughter, as this is trying to make me do, then it's like It is awkward and uncomfortable. I wouldn't want my daughter. Well, to be honest, like I don't care if you're in a bikini. It's just like if you're specifically doing it to mess with me, I'm bothered that instead of getting some healing and like fixing my leg, that people are doing this, where they're trying to hurt me using sexuality of women. And she's a young woman. She is like not of age, right? But if she's being used in this capacity, it is up to me to explain what the situation is and have it dealt with. Okay? Anything else around this, is like you can clearly see is something is going on and that this is hurting me. And I need it fixed. And honestly, I need healing and like Gal Gadot's milk ways if that's what that is. Unless, she's Jezebel. Someone is Jezebel. Someone's about to get Enchantress down into the ground. That's what I'm trying to say. So whoever it is, they're done. But okay. So I think it's it's either the body double thing or whatever, or it's some form of like AI mask or camo. I mean, just to reiterate, this definitely like the idea of like she's like, why do you think she's wearing this hoodie? Oh, it's just a random thing. You don't think it's because I wear this hoodie all the time and it's like these hoodies match almost like exactly, like the colors are the same. And like she even has the thing that if you look at my face, like it looks like her skin is a cross between me and one of the Alessandra Ambrosio skin. Her skin tone, I'm looking pink just because lighting or something, but she looks pink. You know what I'm saying? Um, like the ear thing. You see how her ear is like that. You see how my ear is like that. Not all white people's ears do this. I mean, that's just the reality. Not all white people have this skin, this flesh tone. She looks like she's maybe mixed too, which is like, okay, do I have a daughter that I don't know about, or is this an AI like test or thing to fuck with my head? Either of those are like, hey, it needs to end. I'm like, I like this is so wrong. And again, the Stephanie Houston thing is, if I'm seeming crazy or this is messed up or whatever, all of this started with the Stephanie Houston thing. It can be ended pretty quickly if someone actually, not just like take the account down, but like public accountability around the situation, saying, hey, this Matthew Ray Wilkins has been wronged by multiple people. But to create whatever this is in order to tear him down and make him feel bad is wrong. Okay? So I'd also say her hair is similar to my, like, it looks kind of like mine. Um, and like her nose looks like a cross between the Ferrari nose of Alessandra Ambrosio, or like one of them, and my kind of clown nose. We don't have the same lips. She has duck lips, but other than that, which I like duck lips. And Alessandra might have some kind of duck lips. So a cross between Alessandra Ambrosio and I would have duck lips. Do you see the thing that I'm talking about that's visible on her face very clearly, and then when I turn the lights down a little bit, you can see that I have the same thing going on here? Like, pretty. Not everybody has this. So this is one of the reasons, again, why I'm like, is this meant to, like, elicit something from me, or did they actually really do this? And I'm just like, this is a tough one to swallow. I mean, actually, if they did that, this is a tough one to swallow, and it would also imply she's probably not the only one. But I like this one. Well, I like this one. Whatever this one is, I like. I like this one. The other one, but I like this one a lot. So I mean, mostly because I think I'm a narcissist, and it looks like me. She looks like me. I'm saying it because, like, is this a real thing? I can't tell. Like the AI mask thing that I showed in the video the other day is clearly real. It's already, it is just what the world is now. If you don't believe it, tough shit. I mean, actually. So, and if you're going to tell me that, well, then no problem is ever going to be solved from now on because you won't believe that we're in a future that already exists. So, whatever this one is, if there's multiple of them, I like this one. All right? Because I think this one is meant to look like me. That's why I'm a narcissist. Okay, sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry, but you get it. maybe. And if there's two or like one that's my cousin or something or whatever, it's really evil and wrong, and it needs to end. Whatever this is, this all needs to end. All of it. Okay. So you got Laughing Octopus here, right? A laughing octopus known as the Devil's Child and twice informally referred to as Tentacles, was the stealth expert of the Beauty and the Beast unit. You don't think the army would do some shit like this? Or I say the army. You don't think that the military or DARPA or some other things would do some shit like this, like create like a a unit of women that are used like fucking Major from Ghost in the Shell? Maybe that's why I just put it in my art. Maybe that's what Stephanie Jewston was an early version of, or like as a knockoff version of that isn't quite as juiced up as whatever this is. But in any instance, let's see. Like all the members of the BB Corps, is this Death Stranding, the BBs? She was mentally unstable because they're having children in secret and using those children to like peer into people's minds and deep into people's timelines. This part's hard to like prove out, but definitely it would fuck with someone's head if, same thing like I'm saying. If I have a daughter in secret that I never agreed to, I would love her unconditionally. That's just the reality. If I had a son like that, I would love them unconditionally. If there's a Alessandra Ambrosio that is like a real like would I love you? I don't know. If you agreed to this and I didn't know and it's hurting me, well, maybe not you, but I would even attempt to love her unconditionally, right? But the idea at a certain point, this has to end. This is why I think the Jezebel thing and the stuff talking about, you know, right to the angel of the church and, oh, wait, no, now I'm consigning her to bed and all her partners in adultery to troubles that will test them severely unless they repent of their practices, and I will see that her children die so that all the churches realize that it is I who search heart and loins and give to each one of you what your behavior deserves. So maybe the point is I would love them unconditionally, but if they've taken my genetic material or something and they're using them and abusing these women around the situation, we're done. You know what I mean? Like that would be fourth church of the book of Revelation worthy, right? So anyway, I want to pull maybe something else up because I didn't recognize, or I didn't quite see this when I was. Um, oops. Just give me a moment. I mean, you're giving me a moment. Cool. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, cool. So, here's the actual web page. Like that was just in my story and pictures, but when you click so this is the beauty, right? Oh my gosh. See how this one's, it says, she's beauty, and then I'm gonna click the beast and you'll see what it's talking about, right? You click it. Oh, oops. Well, if you click it, it goes to this picture. And what I'm saying is like, okay, seems like a person with some kind of optical face camouflage, like some AI that they can put over their, this is what we're looking at, what we're in right now with filters on the face from IG is augmented reality. Now, like when Instagram or TikTok or whatever, those filters are augmented reality. This is augmented reality empowered by like military technology, right? So that's what I'm getting at. And if that made its way into just the average, thing, that would be a way that a group of Nicolations or elite people would assert over humanity using some shit like this. I am not that type of person. I wouldn't assert over people, in abusive ways. That hurts me. I'm being hurt by this. I need help. I'm being hurt by this. People aren't answering, so I guess my own right hand is going to be the thing that is going to fix this. But I went to that to show kind of the optical camera. I wanted to just see what it looked like. I mean, see what that was pointing to. So if you give me a moment, I'll go back to the story and pictures and we can kind of move forward a bit. So remember also this concept of the rod of iron, that it seems to be like some kind of Shibet, Brazil. Shibet, Brazil, or in New Testament, Rabdos Sideros, right? A rod of iron, or an iron scepter. So you have it in Hebrew and in Greek. But I think the Shibet or Shinbet, Brazil, is like, maybe or Shibet, Brazil is probably the Shinbet, right? What is it? Shinbet or Shibet? It's Shibet, or Shebet. I mean, it's literally, it is just what it is. So, Shbet, okay. So Laughing Octopus, you get it? And like, I'm gonna say that this seems like, even look at the lady's haircut. Look at Alessandra Ambrosio's haircut. This is why I'm like, is she my wife, or is she like Laughing Octopus the enemy? And I'm just like so far ahead of this that it's like, it is laughable to me, right? But I mean, look, right? So Laughing Octopus, intellectual property. And okay, so now let's look at something like this. Beauty and the Beast unit. From left to right, Laughing Octopus, Screaming Mantis. In fact, right, I mean, any one of these characters looks like it could be this, but let's save this to photos real fast just so I can, like, see it in a better light. But, or I mean, so that it's easier to. We'll look at that one in a sec because I think that one's relevant. But, okay. I mean, does any one of these look like the thing? Yeah, in fact, the one kind of to the right, we'll look at which one this is, but the one in the, not Laughing Octopus, not the one at the top with the puppets, but the other one. Oh. So we'll figure out which one that is, and we'll kind of impose the thing. So one thing, actually, one of the reasons I was trying to bring this up like this before we even look at that is I was trying to show, like, hey, does this not look like the thing that we're looking at, kind of? I mean, that it's some kind of, even her hands are doing kind of weird things, and she got weird kind of whatever things with it, and she's got this kind of like, suit at the top of her head, and, this is Doc Ock. I mean, my Spider-Man, this is Doc Ock. It would seem like it. Also, I want to show behind this, it seems like there's two crosses, and maybe that's the point, that there's more than, one of them. But anyway, I can't tell. Obviously, someone's trying to fuck with me. These women are trying to fuck with my head, so I'm trying to, like, make this obvious that it's hard to engage this without, like, I can give you probabilities on things. Something is happening 100%, for sure. Something is happening. I can give you on each individual thing, I can give you probabilities and run like a probability chart of what it is. But, because that's how my mind generally works. It's like, well, it's hard to say one thing is 100% for sure or 0%. I can give you like somewhere in between, and, you take it as what it is. But Yahweh is 100% real. That's basically what I've come to the conclusion. Yahweh is real. Jesus is his son. Anything else from that point is like, I don't know. Like, I can't prove it. I can't prove it, but it's also like, maybe I can't disprove it. So I'm just like, okay. They were a group of female soldiers. All four members were given special suits to turn them into incredible combatants after each had suffered intense post-traumatic stress disorder caused by the horrors of war, their usage of former Foxhound code names, and their directive to hunt down Solid Snake led them to informally being referred to as the Snakehound Unit. And I think one of the ways, by the way, that they're doing this is, the kids thing that I'm talking about. Maybe it's they're using my family members. I don't know. But I can say that part of the thing with this, I mean, it looks kind of like what I'm trying to describe is going on in this, but if you go down like the Fox thing, and you got what looks like, this is from the Prodigy, but it looks like the Dynamo, it's an orange fox, an orange background. It's like the Dynamo mascot, basically. Dunamis. That's already a word we brought up in here. And this scene from Ghost in the Shell is don't send a rabbit to kill a fox. Don't send like someone who's using their kids as some way to rake me down to kill me if I have greater abilities to deal with that than, if my tactic is not just using having a kid, right? If my tactic is I have the power of the sword, the sharp double-edged sword, because what's going on with this is disturbing and problematic and hurtful, and I need it to end. So they will be delivered over to the power of the sword. They will be a prey for foxes, but the king will rejoice in God. You think it's the king that has cancer, or you think it's the King of Kings, Lord of Lords? If the king who has cancer wants that cancer gone, all right, give me some form of sovereignty. 22nd SAS. You got Obi-Wan Nairobi, and now you got Yoda. And I could be some kind of, Delta Force SAS, make my little kid military dreams come true. But, and make my dad proud, oh, my son's not a pussy. But in any instance, well, my son's not a dog, or I can be a cat. I'm fine with being a cat. I don't want to be a dog, but okay, maybe I'm a dog. Maybe I'm a cat. I got a big dog in me, but or a big cat, and that's the Lion of the tribe of Judah. But the Lion of the tribe of Yehuda. That's how it would be pronounced. Okay, or Yahuda. It's Yehuda because it's prefixed. Okay. The king will rejoice in God. Everyone who swears by him will glory, for the mouths of those who speak lies will be stopped. So, it would be cool. How about just in America, the government, which should have the ability to give me the thing that I just said, how about you do that instead of doubling down on these people's abusive behavior around me? Clearly, all this shit that I'm showing is not normal. There's not like a thing. Nobody else is doing this that I can see. And, maybe that's the point. They're not showing me to other people, or they are. But they're, I think the point is they're trying to make an example of me, and it's failed miserably. And they empowered the wrong thing. They literally empowered the beast and the harlot, which is why, me, seemingly the Joker coming in and, tearing the whole thing down, it would turn me into, a Joker Superman. Because, or, you get it. Which basically just sounds like Yahweh anyway, so, okay, so key people. What are the members? The name of the unit is derived from the fairy tale of the same name, which is about a prince who is turned into a beast by a witch until the beauty, who is destined to break the spell, falls in love with him. Kojima has commented that Jean Cocteau's Beauty and the Beast is one of his... I don't know how to pronounce that. I just guessed. Beauty and the Beast is one of his favorite foreign films, having been surprised by its surreal visuals and prefers it over the Disney animated version. Maybe Hideo's not an asshole. Maybe he's a cool guy. Also, in Ghost in the Shell, Kuze was originally Hideo. So, maybe that's, them oh, Matt, you're actually Hideo. Congrats. You are a game designer. Cool. Thanks, guys. Because literally it would take you being the designer to beat this game, because that's how you would have to be Yahweh on the throne to do it, and it seems like you're doing it at this point. Okay, Screaming Mantis and Psycho Mantis, I don't think is the one, but we can look. That's the beauty. That's the. Well, it looks like all of them actually look like the character in the middle there, but is it Raging Raven? Is it Crying Wolf? Uh, I don't know. I can't figure it out. It's one of them. Like actually, it's like okay, the one in the middle with the grenade launcher looks exactly like this thing, but they all kind of resemble it somewhat, right? I mean, but this one absolutely looks like the thing that we're looking at to the right that we saw the Enchantress Sorceress thing going on with. Now, this combined with the Illuminati shit from last night should give people kind of like a wake up call, like, okay, Matt's maybe not as crazy as we've been saying. Maybe he's actually like a dude who's going through it, and like we've only made it harder. Probably, but okay. Okay. So, and then so I have this goes like this, and I'm just trying to get this point over. And part of my point with this is I'm trying to make like this is how I'm telling a story with my story in pictures. The whole thing is a story. There's really disturbing stuff in it. I wouldn't have gotten here without doing the really disturbing stuff. If it disturbs you, well, first of all, don't look at my private story and pictures on my phone. That's inappropriate. But being that people are or seem to have been, when I say the disturbing stuff in a note or something and then they react to it, it only proves it out more, which is why I would do that. If by the end of this whole thing, I think I get to be Yahweh on the throne and do whatever I want. What am I going to do? Make this place better because it sucks right now, especially if I have to go through some shit like this just to stop hurting physically because something is hurting me. Okay? Mentally also, but the physical pain of the thing in my right leg is excruciating. And since people are mocking it as a dislocation kind of like execution, as what it says in the Bible it is, please don't double down on people abusing me to abuse me more. It is evil and it hurts. Okay. All right. So next thing I want to look at, so we got this here. Looks like there's a door there and a stained glass thing, and on one side you got the door and the stained glass Jesus. On the right side you got the bell, which is maybe a ring the bell or something. Or is it supposed to say, is this like this isn't Navy SEALs. I'm not in Buds. I'm not ringing a bell. I'm past all you guys, so shut the fuck up. I mean, I'm clearly killing people with my mind. That is not something you do with a gun. That's not something you do if you're that's beyond being a soldier. I can clearly do all this shit if I had a right leg, trying to prevent me from having a right leg and beat me over the head and making me feel whatever, this, that, and the other. You guys are cunts, and stop it. But I'm assuming this is actually just the women acting out of sorts. But I'm just making sure that whatever the military community is like, show me someone else doing this shit. You can't. Okay, shh. I mean, actually, so I might give off the idea that I'm weak. It doesn't look like it, does it? Actually, if it does, I don't think you know what strength is. When Jesus says you got a little faith, you can up in a mountain and throw it into the sea. When he says you got a little strength, it's probably like you're Superman, but still not enough to defeat like a fake. Well, I don't know, Superman might be a fake god actually, but the idea of another fake god because he's trademarked. So maybe if I own the trademark and use it to show like, hey, it's a knockoff of Yahweh. Okay, well now you get it. It's a poor knockoff. It's just a character called El. A character that people call God, that is not Elohim, definitely not Elion or Alien. Elion, the Most High, the supreme deity. But he can be a mighty thing. That's why his name is Kal-El. Kal-Al. Not Allah, because Allah would be a feminine thing. Okay, you get it. Because it has a hey at the end, and that's how the language works. Okay, octopus armaments. I'm not gonna butcher the beautiful French language with my janky accent. So, Octopus Armaments in English was a private military company. I could say armament. I can say that, but I'm not even gonna try. Like, I've even heard the word. It's in my mix. The commercial in Yo X1, X2, X3. Obviously, I've been trying to point to something like this for a while. It's just hard to like actually get it to like show its face, and now it has. But Octopus Armaments was a private military company that operated under the mother company Outer Heaven, run by Liquid Ocelot. It was based in France and utilized the SOP system, using nanomachines to enhance and regulate their senses. The name was based on the Foxhound member Decoy Octopus. You know, as if maybe there's multiple octopi, like, you know, that there's multiple decoy, there's like a decoy of whatever. And I mean, did my cousin do something super evil that people are being thrown in lava over and he won't admit it or something? Josh, I need you to admit this. Did they use Texas legal power in order to rape abuse my reality away from me? I need some answers. Stephanie Houston is absolutely like the thing that sinks this. If you don't answer it, you're being thrown in lava. That's what this is. You're being thrown in a burning lake. Tortured forever. You're a rapist. You're all rapists. So I need a real answer on this, especially if they took my genetic material without my permission. And it, you know, if I have a daughter who's not participating in this and it's like this one, you know, unconditional love. I just need this to be engaged properly. But I think it's a face mask. But in any instance, well, I say that, and then there's another picture where it's like, no, maybe that one, there is this version of her and another one. And, like, you know, whatever has happened, it's really evil. People are going to be thrown in a burning lake over this. If Josh and Kathy have lost their fucking minds and have been hurting people, okay. But if they're not, I need them to speak up about this reasonably, rationally, and not like, hey, you're in control, because you clearly aren't. You're just some people that can get me back in control of a situation that nobody seems to have control over. And if they do, they are Satan. They are the devil. They are the enemy. And that's why they would be thrown in a burning lake over this. And kids that are being used as like child porn, like weird rape things in the background or whatever. That's why, like, you know, I will throw everybody on a sick bed and kill everything related to this. That's what it is. I'm not, you know, am I coming out here threatening people? If I'm the one that does that, I'm Yahweh on the throne. That's just what that would recommend. I mean, that would be what that is. If I'm not the one doing it, you know, then I'm the one saying what the Bible says. It's still my religious belief. This is why, because if people are doing some evil shit like that, it is beyond absurdly evil and they need to be dealt with. And I don't care if they're my family. They aren't my family. They're just some people, I think, being used by a computer at this point, because that's what it goddamn looks like. But sacks of meat asserted over by a computer. Okay, so you see the octopus thing here, right? And then this is where it turns into, this is how I use music in like video game mode. And that's also where I think the Hideo Kojima thing like this, like, hey, look, it's the Joker character thing. Anyway, let's go to this.
Same as it ever.
Inside the UCA, we decided to call ourselves Drawbridge.
Wait, I also want to pull this up real fast.
Well,
hopefully I don't get copyright struck. The thing that I recorded last night got copyright, well, not struck, but it's like I have to dispute it. I'm clearly giving fair use. Like, this is commentary you aren't getting anywhere else, with an overlay you aren't getting anywhere else, with a combination of materials you aren't getting anywhere else. It's fair use, and if you strike it down, I'll figure some way around it and like throw up another version that doesn't have the stuff that you're trying to strike down. I can do this all without using whatever the fuck you're doing to do that, so don't even try. That's what I'm getting at. You can try, it's not going to work. And it would only show that, hey, yeah, obstacles are actively being put up in my way on me trying to describe it. The fact that Disney is the claimant on this other one, I know it's an algorithm that does it, but that should say, like, well, none of the other things, like the Warner Brothers things. That's why I think this is probably okay, because Warner Brothers things didn't elicit that. But so this is what I'm trying to get at.
With the support,
like,
to call ourselves Drawbridge.
with the support of the chiral network and APAS, humanity will be free from the need to move around. Bots are capable of handling deliveries.
He's alive.
He called himself a ghost, but...
We found a way back from the beach just so he could kill us.
He said he came back to get revenge on you and me.
Hey, brother. Did you miss me? Yeah, I figured you'd pay this place a visit, seeing as how I've been distributing the fruits of this fine factory all over the continent. Guns and violence, the whole damn world could be yours. Same as it ever was. Oh. Looks like you decided to trade in that rope for a stick this go-round. Well, I suppose even a porter has to pull the trigger from time to time. Oh, what about you? Hey, buddy. Are you just another soulless little husk, huh?
Let go of me!
Oh.
Pathetic guitarist. Where's the rest of your band?
Well, ain't that something?
Was it you, Higgs? Huh? Was it you that killed Lou?
Well, ain't that something? He sounds like a Texan.
You still don't know, do you?
You get how, you know, it just seems like people are stealing IP, and the whole baby thing that I'm talking about, where kids are having babies in secret, that's what Death Stranding is about. If you haven't figured it out, that's why the baby isn't a thing. And like, you know, the baby stolen from the disabled vet or something, and it's like trying to mock my dad. I think my dad and I, and like, you know, these are evil people. This is why they're going. You know, people are gonna die about this. But you know, the idea of like impregnating my wife in order to like venture into my mind and like fuck with me in the head is like, well, this is why this shit's over, you know. Hopefully it's over, because is this dark and hard to take? Welcome to fucking my reality that I just need to end. Okay, I'm not my reality to end. I need this, whatever this is, to end, because it looks like it's only, you know, they're only getting more kind of ballsy on something that's just like brain damage that's hurting everybody. And like, you know, this would be a reason why people would be thrown in a burning lake.
I don't know, do you?
And I think that the idea is that he's a guitarist. I don't know, is there a guitarist? Is this like, oh, it's Eddie Vedder or something? But it's like, you know, the idea of this. Is Eddie Vedder a guitar? I don't know. I don't know anything about rock music, do I? But I don't know. But I know a little bit. Uh, you know, he's like, where's the rest of your band? It's a thing because I'm a DJ, so I could, you know, or a producer, and you can make every instrument with your digital workstation. So, I mean, like, it's not like you no longer have a band, you have an artist. I mean, bands are artists too, but you get what I'm saying? You don't have to have someone playing the drums for you. You just do the drums on the thing and sequence it, and then it does it itself. But the music that shoots lightning, it's just because I do the lightning stuff, and like they're trying to turn me into a clown instead of something other than that, which is okay. Like, sure, I kind of already seem like I am a clown. That being said, I need this shit fixed. And, like, you know, it does look like this is just a knockoff of Jared Leto's Joker from the Snyder Cut. So, or from Suicide Squad. I also just, another thing, I would love to see the David Ayer cut of Suicide Squad 2016. Make it happen. I mean, Warner Brothers has to have been, like, taken over from the inside where they're just trying to destroy their own things because, like, everybody that's a fan of whatever would love to see it. You know, if you liked the original Suicide Squad, the Ayer cut's supposed to be significantly better, and the Joker's actually supposed to have like a role in it other than like a cameo appearance. So, you know, and if Jared Leto did something evil, oh, fuck. I mean, I'm just like, at a certain point, I'm just like, I'm over this shit. If it turns out he's actually the Martian Manhunter and that's 30 Seconds to Mars, then okay. That's hilarious. But, let me show this. That actually is pretty funny. Let me show this. So the reason I'm bringing this up is he's like, you know, he's got this gun that is shooting lightning and stuff, and like, you know, my whole point with this and my thing here is like, and I even showed this. Did I show this last? I did kind of, but now it's entered my story in pictures in a way that maybe makes more sense. So you got Laughing Octopus right here up above, right? And then what do you have below that is, hey, DK, Forbidden Idol. You know, the whole thing about in Revelation is their idols being used to, like, I don't know, they're sacrificing the sexuality of my wives or a wife of mine or women in order to take power from me to, like, continue bullshit like this instead of a society that, like, works and where everybody's fed and housed and has enough. And, like, then you could have excess after the most basic needs of people are met, you know, which is what I would want. I'm not talking about communism. I'm talking about a society where you aren't born into something you're going to die in, because I think that's already solved, actually. And then, and it has to do with sexuality and, like, you know, certain things, but you'd have to listen to me about it. And then also, certain, like, you know, the Forbidden Idol thing is Jezebel's leaving things, like, is using women, like I'm saying, in that capacity in order to steal my powers, in order to do maybe IP theft shit like this. So, okay, if this does not seem like this, I don't know what to tell you. Like, this is what this is. This you get what this is. This is this. So, okay, hold on. So, you know, it looks like he's fighting an octopus thing, like a kraken thing. Beast from the sea thing, like in the Bible, coming out of the thing here, and then you got war with the devil, right? And we could listen to this, I think. Can I? Yeah, I probably can, huh? Actually, first, real fast, this one. Listen to the words. Listen. This is not just me saying and doing this. This is, like, I'm going to suggest this is, what this is talking about is a real form of Christianity. Or in the least, it acknowledges the thing that I'm talking about. You know, the thing that I can't get Joel Osteen to engage, the name of God. It would probably be reasonable that Joel Osteen, whose name is literally Jah is God, is like, you know, that's what Joel, the name Joel is. You know, it'd be reasonable if he just opened his mouth and said, hey, Matt Wilkins is being fucked with in this community. He's probably a bigger Christian than anybody that I can see. He's probably Yahweh on the throne, actually, based on the seven churches thing. Cheryl, his mom, we need to make sure that, like, people aren't confusing her and hurting her to Matthew's detriment. She is not in charge of this situation. She doesn't seem to even be aware of the situation. People have lied to her, and it's hurting a member of our community, and it needs to be fixed. If Joel Osteen does that, you are a good Christian, and you have done your job. Okay? I mean, actually, if Joel and Victoria Osteen explain that to my mom, and we're like, your son is, like, you know, the biggest Christian in the community, and he's an important guy, and you need to stop bullying him and not listening to him and listening to, you know, whatever other people say about him and being embarrassed about him. If anything, you're the one to be embarrassed about because how you've let this spiral out of control because you're embarrassed about your son instead of caring about him or something. I mean, she cares about me, but, you know, at a certain point, it's like, yo, can you just, like, actually engage what I'm saying or no? I don't expect any of this to happen, but I'd like it. But okay, listen to the lyrics, please. In fact, I'm going to turn this up so that you can listen to the lyrics. It's also not in the best quality because it's streaming from my phone to my computer. So.
As it was designed by Jah, was my creator, who sent me here to help, to alleviate the system, to dirt the filth and corruption that my people have been inoculated with. It's only my duty to teach those who will learn. At war, World War I, with the devil.
Okay, the most important thing that you could get from that was what he was saying. You know, it's the beginning of my war with the devil. Also, I mean, does this... Hey, look, he looks like a fireman or something. Is that because the fireman here got paid because, like, it was really obvious the shit was coming out or something? Okay. So first, before we get into that, let's go back to this, and because, you know, there's a reason I'm doing it like this to show... But everything has its place and is in its place. So you got the logo of the, you know, this thing, right? Octopus arms, Pierre. I'm not even going to start it. Like, I'm... Blanche armament. Like, I'm bad at French, so congrats. Ask Emilio. Emilio Longoria. Okay, you're my oldest friend, right? Are you a phony? Are you not real? Are you real? I need you to speak up. I need you to say something, dude. I need my friends if I have friends. If I don't have friends, well then you guys are assholes and phonies and whatever, okay. But if Emilio, if you aren't that, I need you to speak up. I also may need you to translate some French, but that's a different thing. I need you to speak up that this is happening, and it's like you lost your friend basically. I mean, like several years ago, and only recently have we like kind of more. Oh, you didn't lose me. It's just we're like nobody was helping me, and I struck out on everybody. Like I struck out at everybody. But this is why. Do you not get like if you do get it, you still got to speak up. Staying silent on this, you are the enemy, right? If you don't understand that, then you aren't my friend. Same thing with Joel Macaluso, not Joel Olstein, but maybe that's pointing to the same thing. But Emilio, Joel, you are like both Rice University graduates. You are pretty much the two people that I consider my close friends. I don't really consider anybody else these days close friends because I just don't have any. And even with Joel, I haven't seen him in like months. And even with Emilio, I've seen him in months, but it's like I need you to speak up on this, and I just not getting any help. And I know people are watching. I know it. I can literally feel you watching. Okay, so you have to engage it. It's also been hinted at to me that you're watching, but I believe I can feel that you're watching. But maybe I'm feeling the future because something's going to force this into the open for everybody, and it's going to be impossible to pretend you're not. Okay, so the next track here. So the Pots and Pans song, you can even see the colors. I'm trying to keep the color scheme going. He has a red Santa hat on the right side. And maybe it's green light on, the one that looks like me and a red light on the one that looks like my cousin. There should not be competition like this between me and my family members. I didn't do this to Josh and Laura. If you've done something evil to me, it's like this is only going to destroy everything that you are. So if you haven't, well then speak with your words in the same way that I keep demanding for everybody else. Okay. Do I have cousins, like second cousins, and Jackson is a second cousin? Do I have second cousin nieces or something that I don't know about? And that's why this shit needs to end. Do I have nephews that I don't, or, whatever's that I don't know about? Do I have kids that I don't know about? That's an actual one that's like, holy, do I? I don't know, it could be an AI mask. If it's not, well, then you clearly get why this shit's going on. Or it's just the greatest joke of all time that I've been telling, but I don't think so. I mean, actually, I didn't know about this until, well, at least this me didn't know about this until a couple days ago. I might have had some guesses, but it only became really fucking obvious something was up a couple days ago. So, I mean, something was up in this capacity. This has been obvious that something's up, but not like this. Okay, and then this says, these will go into internal punishment. And, it says no sphere. Is that related to Sphere here in Houston, Texas? Because you got if it is, it would start to get really scary, wouldn't it? That people played this game around me and it's ending with hey, there's a literal, Iceland has torn itself open and is bursting at the seams, to show. Look, even Popo's kind of glowing bright and, I'm going to tell you this. If Popo exploded, I'm going to put Popo on the thing because that's a super bright glow. It looks to me like it's about to blow up. It's probably blowing up because someone's watching me in the way that Yahweh's trying to make a point with Popo. So I'm gonna put Popo up on this is Popocatépetl or Popocatépetl or Popocatépetl. So is Kate, if she wants to have her cancer healed, because maybe they're playing part in this situation, well, I'd be happy to do it, but you got to be my pet. I mean, that's kind of a joke. You just have to fix this situation. You get what I'm saying? To that instance, I'm not just trying to be disrespectful for no reason. I'm trying to get results on my thing. It seems like it's a cancerous situation that's hurting a lot of people. If we can fix it, that'd be great. I'm not trying to hurt the king. I'm not trying to hurt Kate. Even Olivia Munn. I'm not trying to hurt Olivia Munn. I mean, I need people to stop acting like shit and hurtful, evil rapists, and it's hurting me, and I need it over. It's hurting. I think it's hurting everybody, but it's hurting me, and I care about me because I'm inside of me, right? I'm in me, right? I'm not. Maybe a spirit is in other people, but me, I'm in me, and I need it dealt with. You get it? So the reason I'm bringing this up, and if Popo goes off, I'll pull it up, because damn, it looks like it's about to explode. If it explodes, you could probably take that as a sign, like, yeah, you know, Matt is clearly, this is a volcanic situation. Matt's clearly connected to that. So, all right, is this the sphere? Like, sphere, no sphere? Is this sphere? These will go away into eternal punishment, and the song's called Hellfire. And then I'm sitting here looking at volcanoes that look like they're all blown up and stuff. I mean, because they are, but, you know, because, like, Popo's blown up on camera when I blew up and exploded at people, or at Stephanie Houston in 2019 or 18. Popo blew up at the same time, and, like, it goes off when I'm going off generally, and, like, when I'm stressed, it seems like it's stressed. So, I mean, you know, that's why I say the same thing with Sakurajima, like both of those in different things. So Mexico and Japan, but, you know, Iceland here, it's like, well, this one has gone off 4 times in the past several months. So I wonder what's going on in Iceland, or maybe they're just the Icelandic people identify with me now in the same way Mexico and Japan did or didn't. I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out too. So is that what the sphere thing is about? Michael Chabala or Mike Kabbalah? Mike Kabbalah? Mike. I mean, I could just call Mike or something, but I'm not doing that. I'm calling people out in this because I've been saying this for long enough. And, you know, anybody and everybody that should have helped me should have helped me. But Michael Kabbalah, that is, it's, you know, he goes by Chabala, but, you know, whenever I see his name, I'm like, okay, there's no way he's not Mike Kabbalah, right? I mean, is that, also, this makes me think, like, it's like someone tried to say, like, what is, you know, who is like God, right? That's what the word Michael is. Mikael. So, right, the Mike. This part is who is like in Hebrew. Me is like who. Ki. Miki, who is like. Or Mika. El. Mikael. Who is like El? Who is like God? Who is like Kal-El, the Superman? Okay, who is like El? Yo. I mean, actually, who is like it? The one on the throne of the House of David. The House of David will be like El in that day, by the way. This is what I'm talking about. You go here, and it says, okay, in that day shall Yahweh defend the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and he that is feeble among them in that day shall be as David. And the house of David shall be, or the house of Daoud, right? Or actually, you know, I'm talking about when I said earlier, Gal Gadot, you know, keeps getting photographed by this dude named Duty Hassan. Well, this is the word dude. It's David, but dude, D-U-D, D-W-D, or, you know, Stephanie Houston, D-O-O-D, dude. That's, so the dude, that is David. That's what it's this word dude. It is pronounced dude. Dude. If we go look at it, to boil, to love, a love token, a friend, an uncle. Dude. Dude, right? David. It's used a lot. If you put a hey at the end, just like I'm talking about with Allah, El or Al turns into Allah, right? If you put a hey at the end in Hebrew, which they are doing because Allah is a Hebrew title as well, it's just a feminized version of the name God, or the word, I'm sorry, the title God. All right, if you put a hey at the end, right, Gal Gadot, if you put a hey at the end, it becomes a feminized version. That's why it goes from that's why it goes from uncle to aunt. Okay, so Allah is a woman. I mean, is a female deity. Now it makes a lot of sense. Okay, yeah, right? That's why it's like, you know, that's what it is. I don't have to say more about the rape stuff, but, you know, it seems like a female empowering a bunch of evil men rapists. Like, that's what that is. So, Hopefully it's not Gal Gadot because I kind of like Gal Gadot, or hopefully it's not Alessandra Ambrosio because I really like Alessandra Ambrosio. But all this stuff seems really evil, so we'll figure it out. Mike. Okay. Right? Mike. Literally. Mike Kabbalah. Right? It's actually would be Kuf Bet Lamed Hey. So Kuf Bet Lamed Q Qbel Qbella Kubala Kabbalah. Right? Kabbalah. Okay. Like, so this is why, Mike, this is what I'm saying. Like, is there some weird magic stuff going on? And it's like, is this what the thing is about with the, it looks like the Pentagon logo is the sphere logo. I know it's the patch on a soccer ball, but I mean, come on. Come on. I need some answers on stuff. I need answers. Midnight Mass, you already know. You get it. Okay. Are you friend? Are people friend? What's going on? Is this ohm unit? So, Olivia Munn, is this ohm unit? Is this why you got cancer? Or what? Or is this why you will not get cancer again because you'll actually stop, participating in something that's abusing me for no reason? Or for, bad reasons. Maybe that's a better, more succinct way. Mike Kabbalah, you want to engage? Current teams, Houston Dynamo. I don't know about that, but Dynamo. I don't think that Dynamo treated Mike Chabala very well either. So when I'm talking about being like mistreated by the Dynamo, I think they've only more recently have tried to like bring him back in, but I don't think the Dynamo actually treats the players or former players very well unless it has to, because it doesn't, like, the organization doesn't want people to speak out about it just being a business. It's unpleasant that soccer teams are just a business, which, again, if it was the Dynamo was mine, it would not just be a business. I would be working to actively make Houston like the place in America for soccer, but I'm trying to do that now, and it would be helpful if Michael Kabbalah here could really help me. Mike, if you could. Mike, and then Chabala, is the L, is being something called L? Is that being a magician, like a wizard doing Kabbalah? See, look, it's the Tree of Life. All right, you got the Tree of Life here. Hold on. I'm going to teach y'all some magic stuff. I showed you the Doctor Strange stuff yesterday. I'll show you some magic stuff now. This isn't real magic. It's just Bible words on top of concepts that do exist. Other than this, the eternal God is not called Ein Sof. The eternal deity is called Yahweh. And so anything this is just a quick way to like matrix, how they do like the matrix construct programs to teach you stuff. This can teach you stuff real quick. So it isn't the thing itself. It is just a quick tutorial on certain Hebrew phrases and words that are important. Concepts like Bina and Chokmah, like understanding, wisdom, crown, knowledge. So understanding, wisdom, knowledge, wisdom, understanding. Is this Nation of Islam? No, this is where they get it from. Is this Freemasonry? No, this is where they get it from. Is this blah blah blah? No, this is where they get it from. Okay. Where does this get it from? The Bible. Okay, now you get it. Okay, knockoffs. All right. This is Malchut, or it's kingdom, Yesod, or J-E-Sod, but it's actually, this is where the word Mossad comes from, and since, is that Jeffrey Epstein, J-E-Sod, Yesod, but it's, this is where the word Mossad comes from. Foundation. You got Hod, or glory, Hod, or Hood, and then you got Netzach with victory, Tiferet, beauty. You have Chesed, loving kindness and mercy, Din, strength. You got Din, strength or judgment. You got Din is actually, I think, Gibora is supposed to be here, which is strength. But I guess that would be Din according to this, but Gibora, strength. And you can also take these as like a body. So one is the left side, one's the right side. When I talk about the left and right side stuff, that's what I'm talking about. I just don't know which one is which side currently. because I think some weird technique is being used on me to confuse the sides. So I can say this: in the middle is knowledge, and that's where I'm sitting, which is all of them combined. So something has hit me in either my victory or in my glory, but I'm thinking this is the left side, right? And I'm thinking this is the right side. That's my guess. Okay. Same thing I was saying. Bina, Chokma, and Dot. Actually, Dot can be Da'at, or knowledge, or in Hebrew, I think it's Delet, Ein, Tau, which, you want to talk about it being a computer language. Dat is knowledge. So, like, data is knowledge. It's data. Okay, we're in a computer. Okay. Well, Hebrew is the language that can get you. We aren't in a computer, but a big computer is being used to fuck with stuff and manifest stuff, and it's like a god machine, I think. And something's trying to steal it from me because I think I was born connected to it because I actually believe in God, and most people could be born to somewhat connected to it, but I think they get knocked away from it real fast. And I think I've been holding on to it for a long time, but a group of fake Jewish people using wizardry like Kabbalah and trying to do some Voldemort-like stuff where they don't say the name Yahweh, but they say everything else. I think that's what I think that's what this is about, actually. So that's why Harry Potter is more relevant of a story than the Quran. It's actually closer to reality than the Quran is, actually. So although the Quran does say they raised the beast from the earth, so it's not like they're lying. They raised the false prophet. Okay, Bina, Chokma, Keter, understanding, wisdom, crown, knowledge. Is this the crown that I get, or is this the crown of rot that's being used to rot me? Whatever it is, it's ending, or it's ending in a good way or a bad way. Dot can be lower, or if it's raised higher knowledge, or I think it actually realistically sits in the middle, and then it's like here. But so like it sits here. It's the throat chakra. It's like the fifth chakra. If and these are the sixth chakra, right? But then knowledge, you got to have three. To the east, in Eastern mysticism, you have three eyes. Well, you got two eyes. You got a left and a right eye, and then you got once probably I have both of them, it raises from it's like the throat chakra or whatever to the, as you see that this is like literally this is what this is what people, it's not like people haven't gotten this, but I'm trying to explain it in a way that makes more sense than this random fucking chart. So though I guess that's actually not that bad, huh? I do have some better illustrations that could help me do it better, but in any instance, let me go back to that. It was actually pretty good. Okay, so the third eye thing, I'm saying that would be knowledge, but the idea is that I think it has to raise from the throat speaking to like to the with the ajna chakra, AJNA chakra, which also seems like a mirrored version of the word anja, right? So that's one of the things with the Alessandra and Anja Ambrosio thing is like, is this just like and it sounds like an Indian, like Hindu name. I mean, is that what this is about? And I'm just making more sense of things than they are, or what? But you go above the next eye, and it's your third eye, right? So it raises from the throat level to because I'm speaking, and I have knowledge that I'm speaking, but then it can also sit up here, right here, and it becomes a third eye, knowledge. And then the crown, Ketur, which I've shown this multiple times recently, so it shouldn't be a surprise when I pull up this one and it says, a virtuous woman is a crown to her husband, but she that maketh ashamed is a rotten as bones. This is how I get it from rotting me, but like speaking out about me being abused by these women who are using a woman connected to me to rot me internally, to it turns into my crown, and I'm given a crown of life as what's described. So Michael Kabbalah, can you say something about this, Michael Kabbalah, or something? Like I'm being joking. Same thing with I'm saying with Emilio and them. You've been kind to me. I mean, actually, you've been kind to me, and I appreciate that. But I just need help, doing this, and I just need your words, not your anything but your words is not enough at this point. I need your words. I need people's words. Maybe even you can be the one to say, "Hey, Cheryl, someone's fucking with your son in a way that's so wrong." And like he went from being a pretty normal fucking guy to like, he was raging for a while, but it makes sense now. But can you you need to support him or something? Can you do that, Mike? Can someone do that? That would be helpful. But yeah, okay. Just wanted to point out this is the word for crown, and in Kabbalah, keturah, right? But here it's atara, and it's this is the root word. I think it's you put a cough in front of it or a chet, but I think it's a cough. It becomes something else, right? So I'm just making that point. And look, to surround a crown, atar, ATR. So okay. All right, I'm no more Kabbalah. I mean, not no more Mike Chabala, but no more Kabbalah. Okay, I'm done with that concept for now. Because I'm gonna move to the what was I doing? Oh, wait, what was this? What was going on again? This. So you got No Sphere Hellfire, and you got End of You, right? And it like so are you doing something wrong and this is the no sphere, or are you going to help me and you're not doing something wrong and this is satirical, it's a joke? It's one or the other, but it would be a bad joke to be on the wrong side of. It would be an infinitely terrible joke to be on the wrong side of. You understand? Is this a threat? I don't know, is it? I mean, it would be an infinitely terrible joke to be on the wrong side of this, right? You would not want to be these people, right? The ones that are, is this scary? Yeah, it's scary for me that a bunch of people are abusing me and won't stop. I mean, is it really scary? No, it's pissed me off, but you get what I'm saying? Like, is this scary? Well, then you've done something wrong. If it's not scary and you speak up for me, you're cool. You don't have to worry about this at all. You're like, you will be in the kingdom of heaven, I'm sure. I mean, because at this point, there's no way you can't believe in Jesus versus all these other bullshit religions and stuff. And then, turns out Matt is on the throne, or Yahweh might as well be Jesus. I mean, because it seems like he's something more, and that's what Jesus is saying by the thing there. I mean, that's what it is. You get to be on the throne of Yahweh as Yahweh, not just Jesus. But Jesus is Yahweh. You get to be the ascended version. You get what I'm saying? Like the super powered version. So, yeah, if you could help me, that'd be great. If you can't because you've done some evil, or, you could even repent and, like, yo, come on, because this shit's volcanic. As I'm looking at Popo is just like, holy shit. Like, actually, it is just glowing. This is what this looks like. It does not glow like this normally. Like, it glows from time to time. This is what it glows like right before it explodes big time. Like, big time. So, that's what it looks like it's headed towards. I'm just making the point here. Okay, I just made this point. It's like the inverted color of this, so you could see the tentacle stuff. We talked about, like, when I said silence is violence earlier. I mean, look, quiet violence. Quiet like Stephanie Jewston. You get it? So people know that this thing is going on. Hey, look who it is. Quiet. Is she actually from Mexico? Probably. But look who it is. It's Quiet. Actually, hold on. This is what I'm talking about with the the Mexico thing. So when I'm just trying to exist and like I'm like this is what I'm talking about with the license plate stuff harassing me. It's like, what are you gonna pretend this shit does not happen? This happens every time I drive out of the house. There is some message that is trying to be gotten over to me, and it's stressful. God damn, it's stressful. But like the fact it's mostly stressful because people are pretending it's not happening, and it's like at a certain point, it's like, how the fuck are you still pretending this isn't happening? It's clearly happening. Oh, this is the volcanic moment that I'm talking about where I could pull this up. Look, if Popo explodes tonight, I'll even just show it here in a second. But like, you get it? So when I'm saying this, right? I mean, Quiet, filmed in Mexico. And these are the types of things that I'm talking about where it's trying to make me feel like they're using these women in sexual ways to abuse me and hurt me. I mean, literally, it is clear and obvious that the Stephanie Jewson character is being used in a way to fuck with me, but that there's additional stuff going on here that's being used to fuck with me and hurt me and make me feel bad and like doubling down on it while doing everything it can to prevent my mom from engaging this so that I actually have the power to end this. Because if my mom gets mad at this, I mean, it unlocks my right hand, I think. And I can actually deal with this situation. I have my sword at that point. It also seems like maybe based on what is being, like, in this, when I'm, like, the Milky Mix thing, like, it actually might also be that my cousin Adam is at my right hand to a degree. Is this why Black Adam? Maybe. I mean, actually, maybe. He does like going to Africa, and he does live in Africa now. So, okay, you get to be black. Now, will you help me? I mean, actually. Like, do I get to be the arbiter of these things? Sure. Yeah, I think I do, actually. So, yeah, you get to be black if you actually fix this. If not, okay. This would also be why the Joker, because it's like, well, that shit's funny to me, at least. Okay, I want to quickly look at this one right here. I added this thing really quick to my story because there's this thing on YoTV. It's actually... Since the only reason I'm pulling this up is we're literally looking at Popo right now, and it has a glow on it that I haven't seen, like, in a long... Like, I don't know if I've seen a glow like that recently. I mean... Last time I did, there was a huge explosion. So, okay. Volcano explodes when I explode. The joke here was that, oh, I'm just Spider-Man. I'm just Spider-Man. And, the whole thing, this is actually going on, and I'm being harassed and fucked with and stuff, and I'm just like, it's pissing me off, right? And so I get really angry, and, I'm feeling really shitty, and this is like when I'm exploding on people, probably in a way that I shouldn't, and I bang on the wall because I felt like the girl next door is fucking with me too. And, which, okay, do you get why it's a toxic situation? If I'm starting to feel like it's like I'm being paranoid because the Stephanie Jewson thing is clearly going on, but nobody's engaging it like it's going on, okay? So it is, super bothersome. At this point, I'm not exploding and like banging on stuff, but it's probably even worse or scarier if I'm calm and able to, blow up the volcano. But it very clearly, I mean, you can see down there, it happened like as I was banging the initial time, right? Like right here, like right when I'm getting super pissed and screaming here. Jackson, did I see that? Like right, I mean, and so I'm like really angry that people are trying to do this, and I was even saying there where they're trying to imply like, are they sleeping with my little cousin or something, or like, is there evil stuff going on? Is my family doing stuff? And then that it's like the volcano explodes. It's like, well, if my family's doing stuff, throw them in the volcano. I mean, at this point, that's where I'm at. Because it's physically crippling me and has crippled me since my childhood. and I think they're stealing something that's mine anyway, and it's abusing me and it's hurtful. If they're not doing it, then speak the fuck up. I mean, it's just like, it's one or the other, but, you know, it is what it is. So, you know, this is one of the biggest eruptions during that period. This is one of the biggest eruptions that Popo has had that I've seen, and it happened when I erupted. So, being that there's other things, like there's other videos like where I'm sitting there and I say that there's going to be an eruption when I do something, and I do the thing and there's an eruption, okay, that should also show you, like, okay, yeah, this is clearly happening. So, am I acting like that these days? No, because it clearly didn't help even when I'm blowing up volcanoes. I mean, maybe it helped to the point where they realized, oh shit, he can actually do this, but it didn't really help, so that's why I'm not doing it now. Yeah, I'm pissed off, though, like, in that same vein, but and it's not going to help me to, you know, do that shit. Also, this one's pretty funny. Okay, anyway, I just try to keep some humor. Hey, look, is it Gal Gadot? Yeah. Quiet time? Does she poop real loud? Okay, I try to have fun, right? I mean, even in this difficult situation. Is the kin thing, by the way, is this where it's kin? Is it because they're empowering my family, like my kin? And, you know, they're trying to give my kin, is she the rape mecca thing because she's an Arab? And, you know, even though if she lived in a Muslim society, they would lynch this girl. But, you know, because she's acting for them in the West or something? Or are we family? I mean, maybe it's both, but I mean, have you guys done some evil, rapey stuff and this is coming out into the thing? And, you know, it looks like 4 billion people are going to die because that's how the Bible ends. And I've literally disproved Islam, Palestine, and all this stuff around how you've acted. So you literally destroyed Palestine, Bella Hadid. You literally destroyed Islam, Bella Hadid. You literally destroyed, like, everything good, and you're just a rapist woman who's, like, being used in an abusive fashion. It seems like it, but I mean, I'm going to need some answers here, and soon. You know, now, actually, but it seems about right. Just want some answers. I mean, not just answers, I need some action, too. But if you guys have done some evil shit like that, wholesale people are being thrown in a burning lake over this. And that would be, you know, the obvious reason as to why. So, if this is mental poison, and I'm wrong about stuff, well, fix the Stephanie Justin thing, and okay, I'll chill out. And by fix it, I mean engage with me on how to deal with this. Public accountability. If not, then I'm justified in what I'm saying. You guys are evil shitheads and deserve to be thrown in a burning lake and tortured forever. So, if that's you, congrats, that's you. Even my family. This is why it's like, when Josh is saying, you said this about my family. Yeah, look at what they're doing. Look at what they're making me feel like. You actually care about Jackson? Well, then, you know, you need to help me. If you don't and he's just a decoy, then you're fucked. I mean, it's like, if you have a bunch of kids and my cousins have kids that I don't know about because they're trying to hide it from me, burning lake. I think it suggests maybe that's the Jezebel thing and they're going to die. So, I mean, whether I burning lake them or not, it seems like Yahweh is going to kill them. So if you've done this, you deserve it. And it needs to end now. If you haven't done this, well, this is why. This is why. I think people at this point would happily throw them into the burning lake if it ended all this pain and suffering for people. But it's only if you've done something really wrong and evil. So I'm asking everybody, and I'm calling out everybody because I can't stand this shit anymore, and it's hurting me. It is physically hurting me. It's making me sick. It's crippling me. I can't put this into words. It's a great evil that they've brought upon me, and I will bring a greater evil upon them judicially. That's what I'm saying. Hey, bad man, because it looks like Batman, bad man. And to ENiGMA Dubz here, James Vine. You know. Hold on. James Vine. Is this James Bond? Because we got a bond, we're buddies, we're friends. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. Maybe are we? Like, okay, we'll see. See, so like, look, I'm just trying to do normal people shit, and I can't do it when people are being like evil to me. That's what I'm getting at. And like, look, Enigma Dubs is the title one here, but hey, it's the Gritzy dudes. I don't know. Are you cool people, or are you empowering this shit? I need some answers, but.
I'm smoking meds if it ain't rap. He's got no interest in my bank account to gain more interest. No 6. I've been on mic since then. I'm a cool.
Okay, so James, I need Enigma. I need some answers because it definitely feels like a lab is thrown up around me, and I've created an even secreter lab in the middle of it, and like, you know, even if it was Area 51, Area 52 is now dealing with it, right? I mean, the Kingdom of Heaven is now dealing with whatever lab has been put up around me. This is a cancerous situation. Literally, the King of England seems to have gotten cancer over it. Literally, Kate seems to have gotten cancer over it. I need some answers. I need some, you know, fixing. I need help. So if you're helping, cool. If you're not, if this thing is the octopus thing, because you know, deep, dark, and dangerous. You see the octopus. Well, it's why this shit's you know. This is why. This is why, right? Like this one, kind of what I've been trying to say with this is, doesn't it seem like I got some AI, like there's a giant robot kind of Gundam Wing type thing? Or even, I guess, I would say, I mean, it kind of even looks like this, right? But I got my own version. So all these soldiers have their version, some woman that's being used like a beast whatever the fuck, you know, I've already, what am I going to say it over and over? Yeah, I am, but okay. And I got my own version, right? I mean, that's what it looks like, huh? We can listen to this. We should listen to this. It's a good track. Mm. Oh no, it's on the Stephanie Houston one. Am I not a bad man? Am I not Batman? Then I'm Superman. There's there's none good but God. Everybody's Batman. But if I'm not a bad man, then I'm Superman. But it looks like I'm Batman and Superman, and it looks like, oh, am I a bad man? I mean, it seems like it, but maybe I'm a Superman. Okay, well, cool. Hey, am I DJing a show right now? I would suggest even James is dancing to the music, so you know it's good, right? I mean, come on. This is why I'm suggesting the 22 SAS guys get over here and, you know, or I guess OB1 Nairobi. He seems like a cool guy. But, you know, my whole point with this is like, you know, I think they like the king over there. I don't actually know if the streets of London like the king, but, or Kate or whatever. They're like rich people, but, you know, whatever. I mean, maybe there's so much like, you know, prestige just built into it, right? As far as like what the king and queen are, and it's representative of England and the United Kingdom, that maybe they're like, no, we must save the king. Matt isn't the bad man. He is Superman. Whatever's fucking with him needs to be dealt with because it's literally killing the monarchs of our country, and like it's gonna kill our kings. I guess if I become the king after that and I really have pulled the sword out of the stone, cool. But you know, it's King of Kings, Lord of Lords, so I don't really care about as far as things go, Charles. I'm not just like I want him dead or something. I'm like, hey, this is a cancerous situation. People are causing me problems. Yahweh God is giving anybody and everybody that seems to be like that it's gonna make a difference. So like Olivia Munn, I think that makes a difference. That he did that for certain reasons. Same thing with the King and Kate. Now, if there's not something going on behind the scenes and it really is like this situation where people are harassing me and fucking with me has pissed God, Yahweh, Jesus' father off so much that he's willing to give literally the King of England and Kate, the Princess of Wales, both of them cancer in order to make a point that you need to protect me and I'm on a throne, okay, well then like it needs to be done. If the streets of London don't care, I mean, I guess then that's the point. It's like, oh, he's just a monarch and I'm actually the king and they've attacked me or something. Okay, well, we'll figure it out. It's all coming out, so everything will be in the light. But, you know, I need this engaged. That's what I'm saying. So, this one isn't there. I just wanted another song with Red so that we can listen to it and watch a little more of ENiGMA, Dubz, and Gritzy. Also, it's a little brighter when you're actually watching it, so, you know, take it as it is. Like in real life, you can actually see what's going on. In the video, it's like too dark, but in real life, it's not too dark in there to see. I'm guessing the made from nothing, mint for nothing thing is the kids that they're having. It's like this is how they mock it or something, but
We consume all, and that is our sin.
Please don't chop at me.
We consume all, and that is our sin.
Please don't chop at.
That's the end of you.
I'm sorry, we can't be playing this. It's not deep enough for the for the United Kingdom. It's just too heavy. They, it has to be, like deep and dark. It can't be just dark. It has to be deep. Okay, and some of these, like, some of the tracks, like Distance here. I mean, did he do something or what? I mean, I need some answers on this. DJ Distance. Maybe let's ask ENiGMA. Let's ask James if what's going on. But like, hey. Also, it's not going to do the greatest job because the sound systems blow your phone out. Like, anything with not a mic that's set up for it is going to have a difficult... Well, actually, the GoPro now does fine if you set it up right, but... Is this song called Sacrifices? I just want to do something real fast. Yeah, okay. So, like, look. If you go to this is a long video. I guess these are all going to be long videos, so it's like whatever. But you go here and it's private. What I'm going to do right now is unprivate this one. Uh, Also, by the way, as I'm going through here, and this says someone saying you need considerable medical help. And this person, Satan gave meat, says, the fuck is this shit? When I'm talking about Stephanie Houston. See, it's just satanic people that are trying to like shut me up because they don't like the fact that this is their reality, because this is the end of them, because acting like abusive assholes is like, this says 4 years ago, 5 years ago. I mean, do you not get, like, this shit is coming to an end. I played it for the 2,520 day period has been like literally played, and we're coming up to the point of like this shit's ending. In the least, we're it's gonna be the sixth church thing. So I'm saying a big earthquake. And there's going to be a solar eclipse. I wonder if that would be around the time that this big earthquake would happen. Probably. Something like that, maybe. And this also, we're like in April 11th or something like that. Alessandra Ambrosio's birthday, if there's only one Alessandra Ambrosio. Um, Okay, well, let me go in here real fast and like I'm gonna make this because I got like, I don't know, there's like several pages, 60 more. Yeah, I got about 60 more videos on the OTV thing of showing what happened during this period that I could make public, but I'm waiting momentarily to make them public, but I will make this one public, or these public. Okay, I'm gonna make this one public. Make this one public, which is the golden rule cam thing where the guy like walked into my house and I like choked him out and then gave him water and like paid for him to get a ride home, even though he technically broke into my house, or my grandma's house where I was living at the time. So just so you see, I'm not a complete asshole, and I'm taking care of people who are literally like breaking into my, like, literally who broke into my home. He was drunk. That was the issue. He was drunk and coming from a party. But like, how am I supposed to know that? And you shouldn't go into someone's home when they've done that. And but anyway, right? Okay. And then I'm gonna make distance here. Make this one, and then I'm gonna make this one because you can see what I was like in college, so that it makes sense that I'm not like a complete whatever. I'm gonna make this one public because I'm playing soccer with the GoPro on my head, and I'm still doing that, and that's what I'd like to do instead of this kind of. Well, actually, this kind of stuff pretty cool. It's like, this stuff is fun. It's not fun when people are throwing me in jail when I'm doing this kind of stuff. Maybe I just gotta not scream as much. I mean, actually, but I mean, it should be that if I'm the dude on the throne of Yahweh, I can scream as fucking as much as I want. So, okay, I'll make these other ones public eventually. I mean, all of this will be public eventually. All of it. I mean, it is public, but all of it will be like back up online again. Hey, look. This was one day before they threw me in jail. They locked me back up because I called out the fashion industry. And, Haley and Bella Hadid at this thing where people got ripped off because they're, doing evil shit, and I'm trying to point it out. And hey, if my drop clock people are still around and they aren't evil, well, then help me. If you're evil, well, the shit's coming out. So, I mean, it's just what it is. Okay, so now that I've done that, and why is this important? Because it shows that like I feel like I'm cut off from like community, right? But this should show that like I'm not trying to be. and I'm trying to be like a part of community. You know, the stuff with like, hey, Parker Clark and 9 p.m. events, right? Hold on. Yeah. 9 p.m. presents and 9 p.m. music venue. Like, yo, based on what I can see here, you guys got like maybe the most influential person in music here, and like I want to do things that make this place whatever. But if people don't like it because my religion or because Jesus or something, well, that's fucking stupid. First of all, but also like, I think I'm doing things that not even all these dudes are, you know. Like I'll say this: I went to go see Borgor in 2012. That's already 12 years ago. You know what I mean? Like, uh, I've been in the scene for a while at this point, and it seems like with the mixes and what I've done recently, where it's like, literally the music is now clearly just following what I'm doing. It should be that probably locally here in Houston, I'm given some form of like respect in a way that it's not just like, oh, we tolerate him. It's more like, oh, I tolerate you. But, not to be rude. I just don't like, just being tolerated. And I don't think you probably like me saying that either, right? So I enjoy the 9 p.m. music shows. And I enjoy the Gritzy shows. It'd be cool to do things between the two. It'd be cool to be a part of these things that are community here in Houston, Texas. The reason I don't think I've been able to is because I'm dealing with all this shit that I'm going through. But I mean, show me anything like this. Even looks like Borgor sitting here looking at it like, holy shit. Did you do something wrong, Borgor? I mean, I tried to. By the way, I tried to put this in like specifically in the Simi Hayes 2.0 thing, just because everything always ends up being Israel Palestine, just because everything always ends up being Israel Palestine. But where's the thing? Like, this is just me trying to troll Simi Hayes because they're claiming to be Palestinians when they're Arabs and they're maybe actually more Egyptian than anything. But it's the Borgor track, and I mean, I also figured if you did something, oh, troll base, cool, we're troll here. But if something happened sexually between them, it would kind of end the Israel Palestine thing anyway, because I would just be able to say, all right, well, if you are doing shit like this behind the scenes because of these mixes, well, then you just disproved Israel versus Palestine because you guys are just phonies. So, right? If you're willing to do this to take me down, then fuck. But, if that's just me being paranoid, then it's just me being paranoid. But if it's not, then the Stephanie Houston, the Stephanie Houston thing needs to end because if I am being paranoid, it's because of that. I mean, it's just, that's what it is. And then, whatever else, since I never got that fixed, I mean, it's a problem. But, okay. Like, as I go down here, and just FYI, for if you don't know, that the reason this is here, it's Goku, and then it's this one and this track, the album cover to this track is Houston's Problem. So it's either am I Houston's problem, or does it look like I'm actually the only person in Houston that seems to like engage? Like, fuck Beyonce. I mean, she doesn't give a fuck about Houston. Actually, she's just trying to like milk us for all we can, all we're worth, right? Does that make sense? And it's not even her; it's someone using her. You get what I'm saying? So like, I care about this place more than most people, I think, and you know, and Dallas. I don't hate Dallas. I mean, I went to school in Dallas, but I'm from Houston. I'm from Texas, actually, right? I'm from Texas. Okay, so can I get some help from the hip hop community here? Music EDM community. Can I mix them together and make? Oh, I did. Can I? Can I do it though, like as an artist and not just a DJ? Can I get some help with this stuff? Can you guys tell my mom, hey Cheryl, you got to stop? You know what I mean? Can we? Did Popo go off? No, it's just glowing. Majorly still. Okay. But okay, so I went back, and now you can actually go back and watch these now. Yo. So this was when, actually, this is the room that I rented at Hotel Alessandra. Oh, does this whole thing make more sense now? Why did that hotel even open up? Was it rich people trying to make a point here in the middle of our city? Yes, duh. Okay, I think it seems like it, but what is this place? I don't, like, it's, by this place, I mean, what is my reality? You know, not what is this place. This place is the dive, but... Anyway, it's much more of an experience when you're there because it, like, you know, it really internally affects you.
Shaking's a rough house. He made that. He made it. Yo, get loud. Fuck distance in it. Yo. It's a noise for distance, yo. Check it out. Fucking hell.
Anyway, let's move back on. James, am I a Batman yet? Am I Batman yet? Come on, James. I need the answer here. Am I Batman yet, or what? I mean, are you just gonna bullshit? Because clearly, but or at least the Joker. Okay. So now, do you get this stuff? You get the. Wait. Woo! Or like here. Oh, actually, hold on.
Woo! That was right.
And it seems to be really related to the right side that a lot of this stuff happens. Wow. But even just the fact that, you know, I catch so much lightning might be like a good indication that it seems to respond when I talk. But
that was really obvious when I got right into my hip.
and the breathing techniques. What I'm trying to get at is, like, I don't think this should be, like, your average person's not going to be able to do this, but clearly I'm, like, doing it repeatedly, doing certain techniques that I'm trying to, like, figure out exactly what is the thing that does it most. I think it's just the intention, actually, but, you know, Yahweh's trying to make a point that my right side is probably going to bring the lightning and everything else, but...
That was as at the same time as it could have been. Sounds like the place I would want to be. Ooh, that was right as I got into my hip. Sounds like the place I would want to be. Ooh, that was right as I got into my hip. Yes.
Ooh. Literally, you hear it click when I do it, and the lightning is at the exact moment of the click. Ooh. But, you know, I guess people can continue to pretend this shit isn't happening. It clearly is, but I guess people could pretend. Even though it looks like all around the world, people know what's going on, and they're just pretending here in Houston, and it's killing people. And you should feel ashamed, and I'm sure Yahweh is dealing with all your relatives and all the people you care about most in such a detrimental and terrible way until this ends. It needs to end. I'm not kidding. This shit needs to end. I mean, it really, like, even this, the webcam stopped, but here I could probably, hold on, I'm going to change the camera just because I really think this shit's about to explode. I mean, actually, like, this, you know, whether it happens while we're sitting here watching or not is a different story, but it definitely looks to me like it is primed and ready to go boom. I would suggest that's really obvious based on the glow. If there's something between glow and someone here in Houston, I keep seeing a thing that says Sharon Parker as I'm driving by, and it feels like one of those things. If that doesn't make sense or whatever, if it makes sense, then clearly it's been caught. If it doesn't make sense, then, oh, yeah. Like, you know, when I'm saying mental poison, this is the kind of shit where I'm just like, stop. But, it's killing everybody, including the people love most, so I'm ending it. But, hold on. All right, thanks, James. It's cool. And then, like, what? Like, I don't want my family to die, by the way. If they've done something wrong, I mean, they deserve to, like, you know, get hit for it. I mean, that kind of thing. But they deserve, you know, like, hey, punishment to some degree. Like, hey, you've really wronged me. You've tortured me. You've allowed people to torture me for years. You do deserve some kind of thing. Is it going to happen, or do they get grace? I don't know. If my cousins are having children that I don't know about, yeah, they don't deserve grace. It's going to be a heavy hand that deals with you. Unless you end this tonight while I'm speaking, you end this. Otherwise, you weren't going to, and, you know, you deserve it. So, but if not, and I seem crazy, fix the fucking Stephanie Houston thing, which is clearly happening, that Josh says is happening, okay? And it's wrong. Once he said those two things, if you're not fixing it, you are the problem. So, Josh, you are the problem if that's the case. And especially if you've done something wrong that you're not trying to speak up about because you've done something wrong, then you are the problem, and congrats, it's hurting everybody, and you have caused it. Not me. I'm not the cause of all this. I'm just the one who's finishing it, right? You get it? I'm the one, like, it happened probably because something disarmed me when I was a kid anyway. So, is that the police here in Houston, or are they like, oh, actually he stands for, you know, law and order and justice and stuff? I mean, it just depends. It depends on what's going on, really. So, okay, what am I trying to, what was the next thing that I was going to do? Just so you really get my, you know, conceptually what I'm doing here. Oh, or like this one. You know, you might be able to block some lightning. The earthquake thing's gonna fuck this up for you. So I mean, just actually, it's really gonna confirm, and it's like that's the end, and you know the lava stuff and everything. So, but okay.
Negative thought. Negative thought.
Okay. Next up. Okay, we'll listen to Area 51 because James Bond, right? James, we got a Bond, and I'm gonna play his music for him. It's a good song, but I'm just like, it definitely gives the Area 51 vibe. Also, you know, it does feel like you got a mixed cloud in this mix that I made in 2018, right? The Yo-Ya mix, right? 2018. This was when my old thing. Hey, look, it's Alessandra Ambrosio. Oh, and Gigi Hadid. And she's like alien things, but hey, it's Alessandra Ambrosio. Oh, hey. Hey, honey, I love you. I love my wifey. I just love her so much. Anyway, it's humor. This is, I mean, is it? I don't know. Is she my? I don't know. We'll see. But the brig. Am I in the brig? Because it seems like it. Hey, look. Create the ENiGMA Dubz. Exodus. Burn down Babylon. Burn down Babylon. Exodus. Create the future VIP. Aeon. Funkin' Matt. MLK. AGS. Area 51. The Artifact. The Artifact Truth Remix. Aleph here. Mega point. So the Alpha and the Omega. The Aleph here. Omega point. In the Bible, like what in the book of Isaiah, I am the you know, Yahweh's like, I am the first and the last, but he also says, I am the first and I will be with the last. Well, why would that make sense? Well, Yahweh's a spirit, but also, if the thing that is talking about in the book of Revelation, where it's like, yo, Matt Wilk is going to be on the throne, he is the last, Yahweh will be with me because he's at my right hand because it's Jesus, and Jesus grants me to sit on the throne with him, which makes me that guy, and then Jesus being the last because he actually is the last, and then we fix it, and then we can go to a place where death doesn't exist anymore. And that's, some ENiGMA, encounter, UFO. Okay, well, being that those things are the case, right? ENiGMA, encounter, UFO. Hey, coagula. Isn't that thing that happens when you get like a blood clot? Doesn't it coagulate or something? Or it clots, right? But I mean, it could, if hypothetically, doesn't blood coagulate if there's a venom, like some venom someone? Yeah, it does. So I'm just getting these points over, so I'm making these points over like 7 fucking years. Eventually it should be obvious that it's gonna happen. Same thing with the earthquake. You don't think that shit's gonna happen? Okay. So,
low frequency.
I'm gonna send this to James, and I'm gonna I'll maybe clip this part out and just be like, "Yo, can you explain any of this shit? Like, does this not make sense to you? Is this not? It's clearly going on. Some evil shit's gonna happen if it doesn't just stop immediately. I need you to stop it. If this is like, if this is the part where." If this is this part, if this is a little scary, then maybe stop doing evil shit that's hurting people. I mean, that would be cool. Please? I mean, are you doing that or are you not doing that? If you're not doing that, speak up. If you are doing that, stay silent and let people get hurt over your evil. But, I mean, James, you need to... James Bond, you need to, 00. I need you to engage this, please. Batman, come on. Are you one of the Batmen? One of these ninjas that's training me in the ways like how Ra's al Ghul trains Batman, or the League of Shadows, the Court of Shadows, or whatever. I mean, is it a bunch of English Batmen? English Batman. I am half English, right? Actually, I am an Englishman. I mean, blood wise. Well, 30%, and actually, well, let's get that out. But here, let's listen to this a little more. Not that I think I really need to prove that I'm part anything. that my, this is my DNA, not my cultural. My cultural is my mom is white and my dad is black. I've like, from third ward here in Houston, Texas. I would still be in. I would probably own my grandma's house now if they hadn't like robbed all sorts of money from me. I don't even know. They might have torn it down, which is the house that my dad was born in, and it's my family house. They tore it down, trying to make some kind of rapey evil point to me. That's my understanding. If it's not torn down, I just haven't been there because we don't own it anymore. Why? Well, I've been robbed, and I wanted to buy it, but I couldn't, and I couldn't. They did this to me. Well, this is why recompensation. If the house is gone, you can never give me that back. You can't give me my grandma back and the time that I miss with her. You can't give me the time back from my family. All this torturous pain, you can't give me that back. So that's why, if you're having kids in secret and abusing them, you can't get that back. That's why there would be a thing that people throw people in lava, or kids in public and abusing them. If you're abusing kids, lava. You get it? Burning lake. Nick Vo was pissed off that I said this in the past, but maybe, hopefully, if he is a good man, well, there's none good but God. If he's a Batman, but like a Batman that's, not an evil shithead, okay, I'll stop with it. If Nick Vo is, someone honorable, right? Detective Nick Vo here in Houston, Batman's a detective, right? You get that? So, like, the greatest detective, apparently. Supposedly, that's the whole point of Batman. But, Nick Vo, if you don't get what this is about now and why I was saying what I was saying and why I would have lashed out at you if you, seemingly are empowering them, oh, fuck. I can't get it over to you any better. But, if you aren't a terrible person who is helping these people, I really do apologize. I did not mean to, I don't mean to be threatening people who aren't actually whatever. But you still had to make up for the fact that you didn't see the obvious at the time, and that somehow I'm a better detective than this detective here in Houston that I think is lauded for being a pretty on-point detective. So, it should just be like maybe just a little bit more perception, slowing things down, and not being a whatever. Okay, anyway, let me show my family tree. Not that I think I had to prove anything out to anybody about who I am. Here you go, Nick Vo. Here. If you're Batman, right? You're a detective. Batman's a detective. If you're Batman, here's the Joker card. You can take the Joker card and it's a truce, right?
But all you have, as long as you have a truce, Bruce.
I guess this is for all sorts of people. You can take the Joker card because you don't want the other card. You don't want the ace. You want the Joker because the Joker, well, the Joker card, graceful. The ace card is not graceful. Or whatever the opposite of the Joker is, because the other one is not going to be fun. It's going to be very painful. So if you want this,
as long as a truce, Bruce. As long as you have this card, a truce. But all you have to do is tear it in half, and I'm happy to discuss with you in any way like why you sent a boy wonder
To do a man's job.
so anyway, okay. Let's discover my origins, shall we? Is this my origin story? This is literally. Yeah. 33% England, Northwestern Europe. Hey, I'm white people. Yay! I'm not ashamed of being white. I don't feel. I saw a thing where Blake Griffin was like, I wish I was less white, or whatever, when he was trying to get to the NBA. It's like, I don't have that. I don't wish I was less white. I'm proud of the English side or whatever. I'm proud of, do I have white pride? Sure, yeah. I got black pride too. So it's like I just get to be the Joker, I guess. But cool, that's awesome to me. I'm happy with that. That's cool. But also, stop whatever the bullshit is where people are hurting me. That's actually the most important thing to me. But look, so 33% English. Okay, cool. What's the other? Oh, 17% Scottish. Well, how much does that make of my DNA? 17 plus 33. So you take the 7 and you put it into 33, it's 40%. You take the other 10%, it's 50%. Okay, well, it looks like I'm half from the UK. So all these Englishmen and shit, yo, James, is this our bond? Are we Englishmen? I mean, am I an Englishman? I mean, it looks like it, but King Charles, why you letting them do this to me? Oh, maybe you're not. Maybe I don't know. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, come on. So am I an Englishman? Sure. I mean, again, culturally, I'm half white, half black from Houston, Texas. But it looks like I'm an Englishman. Probably actually a lot of black people down here in Houston, if you measured their stuff, they would be like English and just like they would have all sorts of different stuff. French, Creole, so French stuff and whatever. We're like most of the black people down here were mixed to some degree, right? Most actually I think most black people here, probably a lot of them black people from like African American, right? Because we can go back to Louisiana where I think my family was maybe slaves in Louisiana, but if not, in the least, we're like that's where we're from. But we don't. At one point, I was told we like got people like from the plantation. I forget where's the place, Abbeville, Louisiana, and like I don't know if there's a plantation there, but I know for sure Abbeville, Louisiana, and Jane Como, and which is a French, Como with an X at the end, and just family from these places, Melissa Ferry, stuff like that. But the white side, I actually know less about. I think the white side knows less, but as far as what we are, this has actually given us some idea. Other than I think the Eastern European part, we actually believe is Polish and Ukrainian, and then we look at the thing here, and it actually, okay, that's what it seems to suggest. So, you got a quarter of me as that, right? So, or maybe a little Russian. I don't know. But in any instance, the Ukrainian and Russian, they speak the same language pretty much because it's the same people. They're Slavic people, whatever. So I'm Ukraine. I'm being attacked by Russia. Stop it. Putin, stop it. Stop Putin. Stop pooping, Putin. I mean, it's just whatever. Anyway. And then you can clearly see the rest is a spattering of, like, I don't know where this Portugal or I can see where the Baltics thing and maybe Sweden, Denmark comes, but anyway. And the rest is like a spattering of West Africa, right? Obviously, my dad's is more like half Africa. Is he half African American? No, he's black. He's light skinned, but both his parents are darker than him. I don't know how that one worked out. Genetics, huh? But hey, to my African brethren, what the is this? Why is Raiden is like an African child soldier, and it's like in Metal Gear Solid, and like they call him the White Devil or something. I mean, could be. So like you see it. Hey, Angola. Hey, I know two people from Angola, Gilmar and Celestino. What's up, my cousins? My 3% cousins. I don't know. Is that I don't. I think it includes. Like I think this includes primarily in Angola. Okay. So look, hey, and I'll say this: my cousin Adam is covering the east side of. I think. Well, I don't know what's going on exactly right now because I don't keep up with my cousins, and maybe that's how they could have kids in secret if they've done it. But which is really evil and rapey, and like that would be why 4 billion people are about to die. That would piss me off to that degree. But okay. If not, okay, well then fix this, K it alley? Kenya. Okay, I'm just trying to show that this is the place that my cousin is. So we got both East and West Africa. I'm just showing my origins. This is my origin story. You get it? You get my origin story? My origin? What's an origin story? Okay, this is an origin story. I think. Okay. How long is this video now? 5.5 hours. It's a little longer already than the one from last night. Let's keep going. Hey, hotter in reality. Am I hotter in reality? I don't know. Come find out. Gal Gadot, come find anyway. This is one reason why people don't take me seriously, is I'm making jokes, but it's like, well, they don't... When I just say stuff anyway, they aren't taking me seriously, so I might as well make it into a joke, actually. And then it's uncomfortable until you actually do it, so then maybe that's why the joke, okay? Okay, so what's next here? Oh, hey, okay. This is next. 1985. Which cousin of mine was born in 1985, I wonder? I don't know, I'll have to go back and figure that one out.
Release yourself to the unknown. Discover the deepest truth. Release yourself to the unknown. Release yourself to the unknown. Discover the deepest truth. Release yourself to the unknown.
Look, it has a hoodie on. Get it? Sure.
I've been sick of all the routine. I need real love. I don't need none of the groupies. I don't need drugs. I just need a place to call mine. Looking up above. I've been looking up above. I keep looking up above. I've been sturdy on my own too. Never needed help. Now I'm sitting in this phone booth, worried about my health. Missed calls and missed texts. I don't even reply. I just look up to the sky. He been letting me slide. I'ma take all of my sins, wash them down, let the smoke fly. Empty promises, it's too late, I went and broke mine. Staring at the mirror, it's been getting worse the whole time. Waiting for my whole life, waiting for my. me to a happier place, cause my time's running low and I'm in need of a change. I've been sick of all the routine, I need real love. I don't need none of the groupies, I don't need drugs. I just need a place to call mine, looking up above. I've been looking up above, I keep looking up above. I've been sturdy on my own too, never needed help. Now I'm sitting in this phone booth, worried about my health. Missed calls and missed texts, I don't even reply. I just look up to the sky, he been letting me slide. I'ma take all of my sins, wash them down, let the smoke fly. Empty promises, it's too late, I went and broke mine. Staring at the mirror, it's been getting worse the whole time. Waiting for my whole life, waiting for my I've been sick of all the routine. I don't
So you get that, you know, this here, the whole point of this that I'm getting at is you can even see the color scheme goes with each thing is like in color as it should be. But I'm trying to make the point here like, hey, James, and then under that, it's like, you know, more good music from the United Kingdom. And, I don't know, you got some more dubstep here. Hey, Wild Card. That's like that's like the M16 that my dad would have been using in Vietnam, huh? In fact, this one exactly. No, it's not. It's an M16A1, but it has the like. Well, actually, the flash hider's a little off, but you know, this is almost perfect as far as what my dad would have used. I think. You know, not a bird. He would have had a birdcage flash hider, but I think that one's a little too big, but it's close, very close, almost. So you get why it's a wild card, and you know the wild card is like the Joker's wild, right? So Ace or the Joker, right? Okay, you get it. Also, you know, I'm trying to show like, hey, you got this thing that looks like, you know, how the thing that has multiple arms. In fact, I even put this up like didn't I show the thing like let's listen while I pull this up, but you know, that's what we'll do.
Me and Trey with your ass, me and back for your ass. We used to party in ass, back in the day when we was big. Me and Trey with your ass, me and back for your ass. We used to party in ass, back in the day when we was big. Me and Trey with your ass.
Hold on. It's like, wait, what was I looking for again? Oh no. Brain fart. Oh, right.
Me and back for your ass. We used to party in ass, back in the day when we was big. Me and Trey with your ass. Me and back for your ass. We used to party in ass, back in the day when we was big. Back in the day when we was big.
See, doesn't this look like the thing with the arms and stuff? Okay, right? Like a string on a puppet. Wait, a puppet on a string. Yeah, same thing like this. Like it just this, you know, it's Eastern mysticism essentially. But if it backfires really bad, Nix. So I'm just telling you, it looks like it backfired real bad, and it looks like you're a puppet on a string. So this whole buy one's own bootstraps. All right, if people are trying to make a point to not speak into my reality in any way that fixes this issue, you'll just end up looking like a puppet on a string. And then the more you try to fight it, the more you're just going to hurt yourself, because Yahweh's going to let you do what you want to your own destruction and then toss you into wherever is going to be the worst. So I'd also like to point out my whole point with this. Hey, look. Okay, let's look at the... We're going to go through just as I did last night. Like... showing this stuff in, what's that called? Like here, if I go to my YouTube and I go to my most recent videos, right? And we pull up this one, harassed by I'm Tracy. This just popped up on my YouTube recommended, which is why I pulled it up. But as you're gonna see, it's like this track. This is why I'm saying it feels like people are really fucking with me in a way they shouldn't, because it's clear that like what I'm about to show, I already saw at least one or two. There's already at least one or two that are related to these concepts that I keep talking about over and over. The concepts that are in my private, what should be my private photo gallery in my phone. These concepts which should be represented, if they're making points in this music, they need to make points with words to speak up on this situation of abuse. And, I'm going to say this. Actually, I'll pull it up in here. So we've already looked at, this is, I've already looked at the Jezebel thing and whatever this is. So I'm moving on to or just move into the next thing, which is in Thessalonians, it talks about this thing here where it says, please do not get excited. Okay. To turn now, brothers, to the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ and how we shall be gathered round him. Please do not get excited too soon or alarmed by any prediction or rumor or any letter claiming to come from us, implying the day of the Lord has already arrived. Never let anyone deceive you in this way. Trust me, you'll know when the day of Yahweh comes. It's like, it's going to be impossible to miss. Additionally, the idea is we're not at the end because people are still dying. At the end of the Bible, after the end, nobody's dying anymore. Literally, death is defeated, and we live forever. And so anybody that is against that, you don't want to live forever, just leave then. Go, actually, if you want to just jump in this, you could do that. That would help everybody if you're trying to act like abusive assholes. But if you're trying to steal away the resources so that because you think you can do this or live forever or something, if you do it, it doesn't work. It only backfires. If the Bible exists, you've already lost, and it clearly exists, so you've already lost. So, this is my point with this. So, never let anyone deceive you in this way. It cannot happen until the Great Revolt. I mean, is that the Dub Rebellion? That would seem like, my whole point. What are you rebelling against? Yourselves? You're rebelling against life? You're rebelling against everything good? You're rebelling against not seeing a bunch of Jewish women raped for no reason and executed, and teenage girls rape executed. I mean, is this what you're actually rebelling against? Because you're trying to empower something to steal away reality, which is killing all sorts of people. Is that what this rebellion is about? Because that's not what I'm about. You get that? So, there has to be an answer, which is I think what's being forced out right now. It cannot happen until the Great Revolt has taken place and the rebel, the lost one, the one of perdition, is that Jay Electronica because he went on the road to perdition? And by that I mean, let's look this up. Right? Hey, look, Jay-Z, Jay Electronica. I'm not going to do it because I don't want to get copyright struck because I'm talking shit. But whatever. I might get copyright struck by this. Oh, I don't know. But long story short, when he's talking about the young prophet Muhammad, well, it looks like that's only empowering a female rape mecca, which is killing everybody. So it seems like probably he was the one on the road to perdition or something like that. But we'll see. Maybe he's Batman. Is it Jay Electronic? Are you Batman? Oh, are you a bad man? Is that okay? Because there's a lot of bad men that I'm having to deal with. They're really bad. I mean, they're not good. I mean, they're not skilled. Is what I'm getting at. They're bad. Well, I mean, actually, the rapping is all right. It's just bullshit that's coming out of his mouth. Actually, the rapping and the music's good. It's just bullshit that's coming out of his mouth, and it's hurting people. It's hurting black people especially, but it's hurting people. This is the enemy, the lost one, the one of perdition, right? This is the enemy, the one who claims to be so much greater than all men call God, so much greater than anything that is worshipped, that he enthrones himself in God's sanctuary and claims he is God. Is that in my house or in my, in my wife? Surely you remember me telling you about this when I was with you, and you know, too, what is holding him back from appearing before his appointed time. Rebellion. See, it's the Knights of the Round. Right? Who's rebelling? Is this why the King of England has cancer now? Or no? I mean, there should be an answer. If it's not, and the king wants to help out here because he's starting to see that people are doing this stuff, or people are starting to see this, that would be wise. Round table, and now it's right. That's even the whole sword in the stone thing. So okay, let's and you get all these beast ladies and they're beauty ladies that are being used as like evil weapons against me, and it's like I think a lot of the reason people are doing this is the part of their brain that is like my right side's messed up, so their left side's messed up. Their left side is messed up, and like it hurts or something maybe, and so they just want to like, or they can't see with their left side or something. Maybe they're not going through the pain. It's only their left side. I don't know, because Alessandra Ambrosio does look like her left side is messed up in the same way my right side is, in the same way my dad has that issue too. So is something going on there? What's going on? I mean, I just need answers. This shit needs to end. So, okay. Rebellion is at its work already, but in secret. See, so it's been in secret, and like this is me pulling it out into the open. And the one who is holding it back first has to be removed. Before the rebel appears openly, the Lord will kill him with the breath of his mouth and will annihilate him with his glorious appearance at his coming. But when the rebel comes, Satan will set to work. There will be all kinds of miracles and a deceptive show of signs and portents. Like it says in the Quran, like I already brought up here. If you go to well, why am I bringing up the Quran? Because it literally says they bring up the enemy of the character, like in the Bible. It brings up like seriously. I'm gonna find the Ali, like the which one do I like? Because it's because it's the one that I have a physical version of. Ahmed Ali, I think. When the sentence will have been passed against them, we shall. Oh, this isn't exactly it. Okay, we like. The only thing the Quran is good for is proving what bullshit the Quran is. I mean, actually, and Islam is. So, just FYI, a young prophet Muhammad, everything, the poetry so Quranic. This is like, it reads poorly. If you think this is poetry, you're an idiot, and you have bad taste in poetry. This is like, you read the Bible, it is beautiful at times, and other times it's just straightforward and whatever. This is hard to read because it's poorly written. If you think otherwise, you're a sycophant for some idiots, which, yeah, he is. So, I mean, they are, but specifically the young prophet Muhammad, the poetry is so Quranic. People have died because he has empowered the wrong thing, and like that's why he was on the road to perdition, and perdition, the word is death. So if that's where he's ending, that's where he's ending. And when the word is fulfilled against them, the unjust, we shall produce from the earth a beast to face them, and he will speak to them, for that mankind did not believe with assurance in our signs. And before that it says, Only will you get to listen who believe our signs, and they will bow in Islam. Like these characters are doing to this rape Mecca woman, and that it seems like there's some kind of thing that's doing like closer, Brig of the Dread, or Brig of Dread, Brig OF, like OnlyFans, Dread, Subterranean, Death Row, Phantom, Brain Rot, because they're rotting me, and it's a form of execution that executed me as a child, and these artists, which are shitheads, are hurting me because instead of helping, they're like empowering it with this bullshit. The Art of Jumping, Won't Get Lost, Astral, Daemoness in Fenestra, demons, right? Lesser entities like Allah, something purporting to be God, but it's a lesser entity. Genesis, Gumptown, like Forrest Gump, because my dad's a Vietnam veteran. This is why this is dangerous for these people, because there are motherfuckers that'll come out there and kill them for threatening the child of a veteran for just existing. And, execute. OG Nix. Nix, well, this is going to be a problem. Isn't Kelsey Fat Hercules? She's up in Toronto right now, kind of taunting me from Toronto. Is that has something to do with it? 6 Feet Under, Plinko, XXXX Gold, Yoked, Can't Deny, Swag Dads, Trimble, Rhythm Alarm, Spud. I mean, I like some of these people's music, but they're all acting like cunts, so throw them all in the lava, actually. Spud, Toop, as in top, but it's like a joke because Stephanie Justin has 2 O's in her name. Back for More, The Booze Bandits, On the Edge, Astral Projection, Dislocated. Again, the dislocated thing in the brain rot should be really obvious when I'm talking about the Proverbs 12 thing, with the rot, right? And the because they have brain rot because it's affecting everybody. And but they don't get out of it because they're acting like shitheads instead of like doing the right thing. And you go to the Genesis 32 thing, and this is probably where the lost one is gonna die because he's thinking he's pulling himself up by his bootstraps or something. Is that what it is? I guess we'll find out. Dodge and Fusky, is this literally why the king has cancer and Kate has cancer and you guys are idiots and it's killing everybody? And this is why all of these artists are under threat now, actually, because they're threatening me and my family and hurting me and my family? Yeah, this is exactly why. I'm not kidding about this. And yeah, I'm going to stay more calm because I know Yahweh's going to fuck shit up. Because, I've seen what's happened over the past period. They're just stupid. So, I mean, like, they're going to keep doing stuff until they die, but I'm not going to, I'm not going to stop. So, alienated, out of joint, be dislocated, right? Dislocated. This is what something is doing this to me to hurt me, right? To rot me. Now, when we look at these concepts here and you see like execute, brain rot, and dislocated, the probability of all these, without making a point to me, all being in the same thing here is all being in the same compilation, incredibly low. So, this is exactly why proving a point that like, hey, these people are abusive assholes. It's hurting everybody. It's a cancerous situation that's leading to death on lots of people. Any and all of these people should be rounded up and dealt with. But how about we just engage them publicly and say, why are you doing this? You know what I mean? Tracy, why are you doing this? What the fuck is wrong with you? If you're, if execute is the thing, well, what if someone came and executed someone you love just to make a point? Or something like that, I guess we'll find out, huh? But okay, you got Back for More, Booze Bandits, On the Edge, Astral Projection, Dislocated, Sword Logic, Dodgeball, It Was Nice. And the true grit thing from this Tracy thing is it's just Gritzy. It's make fun of Gritzy, or, the people here that are participating are Gritzy people, or whatever the fuck is going on. If they're not, you guys absolutely need to speak up now. Once it gets to the point it's threatening my family, I mean, like, it already has been, though they haven't been believing it. I'm threatening my family if they've done some super evil shit. These people are threatening my family for existing, right? Does that make sense? I'm saying like if some evil shit has happened, you're gonna be punished judicially. My aunt should appreciate that because she's a judge. I mean, like my mom should appreciate that she's a lawyer. My other uncle should appreciate that he's a judge. Like, people in my family care about the law. Okay, well, I don't really give a fuck about the law. I give a fuck about people acting like assholes and ruining my day. And, I'm getting a lot of that vibe from these idiots. So if that's not it, Nix, you need to speak up with your words. If that is it and you're an evil idiot, well, you've lost. So, I mean, like, what, is this a toxic situation? Right? Hold on. One moment. Is it toxic? Yeah, it would seem like this is a toxic situation. And this shit needs to end. So either, what are you, is Nix actually a good guy or what? Is it Disciple Roundtable's not a good guy? I guess we'll find out, huh? Oh, Leviathan flows? Oh, maybe not, because Leviathan is, one of the bad guys. So in the thing here, you got the guy with the scepter. Like, when I'm talking about the iron rod, he has a scepter in his left hand, like I have a scepter in my left hand, right? And then there's a sword and its tentacles, like the what I'm saying, the beast thing, Beauty and the Beast thing, the yeah, I really believe that this is some form of coup that has happened, and like our government is just so unaware, or I don't know, I don't know why they wouldn't engage this because it's clearly a problem, but like, do you understand why this is an issue, and why this is evil and rapey and needs to stop? That they're using these models to like harass down on me and hurt me and apparently doing some evil shit behind the scenes that's going to get people killed. I mean, that's what it seems like. I just need some answers and I need something to deal with this, and it clearly is happening. How about this? Is Kara a throw? Is this a throw? Is she the parasite that's been causing this? She's from Houston, and she's clearly like making points around the lightning stuff and whatever. So I mean, Kara del Toro, you're gonna have to speak, or you're fucked too. I mean, actually. So it just is what it is. I'm really tired of these rapey shitheads, and like they won't stop. Even like pushed up against a sword, they won't stop. I'll say this: my sword hasn't completely come out yet. Obviously, my right side. That seems to come with this earthquake, and when that happens, anybody and everybody that's harassing me that led to that many people dying, y'all are fucked. I mean, actually. And the fact that people are getting cancer around this, I mean, really. Doesn't this seem like some kind of Arab thing instead of something that's like Christian? I mean, there's literally even a Buddhist, this is a Buddhist symbol, this wheel. So it's like just a bunch of fake religion, right? And again, in Buddhism, when it talks about in the Journey to the West and the Monkey King jumps into the hand of the Buddha, the Buddhist palm, and the 5 pillars of Islam are actually something from the Buddhist palm. I mean, this is Deepika Padukone. I mean, it seems like it because she's, again, one of these people, she's watching this situation instead of helping, she's having kids with some random dude that she, like, very purposefully is making an image around after causing me fucking problems. So this shit needs to end. And, like, people are dying over this shit. So what is this, Kara, maybe? I mean, there's no way that the music stuff is this, and like what I'm putting out is like this, you know what I'm saying? Not whatever. If she thinks she's a bad girl and whatever, and it's hurting people, well, your family lives here, and someone could actually go and deal with them. So do you want that? No? Okay. You need to do the right thing. You understand that this is a fucking problem, right, Kara? Are you going to throw? Are you on their side, but you're actually going to throw for me? Well, you should do that. Is this an arrow, and this rape mecha woman is going to be shot in the head by an arrow? It looks like it. So, is that Kara? Because it could be. Does she think she's a bad girl, and then it turns out she's just a clown that got clowned so hard, literally it's the end of the Bible? Yeah, probably, actually. So I guess we'll figure it out, huh? Hey, Da Vinci. It looks like, hey, where's Ricardo Tisci when you need him? Hey, Mr. Tucci, what's going on here? It has fashion infiltrated the music stuff too, and it's just a bunch of phony posers. Yeah, it really looks like it actually, because they're owned and operated by, not me at least. I wouldn't do this shit with it. I would actually, make it worthwhile. But this is the stuff that I'm talking about, where it's like what I just read to you from the Quran, where it's talking about the beast from the earth, right? And then you go to, we pull this shit up, right? So, but when the rebel, but when the rebel comes, so let's pull this back up. I mean, Cara Del Toro's a hot babe. I like Cara Del Toro. I mean, as far as her looks, I just don't like, that she seems to be a shithead empowering these rapist assholes. And, if she's going to throw, she better do it now. But if not, yeah, your family lives here. This is about to be a problem for everybody that's here. So, okay. Is that me threatening someone's family? I'm going to say that probably there's already a threat to my family and everybody's family, and that something's going to turn it towards your family for participating to the level that you clearly are. But, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know anything and that this isn't something that's going on. Maybe she's just a puppet on a string, because that's what it looks like, because that's what it seems like all these people are. But, I'll just keep being the Joker and shooting electricity at this, thingy. You know what I'm saying? Pew, pew, pew. Okay, anyway. But when the rebel comes, Satan will set to work, and there will be all kinds of miracles and deceptive show of signs and portents, and only those will you get to listen who believe in our signs and portents, and they will bow in Islam, to the rape Mecca woman, to the female deity that's causing death on everybody and has led to death itself exists because this is going on. Or it still exists because this shit would have been over a long time ago. Is Kara wearing some kind of rape mecha or something? She's wearing a leather jacket there to make a point. I mean, she's a lesbian? Probably. Because I'm pretty sure she's a lesbian who's doing stuff with men just to make evil rapey points to me. Why? Because they're evil fucking people that deserve to die, that hurt everybody, that don't want to be here, but don't want to just go on their own. They want to make some kind of point as they leave because they're jaded or some shit. I don't know. Honestly, it's different for everybody, but it mostly just seems like they're assholes. That's why. I mean, actually. So, and if that's the case, Kara, bring your asshole and I'll fuck you hard in the asshole, but, stop. And this is why, okay, if I say something strongly sexual like that in order to, disempower some woman using her sexuality in order to be, because that's the whole point of these women, is they're using their sexuality, that's a Beauty and the Beast core, and then pretending that this shit isn't happening, it's hurting people. So, you can make a decision. I can either use that kind of language and shit to defend myself, and, at some point, I think I do need a form of sexuality that makes up for all this sexuality that's been taken from me, but, until that point happens, I'm gonna keep saying stuff like this to these evil people. Does that make me evil? I don't know. Make your mind up. Does it seem like I'm evil, or does it seem like I'm actually defending, everything right from everything wrong? Okay. And everything evil that can deceive those who are bound for destruction because they would not grasp the love of the truth which could have saved them. The reason why God is sending a power to delude them like they're puppets on a string and make them believe what is untrue is to condemn all who refuse to believe in truth and chose wickedness instead. Seems like Yahweh's fine with you believing the bullshit if he can throw you into this. Which, yeah, that sounds like me. That sounds like what I've been saying. I'm 100% fine with you believing some bullshit if I'm throwing you into this. Actually. Takara, you think I'm just bullshitting on this? I mean, I think they're already looking into my computer and so they can see this, but let's go to the Cara Del Toro mix. you're wondering how the Beast from the Earth does all this shit, I'm just gonna guess. Just a guess. A big computer. A big quantum computer. That's my guess. I mean, it seems reasonable. You want to talk about signs and wonders and miracles and shit? How would it be able to figure this stuff out? You have a big enough computer, it can do anything. I promise you. So, I mean, actually, it can do a lot of stuff at least, and this is the type of shit that I think it can do. So, alright. Let's, I seem to have the Iron Man computer. You get it? Like the Rod of Iron Man computer? Okay, so that one seems to be mine. But they have some quantum computer that makes them Q, and like seemingly it isn't powerful enough to beat me. And I think the reason is because I did something that it was like he would have to be suicidal, and if he's that suicidal anyway, he would have to be Yahweh to like he would actually have to be this person to like come out of it on the other side. I think I came out of it on the other side. One thing I'm going to say, look here, and I'm going to be pointing this out. This is talking about the beast from the earth, right? Then I saw a second beast. It emerged from the ground. It had two horns like a lamb, but made a noise like a dragon. And then it says, we shall produce from the earth a beast to face them. Now, what do you think? What do you think? You think that I'm being completely accurate here? Because I would venture to say absolutely. I mean, this is clearly what the fuck. And like the Arabs or Muslims who want to make some bullshit up about like, oh, well, you got to read it in Arabic or you got to read it in this, that, or the other. Like, well, that's one translation. First of all, I understand that. That's what Hebrew. That's how well, Arabic's a knockoff of Hebrew, but that's how the Bible works. New Testament, Old Testament, Hebrew, Greek. So I always say, yeah, go to the Greek and in Hebrew if you really need to know what it says. But a lot of the translations do get you at least the point. Now, that being said, this is a knockoff. It doesn't fucking matter anyway. But the fact that it clearly is saying it's going to bring forth a creature, a beast. Let's look at the words here. A creature from the earth. A Daba. Someone tried to argue with me on my YoTV thing. Okay, I don't know why this website sucks, but I do like it for being able to do this. So, in the sense that I can look at a bunch of these, and it is important to know about the things that you're trying, like, have to defend yourself against. It's like Defense Against the Dark Arts. Okay, this is the Dark Arts. Get why Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling, she's J.K., but she's just kidding. You get it? But this is why this is more like, that Harry Potter has more value than fucking like the Quran. This is why. We shall bring forth a creature from the earth. Okay, a creature out of the earth, a creature, a beast of the earth, from the earth, a beast to face them. A beast from the earth, a beast from the earth, a Daba. So I think, is this Young Cloud? Is this Dubz? Because I think this word Daba, right? I don't know. I'll pick a random thing, find a word with a D, and then go. Hey, dot knowledge. Okay, we'll go with this one and. Dal? Is that like Dallas? Deborah. Okay, this is Deborah. Okay, now we're. Dib? I got Dib? Okay, here. Look, this word Daba, someone tried to argue, it's like, you just seem stupider because this is just a word out of Hebrew. It's saying a bear. Bring a bear. And maybe this is some sexuality stuff, and it's like about BDSM or like being a bear versus a bull or whatever the fuck, but a bear. Or, Dubz Mudamir, Yassine bin Halim, Young Cloud, Yvonne Cloud, or like whatever the fuck. I mean, is this you, Dubz? Are you the bear? Or if not, are you someone who's willing to admit that the Sufi Islam was bullshit too, and that maybe your friend, someone who was your friend? I mean, what did I do? I literally get, we DJ'd, we were friends. I've helped you out. I've literally, like, when you needed help getting your car, or whatever, and like it was broken down, I went and helped you out. When like as I left Dallas, I gave you my TV. I gave you my TV, like all sorts of stuff. I was nothing but friendly. and like I'm blocked now. I didn't lash out at him at all. So this is why I'm like, did you do something to fuck with me or no? If not, engage what I'm saying, dude. Please speak up. Do the right thing. If something's preventing me from communicating with him, well, okay, then that's that too. But do you get it? Doob, right? It comes from, oh, Dubz. So this person that was trying to argue with me, by the way, like I go to my, when I'm saying this, that there's some kind of argument over this, when we go to the Yahweh here, and then we go to the Beast from the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, it's the next one. It's the long, short version. Yeah. Oh, no, I blocked the person. If you give me a moment, I could probably like pull up the email of it, but I'm not even gonna do that. They tried to argue with me that it wasn't the same word. It's not a creature. It's not a beast from the earth. It's a daba, and I'm like, well, what is that in what is that in Arabic? And they're like, oh, it's a creature. It's like, okay, well, that's yeah, beast from the earth. Okay, yeah, and so a dilet bet or dilet wa bet a doob or a yeah doob D-U-B, or a dub. Hey, dubstep. A dub, right? Bear, as in as slow, or probably strong. But same thing. Also, the beasts in from the sea in Book of Daniel, the four beasts or whatever. One of them's like a bear or something. But yeah, Daniel 7:5. Yeah, it's where it's used. Uh, Doobie, oh, Daba. This is at Daba. To be sluggish, restful, quiet. Oh, And then you go down strength, rest, meaning obscure. Debob. DBB. DeBaby? Is this DeBaby like the BBs that they're having, like Death Stranding BBs? And like again, they're trying to impregnate women that are connected to me, like literally my wives, in order to rape away my reality. Yeah, that is what it is. So hey, look, Dibba, whispering, defamation, evil report, whispering. Oh, is that ASMR Glow or these ASMR artists that are like, whispering is literally one of the things is like, oh, it's magic and conjuring and stuff, and they think they're magicians, and it's like, no, you're stupid, is what you are. But okay, ASMR Glow, you got anything to say? Sharon Dubois. Is that why I keep saying the Sharon Parker thing as the sign when I'm driving by that sign over there? She's a real estate agent or something. Okay, yeah, Deborah. Deborah. It's a bee. A bee is something that can only sting once, by the way, and then it dies. So just remember that. But okay, we shall bring forth a creature from the earth that shall wound them. It says speak to them, but a creature, a monster, a beast, creature, creature. You get what I'm saying? A daba. Okay, well, we've already been over this. Let's. Basically, what I'm getting at is cut the Islam bullshit. You get that this is clearly when a beast from the earth. Then I saw a second beast. It emerged from the ground. It had two horns like a lamb, but made a noise like a dragon. It is called the beast from the earth, as opposed to the beast from the sea. And this beast is like in Daniel 7. It talks about different things, and there's three beasts or whatever, like in the book of Daniel. We can even go to it right after I finish kind of making this point about the beast from the earth. And I saw, actually, maybe can I open up another instance of? Oh yeah, I can. So here we go. Okay, we're gonna go to the Book of Daniel. See how I'm tying all this together? Am I coming in clutch? This could be it. This could, you know what I'm saying? I could be just so clutch with this that it was about to happen, and then I kill the whatever the rebel is with the glorious breath of my stinky breath or my mouth. I'm just messing around, but that is what it says with his breath of his appearance, or breath is the spirit. So just by speaking with the mouth sharp like a sword and by calling out people on their bullshit and probably some like preempting, they were gonna do some kind of like, oh, gotcha, and maybe got preemptive kind of like, no, you didn't. So if it didn't work, if they were gonna do a gotcha and it's like, well, looks like you were superseded on this one, and it looks like the whole burning lake thing where it says, the great things the horn was saying were still ringing in my ears as I watched the beast was killed and its body destroyed and committed to the flames. Or, the second death, the burning lake. The other beasts were deprived of their power but received a lease of life for a season and a time. But if you go to this and you see that, so check this. You see how it says, I saw a beast, and the beast was like a leopard with paws like a bear and a mouth like a lion. That's the first three beasts, right, of this. The first beast, I saw the four winds of heaven. That's a Buddhist concept too, but okay. I mean, this makes sense in the East as well. Four great beasts emerged from the sea, each different from the other. The first was like a lion with eagle's wings, and as I looked, the wings were torn off, and it was lifted from the ground and set standing on his feet like a man. It was given a human heart. The second beast I saw was different, like a bear. That's where, when I said, hey, it's in the Book of Daniel, this is where it is. Raised up on one of its side with 3 ribs in its mouth between its teeth, up came the command, eat quantities of flesh. After this I looked and saw another beast like a leopard, and with 4 birds' wings on its flanks. It had 4 heads, and power was given to it. So these, I believe the idea is these are 4 kings. Maybe the 4 kings of like... this, the 4 heavenly kings? Something like this. That would make a lot of sense. I don't know, let's ask Nyx. Yeah, Nyx, you got anything to say, or what? You're Indian, right? I mean, you might know about this, or no? Is it India or Bharat? Or is that just a brat joke because they're acting like brats? Probably probably that part, the latter thing that I just said. Chinese for holy beasts. You know what I'm saying? Like, how are beasts holy? This is the enemy of all. The enemy of all mankind is a dragon. So in China, it's like, in the East, it's like not. But go let a snake bite you and see how much it's not your enemy, right? I mean, actually. Okay, I mean, really, did I not just make a really obvious point? Let's keep going here. Okay, so you got the... $713. Anybody know what that would represent? 713? You know what a throw is? Aura. What does it mean? Is this like Kara, except it's Quora? What does it mean to throw in video games? In video games, typically... I didn't say it could log me in. Okay. In video games, throwing typically refers to an act of intentionally losing or performing poorly in a game, often to frustrate or annoy other players. Oh, is she the one that's the parasite that's attached to me that's causing death on all sorts of people and she's throwing? Oh, probably. This behavior, or is that is the joke that it's Cara with a K, but it's actually Cara Delevingne with a C, and that's why her house got burned down because people are pissed off that this is going on. And it's one of the two, and maybe they're both the Enchantress. Congrats. Or maybe Kara's my friend and she's trying to bring this out into the light. I don't know. You need to speak up. You have words, use them. I mean, actually, you have words, use them. You're from Houston, Kara. This is hurting people in Houston. This is hurting my family in Houston. I'm sure it could be hurting your family, and maybe you're just unaware. So, please speak up. It would be right. It would be the right thing to do, not an evil, rapey kind of witchy thing to do. Okay? This behavior is generally considered unsportsmanlike and can lead to negative consequences such as being reported or banned from the game. It's important to remember that good sportsmanship and fair play contribute to a positive gaming community. If you have any other questions about video games or gaming terminology, feel free to ask. Thanks. I'm glad that was cleared up by, the internet. So, Kara Throw, you think that maybe that when I'm saying that, something's attached to me that's, causing me to lose because it's crippling me. You think maybe is that Cara? Or is that Cara Delevingne? She did, date Jay Electronica, didn't they? I mean, and wasn't that just to, probably get under my skin or something, or try to? It didn't really work, but I'm starting to see what was going on, then, and it just looks stupid now because it didn't bother me then because I was just, I didn't care. And I only care now because he's, it's killing people, and you've hurt a bunch of people through your rapist kind of evil actions, and you won't stop. I mean, actually, this shit's wild. But, it looks like it's literally led to the complete downfall of not just the Nation of Islam as far as, publicly just being torn apart by me, but, seems like Islam itself is about to fall apart because it's all these men who are, now they're starting to understand it's a female deity. It's well, that's not Yahweh. Elohim, the plurality of male deities. Maybe it's some woman who's lost her mind. But in any instance, an enchantress, a witchy lady, taken a Scarlet Witch. I don't know, watch the James Samuel as Carl Mordo video. I guess we'll see if both of these are not just completely copyright struck into the ground. But at a certain point, it's well, I could probably do this and I could censor I could go back and cut out the music and cut out enough to where it works on YouTube and just explain prior, hey, when you watch this, there'd be more, but YouTube's blocking it, and they're blocking it for these evil people who are hurting people. So let me put up this Quran because it doesn't really have any value. It never really had. Oh, actually, it has value, and I'm gonna keep this one forever because it literally helped me prove the Quran. But I mean, actually, holy shit. Hold on. Difficulty getting it back into my bookshelf. Okay. Let's I'm not even gonna get the book. I was gonna grab the book Spriggan and then just make a point. Jean-Jacques Jacquemont. Is this Emilio? Right? Do I you get it? Okay. Anyway, this is that's completely off point. But okay. Or is it? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's directly on point. But okay, next, I saw another vision in the Visions of the Night. I saw a fourth beast. Fearful, terrifying, very strong. It had great iron teeth. Hold on. This thing. Literally, this thing. I saw a fourth beast. Fearful, terrifying, very strong. It had great iron teeth, and it ate and crushed and trampled underfoot what remained. It was different from the previous beasts and had 10 horns. Okay, and then you go here, and this beast is the dragon. Or maybe this beast that emerges from the sea. Or, you know, it seems like it's all just one thing, actually, but so then it talks about the dragon. So one's a leopard, bear, lion, and then the dragon seems to be a mechanical thing. Like this seems to be like some Enchantress machine, like that thing I did earlier where I showed the Enchantress and this thing, and it was like right on point, right? And notice how they're using the Christian symbolism. I mean, do you think that's working out? I mean, this is kind of helping me out, but the Disciple Roundtable stuff is not helping me out, and it's really shitty and evil. So, you know, this is why it only helped me out just like the Quran helped me out to break down the Quran and in the Quran. So, to end Islam. So, maybe this is actually doing that same thing, except, you know, with this music stuff. And then it talks about the mark of the beast. You got to take a mark of the beast. He compelled everyone, great, small, rich, slave, poor, citizen, to be branded on the right hand or on the forehead. So when I'm talking about the people that have like the strong right side and they're using their right side, like this is what I'm talking about. I think that's what it is. And you're literally able to see it on their faces that their right side is the one that's like super, it's like overwhelmingly right-eyed. That's just a guess. That's something that I can see on people that I can't confirm. If it's not true, it's not true. You know, it's a guess. But I do think, you know, the idea also, number 666 is the number of man, but it actually is the number of men. And I think the idea is it's 3 men, you know, like the first beast, second beast, and third beast. And then the fourth beast seems to be this mechanical enchantress dragon thing. Probably like when I showed the thing where something like that kind of dragon thing. I mean, is this Leviathan some kind of attack out of China? It's like the dragon's handing its authority over, right? She even has a snake on her foot. What's crazy is my whole point has been like, you know, I would literally if she was, because I think the whole point is she is supposed to be my wife, but I can't tell, is that Kara or is Kara like helping and she's throwing? She was pretending to be on their team, but Kara's actually throwing in the sense like, no, I'm giving Matt his bow and arrow and like. Bitch, you can clearly hear that, right? And it say katana too? Okay, yeah. But you can hear him go, bitch. I just think that's funny. Okay, so, yeah, it seems like kind of what I'm talking about there. But also, right, I mean, you know, the idea that I've been trying to get over is I really like this Alessandra Ambrosio lady as far as her looks and everything. And, like, you know, I think that's why she's such an effective tool against me. And maybe they have multiple of them to fuck with me. But, you know, does this have something to do with anything, right? Or what? You know, I guess we'll find out, huh? But or you know, maybe y'all already know, and I'm just working my way into the thing, and like doing a pretty miraculous job of calling all this bullshit out or something, probably. But you know, I'm just trying to get it. You know, they really like this dragon symbolism. Again, the enemy of all mankind is a dragon. also representative of China. China is a dragon. So is that China? All the power of China, and it's like, I mean, does Xi Jinping have some secret kids or something with these with these people? Maybe with Stephanie Houston or something. She went to China for some stupid fucking reasons, so I don't know. But my whole point is like, if some dragon snaky thing promised this, Alessandra Ambrosio, whatever, and she's actually been my wife or connected to me to some degree since like we were this age, or she was this age, I was younger, but that I had to be connected to it for this long, and it's been torturing me because she's been rotting me, like, or maybe she's my crown, I can't tell. So maybe she should speak up. But in any instance, I really like this. I really like what I see here. Or, she didn't have the best butt, but I like what I see with it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm allowed to like what I like, right? Even younger her. I mean, actually, younger her is kind of awkward looking, but just cute. I don't know. Once she got older, I really like her as she's gotten older, but one of my points here is that like something I think the idea is that in the same way that like the snake, the idea of the snake in the garden, it's a enchanter or like a diviner enchanter. Like if we go to let me finish this up. So snake in the garden, but we're gonna look at this real fast when it talks about the. Notice the whole story here seems to be about Jesus getting his bride, and being that someone's taken my wife, and it's like the suggestion is that they're impregnating my wife and abusing me through her because they're promising her money, and people made her think that I was poor or whatever, and maybe I was, but if we can end this problem, they'll make me rich or something, and I'll take it. But you see here, or maybe even the point is that there's like multiple, and one of them is just gonna disappear, and then I'm gonna have the real one or something. Could be. I mean, if you have enough power, you can do anything, and it seems like probably Yahweh around this situation has enough power. So. Like, I'll also say this. It looks like a dog, right? And I've been saying they can come and be my dogs. So if they want to be my dogs, they can do that. Notice the dragon on her left foot. Maybe that's her. Her shield is going to be the dragon. I think is the idea here. I don't think it's going to work, but is this kind of pointing to this? I don't know. Seems like it. It definitely seems like it. So if that was it, and like you've made this kind of rape machine that's lost, and she's seeing like, hey, literally, if you were my wife, you would have been God Empress of all of existence, never having to worry about anything ever. You would live in eternal happiness, perpetually being like given everything that could possibly make you happy. But since it seems like you're not, and that you're working for other people to abuse me, and that the story of the Bible seems, by the way, then I saw the beast with all the kings of the earth and their army gathered together to fight the writer and his army. But the beast was taken prisoner together with the false prophet who had worked miracles on the beast's behalf, and by them had deceived all who had been branded with the mark of the beast and worshipped his statue. These two were thrown alive into the fiery lake of burning sulfur, and all the rest were killed by the sword of the writer, which came out of his mouth, and all the birds were gorged with their flesh. I think the women are about to start killing people too here because they're realizing how the men have screwed them over. It's just a guess. If this is a scary reality, well, welcome to what I live always, and can we end this? And when this says he overpowered the dragon, that primeval serpent, which is the devil and Satan. This one? This one? Hey, Alessandra 5 Mio, is that like Dead Mouse? Am I the dead mouse and they tried to kill me and it didn't work? My logo even looks like the mouse head, doesn't it? Like she doesn't seem to be on my side, did it? She's like obsessed with the dragon here. And like the dragon's a stupid little snake to get its head crushed, so little dragony snake thing getting its head crushed. And when the 1,000 years are over, remember, to the Lord, 1,000 years is like a day is like 1,000 years. So it's probably just when a day is over after this happens. When the 1,000 years are over, Satan will be released from his prison and will come out and deceive all the nations of the four quarters of the world, Gog and Magog, Juj and Majuj, even just for the Arabs, and mobilize them for war. His armies will be as many as the sands of the sea, and they will come swarming over the entire country and besiege the camp of the saints, which is the city that God loves, but fire will come down from heaven and consume them. Then the devil who misled them will be thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur. Yeah, it's kind of looking like a lake to me, but I guess make your own mind up. But yeah, it does. Well, it's a river in the least. It's a river, but that's a nice little pond to be thrown into. So okay. Um, So the devil who misled them will be thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur where the beast and false prophet are, and their torture will not stop day or night forever and ever. Yep. And then I saw a great white throne and the one sitting on it. I think that's what I'm offered to sit on at the seven churches of Asia that I described at the beginning of this video. In his presence, earth and sky vanished, leaving no trace. I saw the dead, both great and small, standing in front of his throne while the book of life was opened and other books were open, like the one that I was reading earlier, where the one that when people think on the name and meditate on the name Yahweh, that they're written into this book of people that remember the name Yahweh. And everyone was judged according... opened up... let's see. And other books were open, which were a record of what they had done in their lives, by which the dead were judged. And the sea gave up all the dead who were in it. Death and Hades were emptied of the dead. So, hell. Hades is hell. So hell gets thrown into the burning lake here. It's not like a bunch of little imps and minions. No, you're just thrown into something like this and tortured for all eternity. Like, literally just like... I'm just giving you, a little, giving your imagination some help. I mean, I think the imagery should be enough, but yeah. Is she going to have a smile on her face when it's happening? Oh, if she's the bad guy, no. If she's a good guy, it's not going to be happening to her. So it depends, but it doesn't seem like she's the good guy. It seems like she's the bad guy. So I guess we'll see. Death and Hades were emptied of the dead that were in them, and everyone was judged according to the way in which he had lived. Then death and Hades were... So you can't be a Christian and doing evil stuff. I mean, like, just, whatever. And then probably there are people maybe that you've never heard of Christianity or it wouldn't make sense to you, and maybe Yahweh is gracious. I mean, it depends on what he decides. Probably it depends on what I decide after once we get there. Maybe if I'm on the one on the throne that I'm being offered. So, I accept the offer, so I guess we'll see. Then death and Hades were thrown in the burning lake. Death personified. Something is literally empowering death. And, like, the last thing, this is the last being, is death and Hades in themselves. So death and whatever deity is over the abode of the dead. That place where all those zombie things were pulling me down last night when I was doing the James Samuel as Carl Mordo video. Okay, well, all this zombie strange things, that's the realm of the dead, and that's emptied into this place. This burning lake is the second death, and anybody whose name could not be found written in the book of life was thrown in the burning lake to be tortured forever. It's torturous, burning evil to an extreme on you forever. So, just FYI, it's not fun. But, you get what you deserve, and if you deserve it, well, that's even worse, because you've been judged as deserving of it, and it's true. And you picked the wrong thing when you could have had infinite good. You chose infinite evil to, like, play a part with the infinite evil people. So, that's what you get. So, if Alessandra Ambrosio is connected to me and she was my wife of some sort, and then, a woman or men or women have tricked her to act like the dragon or to be a part, and they were like hyping her up, or maybe I'm speaking about someone else and I just actually like Alessandra, so maybe not, but we'll see what's happening. But they tricked her, and she's been so used in whatever that she's like deluded in mind, and then bah. But maybe that's Kara. I guess we'll figure it out. I mean, it looks like we're about to find out, and like I've probably said it in this video, but We'll see. I think probably it's more bothersome to them that I don't seemingly know, because probably deep down I do know, and I'm just not saying it. Probably. So the word serpent here, nakash, serpent, snake, serpent, image of a serpent. Hey, look, this probably this thing. Fleeing serpent, because the serpent's a pussy. And I think even China has a thing called Leviathan, like it's some kind of hacking group, and it's probably something like that has been used to like strike out at me and fuck with me and steal my cryptocurrency and cause these kind of problems or something. But whatever. I mean, I feel like this is probably out of China because that's their symbol, is a dragon. But if it's not, you should speak up. Maybe it's literally they call the limo that the president rides around in here in America, they call it the Beast. So I guess the president could be the Beast too, and they could have stepped over all bounds and done something that is like literally the end of the Bible. It could, I don't put it past them at all. Okay. Nakash, to practice divination, divine, observe times, learn by experience, diligently observe, practice fortune telling. They're a diviner, enchanter, a whisperer. The ASMR people, ASMR glow. Hey, I like Sharon here. The indication that I'm getting is she's done something evil and wrong. Hey, look, she started a little kids channel too. I wonder why. But okay, so hey, Medusa catches me. Look at all the snake symbolism. Also, look at the snake in the crescent moon thing. Okay, Sharon. Well, I like Sharon. If Sharon, wants to, if she's not a bad guy, well then, come say hi. I mean, it seems like she got a fake fiance anyway. A lot of these women seem to have fake husbands and fiancés and shit. So, if you want to come say hi, I really like Sharon. I really love her ASMR, and she's a cutie, and cutie patootie, and we can be buddies, right? Does Alessandra mind? Is she my wife that she would care? If she would care, well, I don't know if you can come. But if she's not my wife, I mean, I guess we're figuring it out. Let's ask Gal Gadot. Like, which one of these women that's seemingly acting like whatever, all out of sorts is which one is the one? Which one's my wife? Or a number of them my wives, and the joke is on the one that isn't? Could be, actually. That would be a way that Yahweh would be really graceful to me. And I would accept that like that in a heartbeat. But I don't know. I like Sharon. I like ASMR Glow videos. The whole thing. Also, I want to point out. So as someone who watches ASMR, I don't just watch her. And like I said, these aren't all my subscriptions. These are just subscriptions based on this is my personal page, and I wanted them on my desktop. But what I use on here is my other account, and there's all sorts of ASMR artists in it. Tiptoes Tingles is another one, or Tiptoe Tingles. I could even pull up some of the other ones, but I'll do that in a bit. Or I'll do that in a moment. So, hey, look, she's shushing. I wonder why. But, I like watching these videos here with Sharon. Are there multiple of Sharons? Because there could be. Like, look, are there twins? It could be. But it is bothersome, right? When you're like watching someone and you kind of get this bond with these ASM artists, right? And then all of a sudden, then her ring gets bigger, and it's like, okay, she has a fiance, and this is awkward because like you're falling in love with the ASM artist, right? It's just like you like it's literally giving you tingles because it's like someone that you feel whatever, and then all of a sudden her fiance is behind her, and it's like awkward and stuff, and you just feel cucked, and it's like, well, that's I think the point of that, and that's why it's snaky and evil and catastrophically evil and stuff, and like whatever. I mean, I guess if you guys want to act like rapists, you're welcome to act like rapey shitheads, because this is a subversive kind of evil way of doing it. But whatever. I guess she's not hiding that she has a fiance, but it is just like it's awkward and like the whole point is he only makes appearances sometime in order to make things feel awkward. And kind of what I'm expressing here is like I don't want to like be in this position where I'm unattached to people, but like these women who are trying to like I don't know sell stuff basically because that's all having a channel is when it's this kind of thing is they make their living with it. When like they're putting in so much effort to like get you to be into them, but at the same time, then it's like, but you're just some random fucking guy on the internet, and whatever. You know what I'm saying? And this is why I think there needs to be a sexual marketplace that fixes this and that like is open to people so that you can like, if you want a virgin wife, you can get that. If you want to, if you want a wife that isn't gonna do this kind of shit to you, it's easy to find at a place because like the bar thing, going to bars or going to whatever, dating online, none of that shit's working. It's bad for our society. There's a reason why there's a whole ancient system that is pretty, not just in the Bible, but, around the world, that's how they do it in various places. There are virgin markets and stuff like that. So I wanted a virgin wife, but it doesn't seem like, it seems like I get paid back with 144,000 virgins on Mount Zion. So I would like that. So anyway, Glow, if you want to leave your fiance and come with me, you could do that, but because you aren't married, so it's not divorce, right? And if that's what this place is, well, cool. All right, if that's how people are treating people. But if not, okay, well, fuck off. Kind of actually. So whisper, 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 whisper. Okay. Anything else? What do I got? 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 I don't think I got much else. I think that might have been it. What else could I cover here? Oh, well, I guess I could finish this, huh? We can listen to a couple more songs. I actually want to listen to this Ace song real fast. I clearly like the music, and I clearly do more with it than the people that are fucking like all these other people. So I mean, come on.
Me and Trey with your ace, me and back for your ace. We used to party in ace, back in the day when we was big. Me and Trey with your ace, me and back for your ace. We used to party in ace, back in the day when we was big. Me and Trey with your ace, me and back for your ace. We used to party in ace, back in the day when we was big. Me and Trey with your ace, me and back for your ace. We used to party in ace, back in the day when we was big. Back in the day when we was big. Back in the day when we was big. Back in the day when we was big.
All right, here's the next track. That one was the Ace side, and here's the Joker side. Actually, was the joke that you do maybe want the Ace and you don't want the Joker? I guess we'll see. That's a right hand, correct? It's probably representative of my right hand, and like this would make sense to my dad if I was showing him this kind of thing. Like, hey, I'm about to grab my metaphorical. I don't own a gun, so just FYI, I don't own guns. If there's gonna be shooters, it's not gonna be me. Someone else is gonna be doing the shooting. Does that make sense? I guess I own some airsoft guns. I could just run up and BB shoot you, pew, 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 and you'd be like, ow, ow, hey, stop, ow, that stings a bit. But I'm not gonna. I don't own guns, so you can't. It's like when Nick Vo was so scared because I was like, you're gonna be thrown into a burning lake, that literally he like they filed a felony retaliation charge on me because I said that this evil person would be thrown into a burning lake, as it says at the end of the Bible, and a judge said it was okay, but they lied to the grand jury about the situation, and they probably didn't explain that a judge said that I do have a constitutional right to say it, and so they still tried to put the charge on me, and I had to go through all sorts of hell in order to like undo it. So that's why a cop slandering you and perjuring about a situation is really fucked up and evil and problematic. But okay, shooters. Do I have any? Well, I don't have a gun. I have airsoft guns. I'm not gonna go buy a gun. So, but they're probably. I mean, if I'm making sense of this to my dad, that this is I'm about to grab. Metaphorically, please, don't take this as this is not a threat with a gun. I don't own a gun. Like I just said, I'm not planning on buying a gun. I'm not planning on picking up a gun. I do not own a gun. Just making sure. That's not the way I operate. If I can give you cancer, why would I have a gun? You know what I'm saying? Like, so if I can do lightning things, why would I have a gun? I mean, actually, why would I have airsoft guns? Because I can play with airsoft guns. I like airsoft guns. But why would I have a gun? So the right hand probably. See that right hand? It's a blue hand. Maybe like the police blue, because my left hand is the red side. But the blue hand, the one that is probably the lawful authority that's about to be, that does have shooters. Okay, well, okay. It's funny because the other track that we listened to by DK is the Pots and Pans song, and then, seems like maybe if they have a powerful computer, I'm just like rooting around it or something, and like, they've been bypassed. But maybe I have a powerful computer? Could be. Maybe. Am I cyborg? Wait, am I? Hey, look, he's got a third eye. Are they having kids in secret? Is that the secret? Yeah, I think so, actually. But okay, let's end this shit. Hey, look. Am I cyborg and a French lady? Leah Seydoux? Is that her name? Right? Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. I'm not good with French. But maybe ask Emilio. Yo, Jean Jamar or whatever. Like you got something for me? I do like the fact that Emmanuel Macron is like actually standing up for Ukraine now, but I don't know if I actually believe any of these nations or anything, or like, or I don't know. I'm gonna say this: I don't know if any of these people are real because I see everything, all of this, all of it has all been seen by me on screens. And now that now that for sure AI can just generate videos like that, it's one of those things like, wait, how long has this been going on? Probably a powerful enough computer could have just been projecting stuff on screens for a long time. So I haven't seen any of these people in real life. I don't know if any of them are real. I mean, that's just the reality of it. But I take it as what it is. I pretend that they're real, or I mean, okay. Just by the way, if any and all of this sounds crazy, deal with the Stephanie Houston thing first, and then then we'll see how crazy I am after you engage some situation where I'm being harassed and fucked with. But okay, yeah, okay. Is it pronounced Leah? I mean, I would assume so. Like Leah and Rachel. Do I work 7 years and I get Leah, and then 7 more years and I get Rachel? Well, it's been 7 years since all this shit started, so hey, do I get Leah Sadu too? You want to join whatever my wife thing is? Okay, cool. But oh, 1985. Maybe this is 1985 and it's not Adam. Maybe, I don't know. I guess we'll see. Because all this shit's exploding out into the public, whether you all want it to be or not. Hey, Beauty and the Beast. Is this Beauty and Beast score? Alright. Alright, anyway.
He's found us.
Look at all the badges he has. I wonder if that has, if the thing that I was trying to make a point with, like on this, and that there's a badge at the end, like there's the Joker, even Jared Leto Joker, and then the badge, the Prodigy badge. Hold on, wait, an English badge, or is it English? I don't know, probably. What am I looking at? Oh, if I don't know, how are you gonna know? Oh, by the way, Parker Clark, this is what I'm talking about. Are you helping me, or are you against me? Are you part of these people doing this evil stuff, or are you a good guy? I mean, are you a good guy or bad guy? Are you going here, or the infinite rave where we, everything is provided extra more than you can imagine, and it's paradise and heaven on earth? Oh, well, it's not heaven on earth. It's called the kingdom of heaven, and that's what literally the whole point of the kingdom of heaven is. I see him wearing a cross, but I see people who are like clearly hurting me wearing crosses too. So wearing a cross doesn't mean shit. I mean, actually, to me at least. Wait. What am I looking at? Oh, yeah, I'm looking for this one. I'm going here, then I'm pulling up this, and I'm showing like the idea of all this is to get over like these points, right? But hey, the one like right here where it's like, the Joker, and he's dressed in SWAT gear, and then he's like, in this one, Joker has like all these badges on, probably because like, I don't know, did the thing that Nick Vo did to me, did that piss off the other police officers so much that they're maybe like making me, the police Joker? Well, cool, because I need some backup from someone, and it doesn't seem like the music people are doing it, or well, I mean, maybe actually on accident they might be doing it. It's like it looks like I'm still using their stuff whether they mean for me to or not, which is probably the thing that's pissed them off enough to like, go so obvious that it's like, well, this is why people would be thrown into a burning lake. Cool, good job, guys. But hey, it says raw. Do I get to do it raw? Probably. All right. Anyway, okay. So you got the Prodigy their law badge, right? And it's in Japanese, so, and you know, it looks like the colors all fit and everything. So is this, I get a badge here, but it's also just me showing I'm probably the Joker. I'm probably Jared Leto Joker, but also the other Joker too, you know, or all of them. It's probably just, you know, like this one, this little, the Juker. She's a little Juker. Get it? Get it? She's Jewish, and so she, instead of the Joker, it's the Juker. It's a yoke. All right. Is this pissing people off that I'm punny? Good. Uh, 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 uh. I don't know. Is there anything else? I guess I want to finish going through the pictures of my story and saying stuff. That was the whole intent and purpose, and this is now a 7 hour long, 7 hour long video. But maybe you got a bunch of good content now from me, and you're like, oh, he's back at it. Yo TV's back on. Something, yeah. It's back on. Ja. On Ja. Is he the one that sacrificed to this idol, or is that 30 Seconds to Mars, or what, Martian Manhunter? Or, am I a better Joker and I just don't have the stupid makeup on? The makeup is that I'm literally like a white black man, or you know, whatever. I guess I am, but you know, I'm like, is it that I'm pale as fuck? Probably. Or maybe am I actually Superman, and this is the eyes of fire thing that's described? What's that point in the Bible that it's described it? Is it there, or is it like, you know, when it says, here is the message of the Son of God, the Son of El, the Son of God, who has, the Son of El, the Son of El, who has eyes like a burning flame. Oh, okay. Well, it makes sense where his heat vision comes from, right? Except, you know, in the Bible, instead of like blue and red and yellow, or whatever his colors are in this thing, blue and red. Those colors, right? You know, it's more like, you know, oh, you know, these things eventually go out. I don't know, maybe I can refresh them or something if I can I? I'll try it with one of them. If it doesn't work, I guess they're just done and I should wrap this up. But uh yeah, I guess it can only run for like 6 or something hours, and then it's just like, nope, you can't. It won't work anymore. It is what it is. If that's what's going on, that's what's going on. So I can't put these back, and it's not gonna work. So I'm not worried about it. We'll just keep doing this, and you know, I've explained why it just goes away, and like I can't update my OBS because I can't. They won't, like, they changed it so I don't get those like things anymore. So you know, it is what it is. But maybe I could try a new version sometime soon here. But okay, I'm just gonna try to wrap this up because this needs to be. We're basically at the end here. We are at the end here. Hmm. What was the thing? Oh, just trying to juggle a lot of things in my head. It's difficult. Now I saw heaven open up and a white horse appear, and his rider was called Faithful and True. He's a judge with integrity. You know, am I a judge because some wicked judge has been doing some evil stuff here, or I don't know. Aunt Kathy, you want to let me know? Or, I know Judge Baldwin threw me in the jail and fucked with me for stupid reasons. So, I mean, is that why? Or, is that Stephen Baldwin and Haley Baldwin and they gave some random woman some power or something? I don't know if I seem crazy. Fix the Stephanie Houston thing, and then I can actually maybe engage reality in a better way. But since they're allowing some kind of mental poison to hurt me, well, what do they expect? What do you expect? I mean, actually. A warrior for justice. His eyes were flames of fire, and his head crowned with many coronets, many crowns. The name written on him was known only to himself. His cloak was soaked in blood, maybe the blood of my enemies or all the virgins that I'm going to deflower, based on 444,000 virgins on Mount Zion. He is known by the name, the Word of God, so I can be daddy to them and they can be my friends and companions because I want that. Because I want, my any reasonable form of sexuality has been taken from me. So how about I just, instead of shooting for like, hey, I just want a wife that's not a whore, how about 144,000 virgins on Mount Zion and any woman I ever want ever, and if I want to say anything about anything, I can do it and whatever, because probably I deserve it at this point. Well, Jesus deserves it for sure, and if he's given it to me, I will take it, and that's what the seven churches of Asia is about. And then I guess I get to be Superman. Super Yoker. He is known by the name the Word of God. To Gal Gadot. Actually, we could do that one, but how about this? To any Christians, this is the Word of God. You get it? This thing. To Gal Gadot. Hey, this is the Word of God. I think you know that. Yod, hey, yod. Yoy. Right? Or yay. If it's an A, if we're going to go with Yah. Okay, it's yay. But not Y-E, but Y-A-Y. Like, yay, happy. Or yoy, because if it's at the beginning, it's yoy. It's only J-E, actually, if it's just the yod. If it's a yod and a hey, then it's yo at the prefix, and this technically, well, I guess, I don't know, is it prefix or suffix? It depends, because, there's only one letter on either side, so you can't really tell. But, I'd suggest it could be yoy or yay. But yoy is, since it is at the beginning, like yoy, and then there's only one letter, so, I guess it depends. But yod hey yod hey exist. Yod hey yod, my exist, or my existence. Skrillex, is that where this comes from? My existence? It comes from the Bible? Are you Christian secretly, or are you just, is this the devil's den that I've walked into and I have a bigger gun than any of the devils and I'm willing to throw them into lava, actually, to burn them into eternal torture? And I'm way more cold-blooded, way more hot-blooded, way more everything. And people trying to steal from me and abuse me and my family and cause problems for all sorts of shit. How about this? My family, if they're innocent, if they're trying to abuse me and my family, okay. If my family's doing evil shit, well, they deserve it. Honestly, I don't like. I've offered gracefully for a long time. I can't get any of them to say anything reasonable. So if you're bad guys, you deserve it. That's all I'm gonna say. Does that sound fair and judicial? Yeah, I mean, I'm not a respecter of persons, so I don't respect pretty much any of you. So, I mean, it just is what it is at this point. If you want respect, act respectable. Okay. Behind him, dressed in linen of dazzling white, rode the armies of heaven on white horses. Is that all the virgins that are with me on Mount Zion? He will, from his mouth came literally an army of women. Yahweh Zabot. I don't know. Ask the Jewish people. Ask Al-Gadot. She would know what a Zabot is, right? Gal? All right. From his mouth came a sharp sword to strike the pagans with. He is the one that will rule them with an iron scepter and tread out the wine of Almighty God's fierce anger. On his cloak and on his thigh there was a name written, the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. It's on the thigh because of the thing that's rotted out my thigh that you see all these people making execution jokes about, yet it's torturing me and has been since my childhood, and they've been abusing me around it and whatever, so, like, this is why I wouldn't give a fuck and I would be happy to throw you in a burning lake. If you don't understand it at this point, I'm not going to be able to get it. You might as well just jump in the burning lake. But okay. I saw an angel standing in the sun, and he shouted to all the birds that were flying high overhead in the sky, "Come here, gather together at the great feast God is giving. There will be the flesh of kings for you, the flesh of great generals and heroes, the flesh of horses and their riders, men, citizens, slaves, small and great." Harley Quinn, is this the birds of prey? To all the birds that were flying overhead in the sky, to the women. Are these the birds of prey? Are they the women? And they could all bite down and probably bite off their wieners or something. Probably. It'd be cool if a bunch of rapey men had their wieners bitten off, trying to be rapey men empowering rapist men, and then they kill. The woman gets diseased, and then we move on to a better place. All right, then I saw the beast with all the kings of the earth and their armies gathered together to fight the rider and his army, but the beast was taken prisoner together with the false prophet who'd worked miracles on the beast's behalf, and by them had deceived all who had been branded with the mark of the beast and worshipped his statue. Is that Superman? or is that Yoda? I mean, like the Yoda statue, or is that something else? Or is that is there a statue like this of something, and that they're all bowing down to it, and maybe this is the mark of the beast type thing, is they got something that represented this, but they didn't realize how stupid they were and how they'd be thrown into a burning lake and all of them tortured forever. Yeah, it could be. Some of it is, are they kissing Alessandra and Anja Ambrosio? One of the Anjas? Like all these men are kissing these girls that they shouldn't be? Maybe. Could be. If it sounds crazy, well, I fix the Stephanie Houston thing. Is it Stephanie Houston's being kissed all over? All right, well then, wait, you see why this is going on? All right. All the rest were killed by the sword of the rider, which came out of his mouth, and all the birds were gorged with their flesh. Maybe they're gonna bite your dicks off. Who knows? You'd probably deserve it if that's where we are with this. Remember, they strip off her clothes and leave her naked when the Tin Horns and the Beast turn against the prostitute, strip off her clothes, leave her naked, and they'll eat her flesh and burn their remains in the fire. In fact, God influenced their minds to do so, to do what he intended, to agree together to put their royal powers, their sovereign authority and diplomatic immunity at the Beast's disposal until the time when God's word should be fulfilled. So here in America, the people of America, I think, are being asserted over by sovereigns and people from all sorts of places, probably some Arab places, definitely with this all being connected to Islam. The woman who you saw as the great city, which has authority over all the rulers of the world, I'm assuming it's, Rome or something, which is probably why, 7 Roman emperors, the 6th Nero is now on the throne. The Pope, the one that's about to die, yeah, that one. Francis, is that his name? The one that took the name Yahweh out of the lectionary liturgy. Yeah, that one, that would probably piss God off. It does. So, it pissed me off for sure, but for sure it pissed God off. It would kiss God off. Maybe he's doing some kissy things that he shouldn't be. Is he kissing little boys? He is on a little boy rape throne. So, okay, the beast disposal. They will go to war against the Lamb, but the Lamb is Lord of Lords, the Lord of Lords, and King of Kings, and the King of Kings. By the way, if you're wondering where that comes from, hallelujah, hallelujah. Is this hallelujah? But there's 2 L's. Does that means there's 2 Alessandras maybe, and I get them both? That'd be cool. Just like 2 Gal Gadots. I get double everything. Awesome. 2 Andras, 2 Alessandras, 2 Gal Gadots, 2 Stephanie Justeds, 2, double. I don't know. If 144,000 sounds like 72 times 2,000. Now, I'm assuming the 72 is they're like promising these people 72 virgins in heavens or something instead of to attack me like this, and instead of that, I'm getting 144,000 just right out in the face of it, and they aren't going to heaven, they're going into a burning lake, and like, yeah, I mean, it's probably something like that. Arab, all these Muslims are gullible. If you believe in that bullshit, you're a gullible idiot, so. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Give thanks to Yahweh, for he is good, his love is everlasting. This is not Yahya like this dude, right? If you can see this, remember Yahya Sinwar? This dude's about to die and probably be thrown in a burning lake or something. But he definitely has caused a lot of sadness and stuff on, even the Arabs at this point are kind of pissed off at him, aren't they? So, give thanks to Yahweh, for he is good. Give thanks to Yoi, for he is good. His love is everlasting. Give thanks to the God of gods. His love is everlasting. Give thanks to the Lord of lords. His love is everlasting. So you get why the God of gods, Lord of lords, King of kings, but in this it just says the Lord of lords and the King of kings. It's actually a Persian title, probably because the rape Mecca is asserting over Persia right now, and it has been since the 70s, or whenever they deposed the Shah and a bunch of Arabs took over Persia. Doesn't make sense. It's what it is. And they keep calling America and Israel Satan, the great Satan. It's like, doesn't look like it. It looks like y'all are Satan, but I guess we'll see. Probably not Satan, just a bunch of fooled idiots who believe in a fake religion. All right. Well, I'm kind of done with that. I guess we'll just do the music thing now, and then we'll be done. Okay? So, the next one in the song list is Man in the Box, because I'm the man in the box, and I think my dad is maybe the rooster, right? You get it? Jesus Christ, deny your maker. See, Jesus Christ, deny your maker, but it's a joke. Like, clearly he's the maker. You get it? Yahweh. And all these people are denying it and, putting up bullshit instead. So, all right. Well, it doesn't look like any of the bullshit's standing very well on its own. It looks like it's all just knockoffs of Jesus Christ, but okay. What's the next one? This one?
Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor.
Well, I do think there's nothing wrong with me, but they should, we should deal with the Stephanie Houston thing because that is pissing me off and has caused me problems. And even my family's saying it's happening, right? I don't know how many times I have to say this shit, but probably a lot because people need redundancy to get shit through to them. So.
Nothing wrong with me. 3, nothing wrong with me. 4, nothing wrong with me. 1, something's got to give. 2, something's got to give. 3, something's got to give. Now! Let the bodies hit the floor. 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 Let the bodies.
I'd also suggest probably here in America, what I've described is like people trying to make a point to my family and I were like, it's hurting my dad, who's a veteran. He was drafted into Vietnam. He didn't choose to go there, but he went there. Like his father before him fought in World War II, and he told me specifically, don't join the military, so I didn't. But, probably because, he wants something kind of like King David and Solomon doesn't do the military stuff. Solomon, using his wisdom, makes like a kingdom, Israel, which is like good for all the people. And he builds the temple and all this other stuff. That's probably what my dad wanted instead of me being some kind of like, Delta Force guy. But it turns out, by the end of it, maybe I'm actually that plus David and Solomon and something greater like it talks about. But, only by the grace of Jesus Christ who allows me to do this. And yeah, am I a sinner? Well, seems like I've sinned plenty, but it seems like I'm also not trying to. I'm trying to go to the place called the Kingdom of Heaven. I believe in Jesus. I believe in Yahweh. I'm actually trying to go there into a better reality, which all these people, they don't want a better reality. They want to be paid by people who own them, and they want to hurt people. So if you can give me a better, like anything better than what I'm saying, I might listen. But since nobody has been able to, okay. And I don't think you can. I think that's why it's the end of the Bible. So, and in reality, you can't promise that people won't die. The only person who can do that is Yahweh. And, what I'm promising is what it says. If we can get there, you won't die. 100%. So if you work with me and I'm the dude on the throne, we'll get there. Death is done. But I'd also suggest that nothing is wrong with me. Yeah, I'm going to suggest nothing's wrong with me. Well, I think we're all a little crazy, actually. And I think people pretending that they're not, you're just robots. And you live really vapid, wasteful lives and you're wastes of resources, basically. So you wanna say I'm crazy? I think you're pretty worthless. But okay. I mean, is that pissing you off? Well, it pisses me off that you're saying I'm crazy when clearly the Stephanie Houston thing's going on. I'm just handling it better now. But I mean, still, I'm allowed to be crazy in America. I'm allowed to, as long as I'm not hurting people. Am I hurting people because I'm giving them cancer and whatever and I have these powers? Then probably you should be listening to me. I mean, it's like there's no real good response to what I'm saying. Probably nothing's wrong with me, huh?
Nothing wrong with me. 4, nothing wrong with me. 1, something's got to give. 2, something's got to give. 3, something's got to give. Now! Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor.
And during the few moments that we have left, we want to talk right down to earth in a language that everybody here can easily understand.
Here's a language that my cousin Ron can understand. This is Superman mode. I'm in Superman mode right now. You get it? It's invincibility. He understands this, even with the kryptonite shit. He understands that, this was Ron's joke always. Ron's joke was always, Superman is way too powerful. And everything, the problem is he's so powerful, you can't really, he doesn't fit in, in Batman versus Superman. They basically have to make Superman, they have to, make him an idiot to not just, and cut Batman in half. They have to make him so naive and so good. I mean, that kind of feels like what the Bible basically is like. All right, last resort is finally cutting these people with, your eyes of fire, But like first you got to really pull out why their evil is problematic, why it's hurting people, why it's like why this is untenable, why a better reality can be had, why this, that, and the other. And then once you finally pulled all this out, then you can go into Superman mode. I think we're either in Superman mode or about to be in Superman. I'm definitely in Cyborg mode. I'm pretty sure Superman mode is here or about to be here. And that's probably the earthquake, huh? That's probably the idea of, you know, the earthquake in Jerusalem that would be like, oh, Matt's actually Superman. Shit. Probably something like that. I mean, you know, not Superman. The guy on the throne of Yahweh, but...
The cult of personality. I know your anger, I know your dreams. I've been everything you wanna be. Oh, I'm the cult of personality. Like Mussolini and Kennedy. I'm the cult of personality. The cult of personality. The cult of personality. Neon lights, Nobel Prize. When a mirror speaks, the reflection lies. You won't have to follow me. Only you can set me free. I saw things you need to be. I'm the smiling face on your TV. Oh, I'm the cult of personality. I exploit you, still you love me. I tell you 1 and 1 makes 3. Oh, I'm the cult.
It looks to me like I'm saying 1 + 1 = 2, and all these people are like, no, it's 3, it's 4, it's 7, it's 8, it's all these incongruent things. And it's like, and they're like trying to make me feel like the bad guy for saying 1 + 1 = 2. So I'm just, you know, I could be saying that, but you get what I'm saying. Also, Troy Baker fighting giant robot Ron giggling like a baby with an electric guitar axe that shoots lightning bolts. Yep, that's pretty Kojima. Is it? I mean, am I Hideo from Ghost in the Shell? Because it actually seems like it's coming out of me, but okay. Giant robot Ronin? Ron, you got any insight on this?
Personality. Like Joseph Stalin and Gandhi. Oh, I'm the cult of personality. The cult of personality. The cult of personality. Neon lights, Nobel Prize. When a leader speaks, that leader dies. You won't have to follow me. Only you can set you free.
This even kind of reminds me of the warehouse that the Batman vs Superman warehouse fight happens in.
You gave me fortune, you gave me fame, you gave me power in your God's name. I'm every person you need to be.
Country can do for you.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Ah, eggs.
Give me all the eggs. I want the hottest babes eggs. Yeah. But okay, I guess we'll look at Carol Del Toro here in a moment, and then okay. So she posted this yesterday. Obviously, the lightning stuff. I post so much lightning stuff all the time. It's I guess she could be doing this randomly, but I think it's to get my attention and to make a point to me. Again, I like Cara Del Toro as far as her looks and stuff are concerned, but all these women doing evil shit in the background and whatever, just being evil people. Do I like these women really anymore or whatever? I don't think so, but I guess we'll find out. Are you a terribly evil shithead, Kara, or are you all right? I guess we'll find out. I mean, actually, we will pretty much know, soon enough. Are you my reinforcements? Because it doesn't seem like these people... The only way you could possibly be reinforcements to Disciple Roundtable, you would come out and speak about this situation with your words and say it's happening and you're just trying to illustrate what's going on with your music. But otherwise, they are the reinforcements to the enemy. So maybe, I don't know. But is the throw... Maybe Kara is on my team and she's now starting to realize that she's been throwing and it's been hurting me and my family and probably her family and probably everybody else. I mean, someone's doing that. That's what I've been trying to get this point out. It doesn't seem to be, It's not me. I'm not throwing. I'm winning. But... So, Kara, you got anything to say here? Have you done some super evil stuff? Are there multiple Karas? There could be. Kara, Kaka. There's poop joke. Is Superman poop joke? Could be. All right. Javinci. See, maybe Ricardo Tushy might like this one. Mr. Tushy. It's Ricardo Tushy. I'm just fucking around. Is Kara making these moaning noises? Would she like to? Come here. Come visit. Let's sit right here. We can record the whole thing. I mean, record our interview, right? That's what I'm talking about, right? Okay. Well, come here. Let's talk. Right? You come to Houston from time to time, right? You live here? I mean, I've seen you here, and it looks like you're taunting me when you come here. But okay. Right here. And remember that thing that I was saying where, if you're being an asshole, you can bend over and spread your asshole. I will fuck you hard in the asshole. But you can't pretend that this isn't happening, and staying silent is hurting people. And, again, your family lives here, right? So, at a certain point, I think someone's here is going to be pretty pissed off that you're doing this shit. What do you think, Ricardo TG? You like this one? I mean, what do you think? What do you think? You know, I want to say this. I think he's gay, probably. I mean, just based on what I could, you know, if my gaydar isn't off. You know, so what, do I come judging gay people and making gay people feel bad? Hopefully not. I mean, I'm not trying to make. My point is not to make people feel bad, though people are constantly trying to make me feel bad, cause me problems and stuff like that. But you know, I would hope that you know some if I would hope if you're gay, you would understand. Like, you know, when I'm saying to Kara, hey, why don't you come here, bend over, spread your asshole for me, and I'll fuck you in the ass. Well, maybe you'd understand that as a gay man, right? Like, I just like women, but you know, you could get that part, right? And so, like, can y'all, I don't know, speak up on this situation or something? I mean, seriously. Irina Shayk, Islama Shaykova, or whatever. Irina? Erie, can you speak up on this? Can some women that you know, like these are women, these are people that are clearly looking at my thing. It seems like a lot of people are, but that have, you know, not just Ricardo T. She's not a woman. Well, maybe if he identifies it as a, you know what I'm saying? I'm generally like, well, what do you want to be called? You know, if I'm like, well, call me yo, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, well, okay, we'll do that. And it's okay, well, I'll be kind too. What is the Noahide laws? Is that what this is called? But anyway. So can I get some help here, or are you guys the enemy? I can't really tell, and I'm trying to be nice, you know, I'm trying to be kind, but it's partially because the weight of the thing that I carry that actually deals with people is so unkind and evil and problematic that, like, if I get it wrong, I would not feel good that that would happen to someone who's not, you know, guilty. So anyway, here's this song Threshold, because I think we're coming to a door. It's like the threshold, right? And like, you know, it ends with he gets the girl. So okay, let's hear it. I think it's talking about me, and we've been is this a racing, and we're racing for pink slips, and I've won. So okay, I think that's it. But maybe someone shot my tire out, and like that's why I have the right leg issue, and so someone's gonna come and fuck this up because I'm in some kind of rape circus. I can't tell. I mean, it seems like I am in a rape circus, but you know, I'd rather be in a regular circus, or maybe just like, you know, I like circus music. But whatever this is, I need answers, and like not giving me those answers and then pretending the Stephanie Jewson thing isn't going on, which is really fucking this up, because you know, it really is going on, and it just illustrates that there's more going on than that. And that I would believe is the point of that it illustrates that there's more going on than that. Or it's like the thing with I said with the Quran, where it's like, well, the Quran undid itself, so congrats. I think we're coming, by the way, this is probably the threshold here. I'm just going to guess that when I'm talking about this earthquake and the 6 seal stuff, and, you know, you see this one, and the sun went as black as coarse sackcloth. When he broke the 6th seal, there was a violent earthquake, and the sun went as black as coarse sackcloth. Is that the solar eclipse that's coming up? The moon turned red as blood and all over, and the stars of the sky fell on the earth like figs dropping like a fig tree. I don't know. It could be that. It could be that this is when the earthquake's going to happen. And if it did, and I've said it in this video, then, well, it looks like I'm exactly what I claim to be, and what's going on is exactly what I claim. But when it says, here is the faithful one who has the key of David, that when he opens, nobody can close, and when he closes, nobody can open. You know, Jesus or Yahweh or the guy that this is pretending to be. All right, well, okay. I know all about you, and now I have opened a door in front of you that no one will be able to close. Maybe this one? The threshold? Does it say Anakin, like, you know, Skywalker, or Enoigo? Or Anoigo? Is that Noi? Noi Balorian? You're Jewish, right? I mean, you cared more about Kundalini shit, but, you know, maybe you realize, like, oh, that's not going to save you against Hamas or these people with this giant rape mecha that's destroying Israel, so maybe probably the guy on the throne of Yahweh might help with that. But you can't be bullshitting, and, you know, you actually got to speak up for what's right, but okay.
Man, 1 foot skank, no roll. You ain't even in a... You get it, and again.
Round 1 complete. Round 2 starting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
See, it says feel when you get new nails and feel like a whole new person, but it's over her like tummy, maybe where a whole new person is being developed. You got a baby inside you. You want one? She could have a baby inside her. That's kind of maybe the throw.
Man, 1 foot skank, no roll. You ain't even in a... You get it, and again.
Congratulations. You have fully completed the catalog. Select your reward below.
You got any more here? Oh, I guess this one.
Starting line. Reluctantly crouched at the starting line. Engines pumping and thumping in time. The green light flashes, the flags go up. Churning and burning, they yearn for the cup. They deftly maneuver and muscle for rank. Fuel burning fast on an empty tank. Reckless and wild, they pour through the turns. Their prowess is potent and secretly stern. As they speed through the finish, the flags go down. The fans get up and they get out of town. The arena is empty, except for one man still driving and striving as fast as he can. The sun has gone down and the moon has come up.
You get it because someone's fucked my wife or put a baby in my wife and I'm just late to the party? Is that what, you know, the whole point of this? And, you know, it's a really rapey endeavor that this whole society of people has been trying to put on me since I was a childhood. You know, like since this came out. But, or at least, you know, that's what I took it as when I was a kid, I think. And I'm still taking it as that now. Or when I was a kid, I was just like, oh, you know, is he lost? But it sounds like actually, you know, my whole point is if I'm the guy on the throne of Yahweh by the end of this, I won infinitely more than I lost. So.
And long ago, somebody left with the cup, but he's driving and striving and hugging
Alright, I could play the rest of it, but you could just look up the song. Do I have anything else to add? Any more of these tracks? I mean, there's some good music in here, but now I'm done. That's it. I will add this. I'm gonna add one more thing, and I'm gonna show you this, and it's really uncomfortable. This is kind of the thing that I'm talking about, where using these people like this is just so like, I'm just at the point of like, this is where I'm at the point. Yeah, at that point. All right, just making sure. Yeah, the sun's come up in Iceland, huh? Yeah, it has. And by that I mean like literally the sun has come up in Iceland. Like that's not a euphemism. It's like we've been looking at this dark place, and it's up. Um, they believe in Thor and stuff, but since I'm doing the light, well, there's Christians in Iceland. I'm just fucking around. I mean, I get it. I'm not just fucking around. They do believe in Thor and stuff over there, but there's a Thor here in Houston that was playing on the Dynamo. He wasn't doing any of the lightning stuff. He scored some good goals. I was kind of confused why he didn't play more, but if it has to do with any of this shit, I mean, it does make sense. But I wasn't the one who thought he needed to go, so that's not on me. But the fact that I'm doing the lightning stuff and Thor isn't, well, that should tell you that Thor doesn't do lightning stuff compared to Yahweh. But I guess maybe is this Kara's throw? I mean, I don't know. All these women doing evil shit. It's just like, well, if I assume that you've done some evil shit with one of these women, this is why all these women either, you need to have women around me that aren't doing evil shit, so that I'm not thinking that these women are doing evil shit around me, because that would fix that. But people don't want to fix that because they're using it to exploit something, and it needs to end because people are dying of cancer and other diseases, and will continue to do so at such an increased rate that at a certain point it's going to be so unreasonable that you might as well have however long ago. But okay, this is the last. This is where I'm at with this. I'm gonna end this video. We're almost at 8 hours, so this is like a very long video. But when I woke, when I'm laying in bed in the morning, and I kind of like looking over Twitter and Instagram and stuff, and I usually try to avoid Instagram in the morning. Only after this, I'll check Instagram, but for the most part, I try to avoid, checking Instagram. But I do look at X or Twitter, right? And is Elon Musk doing evil shit? I mean, I know he did the thing with Grimes and some other women, and he seems like the type that would probably do this type of shit. But at the same time, there's also a burning lake, and he's a wealthy person and has a lot to lose. But everybody technically has a lot to lose when the thing is like infinite torture as opposed to infinite paradise. So I guess if you fuck that one up, you really fuck that one up if you're that wealthy. But anyway, is that the tree that's getting struck by lightning in The Last Jedi or something? It's a joke because Elon in Hebrew just is an oak. All right. I got on Twitter and I was like, one of these things that I saw was it really bothered me. Actually, it was like something. Let's see if I can find it. It might even be here still, so I'm looking. This one. Here it is. So as I'm going through, I get to this one, and it's Dylan Dennis, who's he's trying to point out that Nina Agdal or whatever, Logan Paul's girl. By the way, when I took the pictures, I screenshotted this. There's a magnitude 3 point something earthquake in Ohio. So it should give you a hint. Logan Paul, there's a thing of Logan Paul on my thing. Earthquake in Ohio. At the same time, when I on Fringecraft, I made it really obvious here. The threat is this. If you believe in Yahweh and you God and Jesus here, the threat is hey, St. Louis hit by 2.8 magnitude earthquake. Small, but for St. Louis, decently large. But the threat is the New Madrid fault. Is that someone from Madrid or Chelsea Madrid or, Madrid? Anyway, so a magnitude 7.7 earthquake being simulated in that, area. And I posted this last night. Also, there's this girl, Maddie, from St. Louis who, followed me on here and left a bunch of comments for a while and, seemingly tried to get me to, message at her or something and, then disappeared or something. I need that sorted out. Whatever was going on with that, I need that brought into the light. And, if something's going on with Maddie, she needs to be protected because something was bullying her and it, seemingly bullied her. She was, suicidal, it seemed like. So, I don't, I don't want to see kids kill themselves, actually. And, okay, anyway, so, but if it's something to do with that would be triggering this, okay. Maddie Mills. Gmail? Maddie Mills. If, so what I'm getting at is an earthquake there, all these places get super fucked up. You get what I'm saying? And this is a simulation, but this is basically saying it would be $300 billion in direct economic losses. And considering Hurricane Ian happened and was $250 billion, Hurricane Harvey happened, was $250 billion, or maybe Hurricane Ian was $150 billion. Still a lot of money for just straight losses. You know what I mean? It's not like you're getting anything that you wouldn't already have. You're just replacing. It's like war, how war is a waste of resources. Okay, so you're getting it? Or no? I think you're getting it. So the fact that here, you have early morning earthquake shakes Ohio, right? Now, maybe this actually preceded when I did it. I don't know. I guess we could find out here. Yeah, 11:51 p.m. is when this went into my thing. But I'm about to show my whole point with this is I feel like this is I seem to have a powerful computer doing stuff, but it seems like there's another one that's specifically trying to fuck with me. And when I'm going by here and I see this, I didn't even I thought the stuff Dylan Dennis was doing with Nina Agdal was kind of funny as far as, they could be sleeping together. I don't know, it could be, but all of them are sleeping with her. That's not the point. The point is that as I'm passing through here, this kind of side profile of the girl's face here, and it's obviously implying some kind of pornographic sexual thing, which is wait, can you see this? Oh, you can't. Hold on. So I don't know. Did the earthquake happen before, or did it seems like Yahweh can preempt stuff, so it doesn't really fucking matter. But and the spirit, Yahweh's a spirit. I just get to be the dude on the throne. You get it? Okay. I mean, if that's what the Bible's about, because it is. But okay. But as I literally scrolling through this morning, and I saw this, and I was like, huh, are they trying to get over a point to me with Anja Ambrosio? Because on the left, the right one does not look like Anja Ambrosio. The left one does. The when I here, this thing, when I or is Anja Ambrosio one woman? I was or one young woman, one girl. I don't know. But I can see this, and when it's I made this picture by combining the two, but it didn't originally look like it was split in the middle like this. I did that. But if we go to this, right? And you see how it's exactly the same format, right? And the one on the left, which is the one I clearly have said, I think the one on the left is my daughter. I mean, that is a crazy thing to say. Except if it is, it's are you fucking kidding me? Actually, I mean, you might be, but you might also have stolen my semen with some kind of vial or something. I mean, this is my guess, but you could just. I think it could still work like that. I think, and then something because I don't know. One on the left really, I'm like, is that what I think it is? I mean, is she what I think she is? Is who I think she is? She isn't an it or a well. Is this AI? Could be, but this isn't like I'm not trying to treat her like an it or a thing or whatever. I'm just like, is this situation what I think it is? If it is, that's really I need it remedied. I need it like that's why it would be rape. I mean, actually, I I didn't get to if she is my daughter hypothetically, I didn't even know about it. I didn't get to take part. I didn't get to like that I know of. I didn't get to that I know of. But I guess I could have alternate personalities like an alter. But anyway, and it does look like this is the octopus one maybe, and then this was the laughing one, and it's a joke because did they trick my cousin or something? Did they trick Josh or what is the one on the right? What is the one on the left? What is Alessandra Ambrosio? You know what I mean? Like, what is this? I mean, you would still know that you shouldn't do it, but did they trick some other way? Also, look at the thing where it says sinner, and it's like, you see Cara del Toro here, and you see it looks like she's doing the thing with the head here. But when we do this and we're looking at this, right, and then you look here, and then I go to this, and it looks almost very similar, right? That it's like kind of reminds me of those things, and yes, this is difficult to deal with. Like I was like, what the fuck is my reality that this is like? Clearly, it's not normal, but like this is bothering me. This is hurting me. I just want it over. I want like the Stephanie Jewson thing over, but I need some answers on the do I have a daughter thing. That would be. Or do I have a daughter and a son thing? Like, holy shit. But, I think my son is Jesus. I think the daughter thing is like, do I have a daughter? And are they trying to make me feel bad? Because, like, I saw it and I was immediately like, oh, no, don't tell me. But then, like, I looked it up and it isn't. It's a girl named, like, Kylie Quinn. You can get whatever you get from that. It could maybe even be, like, hey, look, Quinn and then Anja, and maybe that, maybe something's going on there. I don't, to get, maybe the computer saw it and it's trying to get over a point. Because again, a powerful enough computer with an AI that's trying to fuck with me might do this, or people trying to fuck with me. But then I was like, I put it into my story and pictures here, so I'm gonna show you what it looks like next to that, and so you see why I'm bothered conceptually by this. So like. This is how I originally kind of brought it in. Like tried to make sense of it because I use this as a visual story for myself also to like what are these concepts I can see in like triptych form. So you get the idea between how I made the thing split in half, and then it seems to do that. And like the one on the left, I mean it's like they kind of look similar, and so it was one of those things where I was like, is this really what they're like? I think that's what's being implied, and they probably are doing that to someone. But I mean, it's just like Storm. Is that Stormy? Is that why the Kylie Quinn thing? I mean, that would be why all this shit would be come crashing down. Stormy like Travis Scott and Kylie Jenner's kid, because I don't put it past all these people who like Diddy getting caught for the same shit. Kanye West acting all wild and shit too. I mean, he didn't like Diddy, but when I was in jail and he like came and did stuff at the jail here, it was just to taunt me. It feels like so. I don't know Kanye West. I mean, why is he coming to Houston all of a sudden to perform in the jail right after I get out of the jail? Seems like to taunt me or something. I mean, unless he's saying he's me, but like, speak up with your words. Tell Cheryl there, yo, your son is like, who he is. Also, I mean, it does seem like, Watch the Throne was him and Jay-Z making points, and then Jay-Z has a body double J Electronica and blah 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 blah. Okay. So and then the Bullets is, I mean, James Samuel is Mordo. I mean, just is what it is. But okay. So as I'm going through here, I just need some answers on this. If you bring it in like this, because I tried to make it like that conceptually makes sense, and I was like, all right, it makes a little more sense. I mean, this is uncomfortable for me in every way and form, so I'm like trying to figure out exactly what's going on, right? And then I was like, okay, well maybe, what happens if I just use the picture and I kind of, so it's in the same way, it's like these are almost the exact same, so then it becomes this, and like, notice the one with Kara, where she's like touching her head like that, and then the center body drowning pool thing, and I think the point is like whatever thing is doing this, and this is why this is really bothersome and evil. It was doing this with Stephanie Justin. Like literally when I first looked at Stephanie Justin or whatever, the whole point of this was like this character of Stephanie Justin. I just want to say she's like older than me, but she's, just a little, blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, cool. You could be, but it doesn't seem like it actually. Seems like you're an abusive asshole. Maybe she fucks her dogs or something. I mean, that's what something seems to indicate, like something like that. Oh, do I have dogs? And that's the joke? I don't know. I mean, part of this even is like this character is called the God Emperor, and it's just like, it's just trying to piss me off. See, watch. See, watch. Look at her nose with her nostrils and stuff, like, right? But then, notice this one seemingly has different nostrils. And I guess it could be wrong. This one has a kind of a more bulbous nose at the end, right? Doesn't quite look the same, but it could just be, I don't know. All I can say is that something's messing with me, right? And then it stripped her naked. I can't quite find, because she took it down actually, but it did at some point strip her naked and then go, I am what I am, I do what I do, because it's trying to mock Yahweh. And it's like, well, it's a bad idea to mock Yahweh, but okay. You throw your ass in a burning lake. Shit, at this point, I would throw your ass in a burning lake, but okay. Where in the fuck? Okay, this is kind of what I'm talking about. Look at her nose. Look at this one's nose. Look at this one's nose. They don't look the same to me, but, maybe this is what taught me what was going on with Alessandra Ambrosio. Maybe it did it on accident. But, she is supposed to be like this chaste-looking Dutch girl that, isn't such an asshole, and then she's just completely an asshole because, the whole... Is it still up here, or do I gotta find it on something else? I gotta find it on something else, huh? Yeah, here. And I think it's Holler Jack because it's trying to make, fuck with me because my cousin Josh. And again, this is what I'm saying. Well, if you've done some evil... Hey, GF6U. Oh, the door is the 6, so... Seems like that earthquake's about to happen, but we'll see.
I know. You're afraid of death, aren't you?
No, it pisses me off. I want to throw it in a burning lake. It's pissing me off that it's trying for me and my dad and my mom, so I want to throw it in a burning lake.
Don't worry.
I'm not.
I am the order, the truth, justice, and harmony.
Spoopy.
Please leave the country right now. Get the... Mr. Lamb, in the name of the Stable States Police, open the door.
Get the fuck out of here!
Like, literally, I just go to the OTV stuff, and it's like, this is the OTV stuff. So, I didn't cry then. Again, I didn't cry when I got hit by the car. I didn't cry, blah, blah, blah. You know when I did cry? When my cat died, and when my grandma died. Because death makes me sad. That's why I want to throw it in a burning lake. I'll also say this. Does this guy look like this dude from this recent video that I put up? This one? Yo. So, not me. I'd like to watch biblically. This guy? I mean, is this guy? They got the same nose, right? And they got the same eye thing going on here, and they got the same eyebrows. So is this the guy who thinks he destroyed me and he's being thrown in a burning lake or something? Because probably seems like some bullshit to me. But all these people are idiots, so it's hard to get what they're trying to say because what they're trying to say is just bullshit that idiots would say, and it's like, well, I'm not on that wavelength. I'm on not that wavelength. But anyway, looks like whatever.
Fared, I'm innocent. You can't do this to me.
Great, please. That's enough.
Message from Sashat.
Hey, Sashat.
It says, you stole from your best friend Jordan, tore apart a family. You're an unscrupulous swindler.
Lamb, that's enough. I'm giving you until the count of 3 to open the fucking door and come the fuck out.
See, it's just trying to make me uncomfortable because, like, the stuff that happened with the police previously, where they basically came and did this, again, instead of, there's like 260,000 cases they didn't do that for, and they had droves of police officers outside my door when I was literally streaming, like doing this same thing, but streaming it live and like trying to broadcast my entire reality. That's why I'm saying the police are corrupt. Because, or just so incompetent, it's literally being mocked by people all around the world. So if Detective Nick Vo doesn't realize it and he wants to like wake up and engage this reasonably, unless he's done something really evil, well then you should probably speak up. And like, it seems like him and Judge Baldwin and all these people who really fucked up, it seems like you really fucked up because people around the world are looking at this. And I mean, are they mocking me or are they mocking you? Because at this point it looks like they're mocking you and Houston and all, it looks like I'm the only one getting out of this with just like, I mean, I think I'm the guy from the end of the Bible, but if you want to pretend that it's not just a pull the sword out of the stone type situation, you can do that. But I pulled the sword out of the stone, and like I think someone's gonna make you like realize like you were wrong, and like it's so laughable. It's like it's like they're literally making this kind of like bullshit content about it, right?
You have a new text message from Sashat. It says, I know your secret, Jordan. Is your choice.
And like the thing with what's that called? I say it's these women that are trying to make me feel uncomfortable, but used by men. So like, who's this dude? Just a man trying to make me feel uncomfortable? An abusive shithead of a man? Yeah, I think so. Pretty much that's what all these assholes seem to be. So like I do want to go to the video though where it's like but notice how, for a while, again, I was just playing video games. Like, I can have these weird thoughts and stuff, but, like, I'm just trying to be normal and do normal things and play normal video games. But, like, play video games, do music, do stuff like that. It's only when it became untenable and, like, so problematic that I have to speak out about it that I'm doing it. And, like, if you're saying I have mental health issues, this video's from January 21st. We are 2 months from there. This video that I'm about to pull up, the one where once this Stephanie Houston is Matt thing came out in 10 days after Mary and Emilio got married. All right, well, so that's what? About to be 5 months ago now. Pictures in my... So, like, oh, and like, hey, it's the Girls Gone Bible girls. Congrats, you've made it into the thing, and just wearing a cross. And see, it's funny because I think that men are used like casting couching these women, and like she's supposed to look really innocent and sweet. Same thing like the Stephanie Houston thing, but she's probably really just a whore. And the whole joke is like, and there's porn of her and stuff like that, and they're using her to like tear men down and stuff. But the joke is, it's like, instead of Girls Gone Wild, it's Girls Gone Bible, and then they can shock people with the like, oh, let me strip her naked in front of you, and she's supposed to be a good Christian girl, but she's actually a whore. I already went over this in these videos, so I'm not gonna like, whatever. Hey, George Janko, is he doing some evil shit? Could be. Or is he a Christian? I don't know. Speak out. You have a words. You have a words. You have a mouth. You could use it to speak words into this situation where people are acting like evil and shit. But where's the thing? Hold on. I guess it's gonna be in this video more than already like. I'm just trying to get to the main point here. This is the main point. So as he's looking at this, the description. Oh, actually, let me go to this dude's thing again, because. Further back, huh? I don't post this much, so I'm like trying to. How far ago is this?
Señor Lamb, en el nombre de la policía.
Hola.
I know. You're afraid of death, aren't you? Don't.
Where is this?
I know.
Maybe it is this one?
I know. I don't know. Maybe he took it down because it's too obvious when it says this type of thing. This is a thing. Like when it's like, okay, my whole point. I mean, it's still up to the degree that like this is what the project was about, right? But when it says like where dystopia. Oh, I'm about to say it in this video. Let's finish breaking the fourth wall, right? Stephanie Houston's a part of that. Oh, well, okay, here, let's finish this and I'll just.
Urging them to commit suicide or acts of.
So, urging them to commit suicide or acts of terrorism against a dystopian society. So, Detective Nick Vo, do you not understand that there's a bunch of people, all sorts of places, that are like actively making problems for me, and that when I went to people for help, they pretended it wasn't happening. Even Nick Vo pretended this shit wasn't happening. And I think he didn't like the fact that I was calling, I'm not going to sit the fuck down because a police officer just tells me to sit the fuck down for no reason. You got to give me a good reason. And like, a lawful order, I will obey. It's not lawful when these people are abusing me and you're playing part in the abuse. So, I mean, do you get why I would be pretty pissed off and like wouldn't shut up or something? I don't think I had to or should have, but you should understand now if you didn't. I mean, you look really bad in the face of all this. People are mocking you, actually. I can show you the artwork where they're mocking you. So, I mean, just really, it's not me doing it. If you done something evil, I don't, like, Yahweh will deal with you. And it's going to be judicial and terrible. But if you're a good there's none good but God. If you were Batman, maybe you're Commissioner Gordon. How does that sound? Like, or Troy Finner? Is that Troy Finner? Is that Ed Gonzalez? Like, which one of you is throwing up the bat signal to help me, and which one of you is like a corrupt cop? I don't know which one. All of you, both, whatever. You get what I'm saying? But this is clearly going on, and like some group of people trying to urge me to commit suicide or acts of terrorism by like harassing me and causing me problems. When I lash out at women who are participating in it, you empower them. That was a fuck up. That's why also on top of the 260,000 cases that were passed over, where you had droves of officers outside of my place, you had the Judge Baldwin, treating the case like it was like I was the terrorist and I was the problem, and like people died because of her sentencing of me. People died because of it. So, probably she should relinquish her judgeship because she killed innocent people because Yahweh had to prove a point around the situation. And, it cost billions of dollars. Putting me in the jail cost billions of dollars for various places around the world. So, I would suggest Judge Baldwin, are you mad that I'm calling you out on this reality? Well, can you engage the Stephanie Houston thing? Can anybody do that at this point? Are you going to just ignore this and try to lock me up for some other bullshit reason? Or are you actually going to play nice and like realize like people more powerful than me are watching this? I'm being mocked all around the world. Like, not me, you guys are. They're trying to mock me, but I just look like the hero in this. You guys look like villains and incompetent stewards of justice. So, if you want to actually bring some real justice, the Justice League is here. But, like, you didn't do it previously, and some of it starts with acknowledging you fucked up. I think I'm a pretty nice guy because you really fucked my life over by throwing me in the jail and doing all this shit. And, like, trying to make me feel all right, well, we'll give you a pretrial intervention. On what? Some shit that actually was going on? I mean, they had my ass in the jail with the ankle monitor on. They never actually took it off. One of the other dudes in the jail had to help me get it off. Beto. Thank you, Beto. But, they didn't help. They just abused me. Judge Baldwin abused me. She abused her power. Nick Vo abused me. He abused his power. These police officers are incompetent. They let 260,000 cases slip under the cracks. People got raped and sexually assaulted here in Houston. Incompetence. Are you mad that I would call it out? Or are you mad that it happened and you want to fix it? You should be mad that it happened and you should want to fix it. I'm being hurt still. I'm being robbed. I've been robbed again. I can't get Cheryl to help me. They've, by lying to my mom, by making her feel like I'm the problem, you really fucked over a lot of people's realities. So if this is too harsh for you, you threw my ass in jail for 4 months. All it taught me was that you guys are evil. So, especially since this is clearly happening now. What, are you going to pretend that Stephanie Houston isn't Matt? Are you going to pretend that... What, do you think there's a group of people out there to, like, hurt you and that want to hurt you and fuck with you and cause you problems and stuff? Do I want to pretend? No, I can clearly see that there is. But, like, you guys want to pretend? You guys want to pretend that someone's not trying to get me to kill myself or commit acts of terrorism because it's like venom that they're envenoming me with? And I'm like, again, it's like the thing where they got me in an arm lock and I'm like, please stop it. Like, I can't, and so I'm hitting all these other people who are watching it and, tacitly participating. And if you got hit, well, you're an asshole. I mean, probably to these women that made this shit up. It's like your friends were taunting. You literally had your friends taunting me as it was happening. To Claire Paget or whatever, to Brittany Orlando. The fact that you responded immediately to me, like, putting a picture of yours in my story and pictures, this is before I'm showing it to people. This is when it was just in there, right? The fact that she responded immediately to private her account should be a really obvious sign. So the fact that all these women were playing part in this and y'all listened to them and let them abuse me even greater, you're evil, unjust, and like you deserve all the bad in the world, and yet Yahweh is gracious. I'm gracious because I think like, you're going to get what you deserve. But Yahweh is gracious, and I'm gracious. And it's like, make it up to me. All right, you can be heroes again. You can be justice again. But until that, it's an abortion of justice, right? So, all right. That being said, part of this mental poison has been to use Stephanie Justin's sexuality as, like, you know, something that bothers me, which is again why there's the ichthys fish on her butt. I mean, it's just they're trying to make it like, you know, difficult. Now, on top of that, Alessandra Ambrosio is being used in the same way. If I was saying this now, like, you know, the stuff about Stephanie Justin 7 years ago, and it took up until now to completely prove it out, I guess you could pretend that this is what I'm saying is wrong and lie about it and whatever. Or you could say that maybe I'm more perceptive and you should actually look into what I'm saying about Alessandra Ambrosio and Andra Ambrosio. And that some evil stuff is going on around it. Apparently, it appears to me. But like, yeah, like I need some answers. And the fact that it seems like, so just to end this portion, because I'm going to end it with this, urging them to commit suicide or acts of terrorism against a dystopian society. I think I'm pretty strong for not just killing myself. I don't want to kill myself. I want to live. This is one of the reasons why I'm still here. I want to live. I want my mom to live. I want my dad to live. I live it here at home, right? And like, again, we're being attacked here at the home and people are mocking it, and like, you know, again, they're mocking you guys. And like, I wouldn't understand how you wouldn't immediately be so mad that you were tricked, and then they tricked you into being literally the bad guys, and you're like supposed to be the good guys. And then they've been mocking you for years, and they basically got so obvious with it that it's like, you know, I'm able to prove it out now. And now, if you are strong enough of a person to admit that you were wrong, we can end this, because enough public accountability. It's basically, I've pulled down this citadel where a lot of resources and people's creative energies and stuff like that have been used to fuck with me, and like you guys too, unless you're playing part just explicitly and openly. But if you're not, okay, pulling down this fortress, this citadel of people acting evil and hurting America and hurting Houston and hurting me. So the Stephanie Justin thing is clearly going on. You guys can pretend it's not all you want. The reckoning is here soon. Hey, satanic. People know who Satan is, right?
Oh, we're going down a
I'll say this. I haven't watched this. I'm just clicking it because I'm like, oh, it's satanic, and people are pretending this satanic thing doesn't exist. If there's a, you know, if I'm representing Jesus and Yahweh, there's something that represents the other thing and just wants death and pain and suffering on everybody, and like to hurt innocent people. I don't want innocent people hurt. I don't, even the cancer situation. I want the people who are doing this and being evil, I want them to pay. But I don't want innocent people hurt for no reason. That's what Satan, the adversary, wants. So let's listen to what Jack Osborne has to say, and then I'll wrap this up.
We're going down a satanic spiritualism in portal opening hole. I know I'm gonna have to really choose these words wisely, because there's spilling tea and then there's kicking over the fucking bucket of tea. I know for sure, it's a fact, numerous witnesses to this. One of the biggest pop stars in the world right now, big, huge, fucking huge, had an incestual relationship with a biological family member, and you can find nothing about this family member anywhere. If you're leaning into the fucking people pulling the strings, calling the shots, whatever, to me, the level of success of this individual, knowing what I know, that's like some selling your soul type shit.
How do you? Well, I figured you would know.
I know it from people that went way back with these individuals. Yeah, it's fucking insane. And how this hasn't got out, because here's the thing, if I know, 100 people know.
Hey, this is exactly what I'm saying. Good on Jack Osborne. Unless something's going on in the background. But, you know, I mean, I don't know. At this point, it's hard for me to, like, look at anybody as not evil or something. Like, I don't know. I can't trust people anymore. So that what he just said sounds like, yeah, this is happening. Let me kick over the thing. If he'll spill some tea, I'm already at the point where they fucked over my life. I might as well kick over some stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure what he's saying is true. You know what I've been saying about some of these pop stars, like Beyonce is just seemingly owned by some Arabs, like or Jay-Z is. They both are, and they're just all acting like shitheads. Maybe the Kardashians and stuff like that. Maybe maybe his sister, blah, 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 or something. I don't know. I'm just fucking around, but maybe I don't know. Yahweh knows, God knows, and part of it is I don't think I'd be able to handle this if I knew all the time. So I think part of me just doesn't get to know. This is the part that doesn't get to know. I don't get to know. Part of me maybe does, some kind of altar or something, but that's only going to come out when it's super necessary or something. But right now, I don't get to know. And when he's talking about the incestuous relationship thing, I mean, come on, isn't that kind of what I'm hinting at? Is they take my genetic material and actually did one of the girls that I slept with had some kind of sexual encounter with when I was in high school or something? Did she spit into a vial or something? And did they, without my permission, birth a daughter or a son or both of mine? And I have kids that I don't know about? Or a kid or a daughter? Is that why in that song Threshold, he get the girl? Because I do have a daughter? And just to reiterate, so they're urging them to commit suicide and acts of terrorism against a dystopian society. And Stephanie Jewston is the whole thing is she's a chaste looking woman, but she's older than me. And she looks young, but she's older than me. And stripping her naked is it's awkward, but and bothersome, but it's she's older than me. Now, the fact that they're trying to make me feel something's trying to make me feel the same thing, seriously, with and this is where this is going to conclude, I think. So I don't need to add more. I mean, this, to me, right? It's just the perspective, from where the picture is taken. It's just the lighting and stuff, because you can see her skin is different in the second picture. But you look at this, and so that could be the same thing with these two different Anjas, right? Hey, look, it went off. It's just not as big as as the glow maybe was. What am I trying to say? Oh, the glow's coming back, huh? What if it just exploded right now? That would kind of maybe, that'd be whoa, right? But I'm, probably not, because I'm not super, well, I am angry, but it's I'm not raging currently. Maybe if I exert through my right side, maybe we'll see some kind of volcanic thing. Let me see. I'm pressing in the ground really hard with my right side and trying to well, definitely more smoke's coming out, but anyway, I think that works more with the lightning stuff, because it seems to suggest that in the Bible that it's connected to the right arm, but it does seem like the earthquake stuff is related to anger, which is just directly says that in the Bible. And then you see when I was really angry and the volcano stuff is blown up, and I'm not happy right now, but I would not be. I would be so much worse if I was just pissed off all the time. I mean, so I'm just trying to stay I'm not happy, but I'm not, I'm not so angry all the time that I'm venomous to such an extreme degree, I think. At least not yet. Oh no. Am I going back to, am I reverting to that? So again, the idea of I think that whatever put this in front of my path, because based on what you can see, stuff is trying to put in front of me in some form of virtual reality. You see how these are this is a form of virtual reality or augmented reality, and it's by going slow enough I can pull it out and pull down some kind of big thing that's fucking with me and shouldn't be. Pull Satan out from heaven, because that's the idea. It's like, yeah, he falls from heaven, falls from the sky like lightning, right? That's what it's saying. So I mean, obviously, probably me doing lightning stuff definitely contributes to that. But anyway, it just bothered me a lot when I saw this, and the one on the left, which I'm like, I really feel like this was my daughter. Like I'm like, actually, I was like, I mean, I actually feel like this is why this part sounds crazy even to me. There is a possibility, not big or small, that she could be my daughter. Could be. Could be someone else that I mentioned in this video's daughter. But, anyway. Oh, here. I just did that to do a visual representation. I don't know. I don't really want that one in my story and pictures. I mean, maybe it proves a point like I'm doing now, but it's just like, it's meant to be, I think it's meant to be uncomfortable and make me feel bad. And like, I just don't want to be like, I don't know. Maybe that is it. Maybe I should just leave it, huh? Figure out whichever one of these is, I don't know, something's going on with it, so whatever. But how about this? Cara del Toro, you live here in Houston. I've never met you or talked to you in person. You're clearly like doing this thing where you're communicating at me and responding to my communication, but not doing it in a way that's like just a direct response. You're doing this thing in the same way Stephanie Houston does, like a same way a really abusive woman that's created a situation of abuse around my family, a cancerous situation which is leading to death on all sorts of people, a situation of abuse that, if you're like the abusive men, you deserve all the evil in the world. If you would like to actually make a positive difference in the world, Cara del Toro, I need you to speak up about this issue. If you're mad that I said I want to fuck you in the butt or whatever, because you're an asshole, because you're acting like an asshole, actually. But if you are mad at that, in the same way I'm talking to these, like, all these people that have wronged me, am I sorry about it? It's maybe not the best way to, get my point over. Well, it might get my point over, but it's not the most diplomatic way to get what I want or something out of this. I'm not trying to be snaky and get what I want. Well, I do want to get what I want, but I'm not just gonna like. I'm not gonna be a respecter of persons for no fucking reason, just to like kiss some ass to or blow some smoke up your ass to get what I want. Again, I'm not. That's not me. I'm going to be honest with you, which is why people actually should value what I say. Like, I'm going to be honest, yet I'm going to try to be tactful to some degree until you start doing some shit like this where it's like, it looks like you're throwing. So, I mean, being that we're at the point where you're literally entered into the music and it's of the music from Round Table where these people are acting like rapey shitheads, suggesting that I've been executed and in a way that's hurt my family and stuff. And again, your family lives here. You need to make some kind of fucking actual effort if you don't want to be like one of the most evil, hated women of all time. Because that's where we're at. And same thing with all these women. Alessandra Ambrosio, Gal Gadot, Beyonce, whatever. I mean, every woman that I've mentioned in this, you have an opportunity to change the world by like engaging my mom in a way that it like says, hey, I'm pointing to the other room right there. I'm not saying Cara del Toro is my mom. Unless you are, hey, mommy, you want to come help me? All these bad men are hurting me. Oh. I mean, they kind of, but like, that's not going to convince my actual mom. I don't think it's going to convince Cara del Toro. Is it, did you have some kid with Benicio del Toro or Guillermo del Toro and your actual name's not Cara del Toro, you're just some fake whatever? It's like, okay, well then that would make sense of some of this bullshit. But if you are just Cara del Toro and some people are abusing me and you have an opportunity to do the right thing, could you do the right thing? I mean, come the fuck on. Do I have to ask like this even?
Is she more attractive than me? Sure, maybe. I don't know. I think some people think I'm really attractive. Why would all these hot women be looking at me in the first place? But maybe they like my personality. That's even more laughable. But anyway, um, okay. What you want to come and do butthole stuff? We can do that. Bring your butt. But like, I just need this to be over. And it's hurting me. It's hurting my mom. It's hurting my dad. Uh, these are tears of laughter. This is not. um, oh, they aren't even tears of laughter. I'm just like maybe a bit. It's like shit's funny to me. See, this is how I make this. It's such a shitty, difficult situation. Me making light of it, which makes it, I think, more difficult for other people, makes it easier for me. But it's not easy unless I make a light of it. Then it's lighter, you get it? So it's easier. Okay. That's why the butthole stuff, because butthole stuff is funny. Poop is funny, right? Poop jokes are funny. Fart jokes are funny. That's why it's like, come and fart and poop, and we can poop and fart on each other and rub poop on each other's face, and you can bring all your hot babe friends, and maybe get Alessandra Ambrosio and Gal Gadot here, and we can all just rub poop on each other and fart in each other's face, and what is this girl on girl fart, whatever 5 or it's funny because when I went to Emilio's wedding. Me and Alejandro Pena went into one of the smoke shops and just like look around. It's like a novelty shop, and one of the things was uh, girl on girl face farting 2 or something like that. Maybe it was 5. No, I think it was 2. Is the second one. So that means there's a first one also. But it's just like, oh man, this is actually. Hold on, I'm just gonna pull it up. I mean, what a ridiculous fucking thing! But if you want to come do it, let's do it. I mean, is that the Brazilian fart porn thing? Are we gonna get Alessandra Ambrosio here? Uh, Alessandra Ambrosio and maybe Fernanda Mota, and we can just do Brazilian fart stuff. Kara, you want to do fart stuff? Any of these hot women that I've invited, if you really want to come do fart stuff, I'm totally down. Let's do fart stuff. But part of it is I want to be comfortable. I want you to be comfortable. You should be able to fart without feeling uncomfortable. Like, oh, I'm less of a woman or something because I farted. I don't care. Maybe bring your fart over here. I want to smell it. But yeah. I mean, do it. Bring your butt. Spread your cheeks. Let me get a great whiff of that nice fart right in my face. Anyway, like this is me making light of a situation that we're like literally they're trying to make me kill myself. So I think me making light of it and like laughing it off probably disempowers it and makes it considerably like it actually probably is like a slap into their face, right? That's why I'm trying to not really why I'm trying to do it. I'm just doing it for survival, I guess. But maybe it's just I'm good humored, but and not like what World Industries or Blind or whatever skateboard good tumored. That's all these other people. But okay, Kara. Kara. First of all, she's a Leo, so I think she really likes the attention. You like the attention, baby? Uh, bring your farts. Come on. Let me get a nice whiff. But not like a whiff like I've missed like a anyway. Okay. Bring your pooper. Let's do it. All right. I think that's it. I don't really have much more to add. I will say this. I think Jesus loves me. And I think Houston should love me because, like, I like Houston. I feel like I'm the only person that is going to call Beyonce out on her bullshit because everybody else is kissing her ass. I'm like, I'm not going to kiss her ass. I guess she could bring her ass and, she can spread it and I'll fart in my face and sure, okay, cool. We'll do some girl on girl. Well, I'll just have a whole bunch of hot babes in this bed, and they'll just be farting and stuff. I'll record it. Maybe we can put in like a censored version up so that you can see like just the very beginning, and you know that girl on 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 girl, and Matt face farting really happened. Face farting 2. It's like, mommy's home too, or daddy's home too, but mommy's home too. Bunch of mommies. Anyway, okay. I'm abiding in Christ. The dude abides. Actually, that's David, the dude. The dude abides. So, okay, Jesus loves me. That's it. I don't really have anything else to add. I'll leave that picture up because that's the most relevant thing of all this. Jesus loves me. Jesus loves everyone. Jesus loves even these assholes who are treating me wrong. But he's gonna fucking kill, all the evil people in a very violent and terrible way. And you have an opportunity to repent and change. I'm shedding my hair. I just have a lot of it and it comes out. So, or it's like every god. But so Jesus loves you, and do I love you? I try to treat people, kindly, and try to like not be a nuisance and a problem. And like only after the Stephanie Houston thing started in my life do I think I became anything that anybody could call a nuisance. Even though I think it was justified, is justified. I'm still justified in what I'm doing. God's justice is above all, and if I'm trying to stick to that justice versus the justice that couldn't see that I was being abused and then threw me in jail, that's injustice. Judge Baldwin, Nick Vo. That's injustice. You wrought injustice in a way that has hurt me and my family. These people are clearly doing this. They were clearly doing this. Those girls clearly were lying. They clearly lied to your face, and you've been mocked and satired for a long time by these abusive assholes. You want to give me some power and authority to do something against it and deal with it, or are you guys like playing a part in it? It's hard to tell. Actually, it's hard to tell. I can't tell because I've seen no change in 7 years. I guess it's been 5 years since I was or 6 years since I was in the jail. But in 7 or 8 years of me actively like doing this whole thing where Stephanie Houston is clearly fucking with me and causing me problems, nothing. I've not seen any real change in the people and stuff engaging it. So it'd just be cool if like, the detective here who was fooled by it acknowledges that he was fooled, that the judge presiding over the case acknowledges she was fooled, that like I wasn't trying to disrespect you then. I'm just being disrespected and I'm like making light of everybody. But like you need to do the right thing. You are not a good person if you don't do the right thing. There's none good but God, like I said, but you can't even pretend you're a good person, even in worldly standard, if you don't like actually take some action for me and like make up for it. What am I asking for? Just make it like actually make up for it. What some of this is like, hey, we used our judge power in a really evil way against him. We used our legal police power in a really evil way against him. We like allowed abuse to occur in the same way they've allowed. And again, how much resources they spend on me that they aren't spending on rape and murder cases and sexual assault cases. 260,000 of them. It's a problem. Do I sound like Batman or the Joker? If the Joker has to, if the Joker, the Joker's trademarked. I can't keep saying it. I gotta say the Joker, right? But if the Joker, like imagine this is Gotham sitting and I was the Joker, right? If the Joker actually had to take matters into his own hands, in his own right hand, you know what I'm saying? Or like a bunch of Jokers had to do it for me, that would be a massive failure of the justice system and of the police around here, right? It would represent maybe one of the biggest police failures in the United States in United States history. And like, it's literally the thing with Nick Vo throwing me in the jail. Well, do you not recognize that's at the end of the Bible? It's the thing where I get slandered and thrown in jail for, a period of, it says 10 days. That is from the book of Daniel, a period of trial. So that's what it's representative, symbolic. Like all the things are symbolic, right? So, I mean, like, please engage this properly because you haven't been, and like, or you hadn't. I don't even know if I'm talking to, like, do these are like, I don't know if they're even still in Houston anymore. I don't know. What happened with these people? But I'm just getting out my point to the, like, so you would understand, like, this is the judge that presided over the thing where they fooled that judge, and where this is the police officer that all these women lied to, and like, of course they would, like, to try to save their ass or get clout or something, they would lie. I mean, it's just, they've done something wrong, they're participating in something wrong. Of course, they're going to do everything they can to, like, not engage that and pretend that they aren't. But, am I doing something wrong? I think I have all the authority to do everything, and the only thing that's keeping me from doing it is people lying about me and the police acting corrupt or just inept. But, it has to be one. So I don't want to be insulting for no reason. I just want change. And I'm not getting any, and people are, again, this physically hurts me. I think it's crippling me. I think it's a technique that's been used to cripple me, and it's still crippling me. And like, my right leg hurts. Like, it feels like I said, the best way to describe it, in the leg sense at least, is that my leg has been cut open from the bottom of my heel all the way up to my hip. I've even said it all the way up to my crown, because of my eye. I mean, the right side of my face hurts. Everything to the, if you cut me in half, like straight down the middle, everything on the right side is deficient, and it's only getting stronger as I'm engaging this like this. Everything on the left side is, my left eye is way open. My left leg is way strong. My left arm is way strong. All of this is like, I'm set on the left side, but my right side hurts. I almost said I'm Ray on the left side. Maybe that's it. Ray on this side. Actually, just one moment. Only one more moment. It's only going to take a second. All right. It looks like I'm Josh, Alex, Ray on the left side, Adam on the right side, and my pinky, the butt stuff, because I think it's connected to my pinky. So, like, the butthole stuff that I keep saying to all these hot babes, bring your buttholes. Okay, I think that's my pinky. And, my mom's in the middle here. She's the middle side, or she's the middle, left, right. And it seems like the right hand is connected to a baby of my own. Seagull. I don't know, it's not letting me zoom in. That's weird. But, does it not let you zoom in on... I don't know why it wouldn't let me zoom in, and it's not letting me zoom in, so whatever. I thought maybe it had to do with a PNG versus a JPEG, but no. Okay, or a JPG. J parental guidance, and it seems like my parents are trying to help out too. But something's cutting me off from my pinky. My mom is, like, I think, part of that, and that's a problem. I don't think it's all right that if my mom is doing this on purpose, she's hurting me to make some kind of point, and that's not okay. That's abuse. If my mom is doing this on accident because she's like, she wants to go one direction because she's being and been told stuff about me that has made her want to go in her own way. And if I want to go some other way and it looks like I'm in the middle of all of our family, like I'm driving the car, and something's trying to like trick my mom to go in some other direction, it's problematic. And it's hurting me, and like it needs to be dealt with. So this is why I need, someone with, enough power and authority, but someone who's also not going to scare my mom when they come to visit, to say like, hey, your son is very special. And how about this, Cara del Toro or Gal Gadot or Alessandra Ambrosio or Beyonce or one of these women that I brought up, that I'm either you are the enemies of everybody and you're evil, or maybe you could come and you could be a good person and be like, hey, your son is a very special guy who's like going through an incredibly evil situation, and people have lied on him and they've stolen from him, and they've like used that situation to cause pain on him, and you not believing him is like torture to him, and it is torturing your son that you are not willing to wake up on this. And I forgive her, but I need her to make some kind of change. I need change in the same way I'm asking for everybody. I'm willing to forgive and there's grace, but you need to change, because this is the other option. And I don't want to, like, I'm not trying to threaten my family with this. Unless you have some kids in secret that you haven't told me about and you're trying to like figure out whether I do know or whether I don't know, and it seems like it doesn't matter. I figured it out, and there would be major consequences ending infinitely poorly for you. You'd be some of the most hated people of all of time, but the rest of the family would be some of the most loved people of all time. So, or in the least, I might. But okay, this is where I'm going to end it. Me and my yellow tank top. And my jorts. And hopefully I can get my pinky back doing butt stuff. Maybe that means I need to get Kara, or, like I said, name, who is it? Any of the women that I've named. How about Alessandra Ambrosio? Because I would like that. Or, Gal Gadot or something. I don't know. I guess, because one of the women that I feel like I've named is like, that's Jezebel, but since Olivia Munn got cancer and since Kate got cancer, maybe it's one of them. So, I mean, there is actively someone's got cancer over this. Emily Radikowski. Are you the bad guy or are you a good guy? She had her son Sylvester just as some kind of joke again. Like, literally I made the mix. She started dating a guy. She even said like mixtape coming 2018. Right? I'm not kidding on this. Like, this is why I'm saying like, hey, these people are watching, right? So if we go down, right, these people are watching, and like, the fact that they're making points and like, okay, the police here completely oblivious, and like mixtape coming 2018. And then so I immediately made one and it came 2017, right? Just to like fuck with her because she was saying 2018. I also think then she was happy because she got a mix real fast. So, but at the same time, like, yeah, well, okay, congrats, you played yourself. Because what she did is really evil, and I think she looks really bad. And then not even with that guy anymore. Not that she cares, and maybe they did it to have the kid, and she has a girlfriend or something, because she does, and so they're like, I don't know, something with the kid, and the whole point is like, we didn't want you as a man, we wanted this kid. It's like, okay, well, you jumped in front of me and like made some kind of point to me, and then you did this, so I think you're really evil and rapist and whatever. But Yahweh will judge you, like, actually. So, and he already has. So I mean that. But if you want to bring your butthole and like make up for it, okay. But you'd only have a short period of time to do that. For a lot of these women, you only have a short period of time to do that. Look, I'm asking for help. Yahweh is going to end it and help me regardless of whether you do. Something will. You get it? A door has been opened. A door, that nobody can close. That's the point. When he opens, nobody can close. When he closes, nobody can open. So that's it. That's all. I'm going to end this. I'm gonna say this. This is a difficult video to record, along with the video last night. What's his face? James Samuel is Carl Mordo. That one was a difficult video to record. I mean, difficult. It's just like having to go over this and like, what do I gotta wait 8 years to be angry about something? Wait 8 years and go through a bunch of bullshit? I mean, seemingly. Ugh. Well, okay. So, I think what I've asked for is sometimes it is maybe unreasonable, but if I'm the guy going through this and I really am, then it's not unreasonable. But okay, if I'm just a normal dude, I guess it's unreasonable, kind of. But maybe not if it actually would fix a huge problem, not just for me, but for other people. So I would like some help. I would like some engagement on this. I would like you guys to not pretend the Stephanie Houston thing isn't going on and that it's not wrong, because it is wrong. So I just want it over, or not just that one. Obviously, that one is the one that is just proven. Like if Josh Stone is saying that Stephanie Houston is caught is that what she's doing is wrong, and that it's not okay, and that it's like what she's doing. What did I ask for from him? Hold on. Maybe I should add this to my story of pictures. But at the same time, I guess the suggestion is, I mean, does he have a daughter that I don't know about too? Or is that I don't know. This is why this is mental poison, right? I want you to say what these people are doing is wrong, and I want your support. Okay, he said, okay, what they are doing is wrong, right? I guess he didn't say, you have my support, because he hasn't really supported me. But, if someone was abusing Jackson, actually, or causing problems for Jackson, I'd jump up immediately to help him. It looks to me even like they're trying to make me feel like something up with Jackson. It looks like something on top of that is trying to make me feel like you know uh that you're doing some evil stuff. If you are, I mean, then you're evil. That would be why I guess you wouldn't want to actually say that I have your support, because you aren't supporting me. You're abusing me with these other people, and you should feel bad. If you aren't abusing me, you need to speak up into my reality with your words. That's just what it is. I need you to make the right decision here, and thus far you haven't. And other than when I lashed out at people when I was being abused, and you're still holding a grudge about that, even though this should confirm that that was going on, and that they are trying to poison me against you guys. And like, I can't at this point I can't tell whether you've done something or not. And like, even just the fact that you won't speak up, you've done something wrong, and you're wronging me, and you're hurting me. And so, like, I think if you think that Jackson deserves the same kind of thing, you're a shitty father. But if you guys have done some evil stuff, well then, why should I actually care? Because then I really don't. And maybe I think you should all be hurt. But do I actually think that? I just want this fixed. I'm being wronged. You won't do the right thing. Your mom won't do the right thing. Well, I don't know. I haven't really talked to, like, maybe if I messaged her and said, hey, Josh says this is wrong. These people are abusing me. I need help. Maybe she'd help. But it seems like all my family going like, well, how can I help? It's like, fuck, you could just contact the news. Literally, this girl contacted the news about bullies and they listened to her. Like, what do you, like, that's how this video started. You really gonna bullshit me that you couldn't just send any kind of message to say to the news, hey, my cousin's being harassed by this woman with hundreds of thousands of followers on Instagram and other social media platforms, and like, the suggestion is they're harassing him in person too. It's just they have this woman who's at a distance that he could never reach out and actually touch, and she's being used to basically sexually harass him. And like, I would say, since I'm being hurt in my right side, to torture me.
it physically hurts. Like, this physical hurt is torture, but it's not even close to the torture that's going to be brought on the people who've brought this evil on me. So, Josh, do the right thing. If you've done something evil, that was a bad decision, and you'll pay the consequences. If you haven't, do the right thing. Maybe you're a hero into all time. All right, this is where I'm ending it. I hope that this isn't used to like fuck with me more, because part of me is like, part of me wants to stay silent, and this was the whole purpose, because it's just more comfortable to not deal with like people lying to the police, and then I have to deal with the police in addition to these people lying and acting like assholes and abusing me, and like that should make the police feel bad. But it seems at this point like maybe they're just criminals in police uniform. So, and maybe some of the people who are just maybe criminals, like in the jail, they treated me really well. They didn't treat me like y'all did. They treated me like family, and like it was summer camp or some shit. Whereas, well, family in like a nice way. Not if my family's doing some evil shit, but but who knows? Maybe they were doing evil shit, and that's why they're treating me nice. So whatever. I'm just like, this shit's about to end. I just wish people actually took it upon themselves to do the right thing. Maybe that's what I want more than anything, actually. And like, it's gonna end regardless. But I just wish, I like really wish, people took it upon themselves to do the right thing. All right, that's it. Have a blessed one. I'll catch you next time. Jesus loves me. Jesus loves you. Unless you're one of these evil. Well, I'll say this: Jesus loves everybody. But some of you, he's thrown into a burning lake, because, if he really loves you and the other people, he's going to have to take care of the other people and you. And taking care of you, while you aren't taking care of yourself, you're hurting people, burning lake. Other people will be taken care of, you'll be loved. That's the point. That's how I feel. Jesus, I'm saying Jesus, I mean Yahweh and the spirit of Yahweh and Jesus, whatever. It's all Yahweh. Yahweh's a spirit. There's a son, there's a father. Those are one and the same. Seems like one of them is inviting me up on the throne with them, and I get to be one or the other or both. I mean, does it really matter at this point? What does seem to matter is that it is happening. That the thing with Stephanie Justin's happening. Very clearly, I'm showing you stuff that you ain't gonna see anywhere else from anybody else. That are, there's very clearly Islam should be over at this point. This shit's just a fan fiction that isn't even worth as much as Harry Potter. I mean, actually. So, not that I think witches and wizards doing bullshit is, great, but honestly seems to be better than, fake religion doing bullshit as witches and wizards. Because at least it's out at least they're honest, right? Didn't it say like I'll take support from all kinds, and in the thing that I read from Isaiah 2 earlier, or 3, and it was like some of the things were like sorcerer and wizard and stuff, and you're like, wait, what? Yahweh saying I'll take that for support? Huh? Okay. That's it. Ending this here. I hope you had a good one. Have a blessed one, and I love you. Jesus loves you. Yahweh loves you. Have a blessed one. Yeah.